We go 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Go
Ready?
up and down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pyramid style.
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. We gotta redo that. Shit. One more. That was first take.
Okay, let's go.
Second take.
Second take.
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. What is good, my friends? Welcome back to the official Flash Brothers podcast. We are here today, my boys, with me. My name is Sam. I will be taking command on today's voyage. We are diving back into the lore, the beautiful lore. Josh is going to take lead once again.
Yes.
On some more Xenosaga.
That's
but
right.
before we get
That's
there,
right.
we also have Johnny Bravo in the house. My man. God.
Sexy.
Episode 59 today
59.
of the official Flash Brothers
That's
podcast.
crazy. Wow.
Absolutely wild.
10
Wow.
more until 69.
That's right, baby. The
We're looking forward to
golden number.
We should do a Smash episode on episode 69.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
should,
should, like, do
because
something about
that's if y'all don't know, that is a massive part of not only do we live in Smash House, it's coming to an end soon.
Unfortunately.
But all good things must
All good
end,
things
as
must,
we talked about, kind of in a way of eternal recurrence
That's
and
right.
resistance in
right.
our pregame episodes.
That's
So go
right.
check that out, guys.
Yes, please.
Check out our Patreon. That's where
Yes,
you'll find
let's
all of
go.
that. But we have we are finally coming to an end of a lot of things, actually. So there's gonna be some good announcements on the show. And 69, by the way, is it's the special Smash
Well,
number.
it's
Okay.
tech that's in the code for the game.
Absolutely.
It's something Sakurai put in for kind of just the most elite players.
Yeah.
You know that.
You don't see it
Yeah.
until you see it.
But
Yeah.
it is called kill percentage.
It is.
because there is a more likelihood that you will get
Obliterated?
Yeah, you'll get
I'll
killed.
be specific. You
Yeah.
have 150%
150, that's right.
increase.
That's right.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
When someone is at 69%, that player is 150% more
Yes.
likely to die at that percent.
Yeah.
Or kill.
Or kill.
And to
Kill
be honest,
percentage, yeah.
the kill happens a lot.
A lot.
So
We just
yeah.
experienced it today, actually.
We did. Actually, I'll be real. We experience it every day, Josh.
Every day.
We
For sure.
scream it when we see it. It is absolutely real,
because
guys.
it's real tech.
Now that we've opened your eyes, go and check that out because
You'll
it's
see it. You guys
absolutely
fucking
in
with
the
me?
code.
No.
Of course not. Have you heard of the Marth tech?
Yes.
You know Marth.
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I was using them last time.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Marth tech on the file select. It's been a
Yes.
thing since Melee.
Dude.
Oh.
And once you know the tech, you really can't play
It'll
the game the same.
open
Yeah.
your eyes. Open your mind. Doctor Strange, right?
That's right. That's
Guys, it's October 29th
Yes,
today.
it is.
It's Tuesday. Johnny, we were fucking with you the whole time.
Yeah, we
I
were,
hope
we
you
were.
know that,
We
bro.
were, we were.
Yeah,
Absolutely were.
all that.
Absolutely
all
were.
that. Yeah.
Johnny was pretty
It's
convinced
like-
with the
yeah.
end.
I was like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
It's like,
No, you
wait,
guys are fucking.
Can I be
Is this
real?
true?
I feel like that's
69?
always the awakening
Yeah.
of deeper Smash, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And mechanics, and like Smash has so much depth. This is not fucking with you.
No, this is real.
The more you play Smash, and why we're always like, I think, trying to push everyone who comes in this house to play, is because the more you play it, you think it's like in this category of all.
Dude, that came out weird.
Did
That
you
was
just-
a ghost.
I heard.
I'm trying so hard.
Johnny, turn down the heat, bro. He's boiling. Please.
Dude, that was a fucking
That-
crazy one,
bro.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm
I feel
totally
like the
fine.
room got hotter.
Dude,
That was perfect.
did you
See
throw
how I
up in
was
your
trying
mouth a
to?
little?
It felt it like burned a little bit. That one like burned a tad. So I will say, I've been drinking some carbonated
Quesadilla.
drinks, and so I burp a lot when I drink my carbonated.
No, I will say that with the carbonation is this
Yes.
range of like games you've played that are competitive with your boys.
Yeah.
And have you ever like played? You're playing Halo 3 specifically,
Yeah.
and you play it for a while, but you do reach a cap where you kind of eventually just don't go back, or you drop it way less for another game,
Yep.
and you have that same. Okay, you think Smash is there. It is not. And when you break that barrier to the next level, you see this deeper side of the game you've never seen before.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
I've witnessed it.
Yes. Okay. And also a part of the initiation, I want to say then,
Oh.
is everything that just happened.
Who's touching?
No. We'll show you.
It's a part of it.
Tipper.
Oh, the
Guys,
tipper mechanic.
The tipper mechanic.
The chip goes hand in hand with Martech.
Absolutely, bro. And you know about the tipper mechanic, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't know the lingo, bro.
I got you. This is an example of some deeper Smash you're about to learn. And this is not fucking with you. This is absolutely real. If you all don't think it's real, go try it out yourself.
Google it.
Okay.
Look it up.
So, Roy and Marth are an amazing example. I will say, in Ultimate, they are definitely different characters now. But if you go back to Melee, they started the same.
They were
with one big difference. And the difference remains today. Marth has a mechanic called a tipper mechanic, okay? So pretend this brick is the length of his sword. It's like a big rectangle, okay?
Yeah, at the very tip it does more damage.
Yes, and specifically, it's the last about 70%, so like a 30% range that you get insane damage and knockback. I think it's 1.6.
We were just playing Mark today.
Right. There is also a downside to this. You have a 30% hilt mechanic where he actually does less. He does like 0.6. You almost can't kill somebody. Earlier you killed me because you were playing Marth. Your Marth is insane, by the way. I've never played against your Marth. I can't remember.
I don't play
you definitely. We should have some more Fire Emblem matches because there's something to say about that.
Melee and Brawl was
true.
Like that was my character.
Oh, Roy was my favorite character in that entire game of Melee, right?
Well, the reason I bought Shadow Dragon on the DS when it came out for DS was I got it when it came out because I loved Marth so much from Melee and Brawl.
Yes, yeah, I actually found Fire Emblem because of them from Melee.
Is that right?
And I was so upset that neither of those characters were in the game.
Yeah.
Turns out the universe is
What a tease.
insane.
Yeah,
what a tease, bro. Oh, we never got this game in America? Are you fucking me? That's why they speak Japanese. So, guys, you do much less in the hilt range. Now, there's an opposite effect with Roy. By the way, the middle bracket here, right? That's neutral. Yeah. You just do normal damage. Range. Right. You still kill with it. They're strong characters. But you have insane advantage with Marth because it separates Roy being the exact opposite. Roy has the 1.6 advantage up close. That's why if you're right next to me and he gets that hit and it makes that sound, it's like a stronger hit. Yeah. It's so satisfying. You'll probably almost always kill. If Roy can get right next to you, that's really bad.
He's up in your face.
He's in your face, right? And it makes sense. His kit is around him being fast. Yeah, Marth is much different in this game, and I actually really appreciate this. It's like if you're gonna go with this tipper mechanic, his kit actually is around that now, where it's spacing. He's very floaty. He he literally flies through the air so majestically, and your goal is to keep them at exactly the sword length. If you can keep them there, it's called spacing. Yeah. You basically they can't get in if they don't have a sword. Really hard to get in. Okay? And I had a sword. I was playing Link. Still hard for me to get in. I'm going for a grab. Every time I would go in, he would abuse his coverage, and it's that's a huge part of playing the game at that higher tier. You don't understand what spacing means until you're playing with these characters over and over, and you're like, how are they dodging all my projectiles? Because when you first start playing the game, you're like, I hate projectiles. What is this game? Right. But you learn there's all these advantages these characters have, and it's beautiful. So that is
how some you can do a grab and he swoops behind
exactly.
it. Exactly.
And there's so many things with grabs.
Rosie
grab is one of the few things
that she dives and goes on.
Yes.
The dolphin. I love calling it that.
I like to think of a simple way I've always. Actually, I'll be real. My man Dusty, back in Oregon, opened my eyes to the 3 core mechanics of Smash. He said, if you think about it in this way, at all times it's really simple.
More triangles.
Yep. More Trinity, baby.
The Trinity.
Okay? It is grabbing, jumping, and attacking. One beats the other in every scenario. One loses.
Blocking?
What's up?
Shouldn't jumping be blocking?
Blocking is actually in the center. Because blocking can take care of most everything except for a grab, okay?
Right.
But grab loses to other things. But does that make sense? Blocking should be a part of your core gameplay. I would say blocking is a part of your movement and mechanical play. But the rock, paper, scissors, why it should be explained like this is because after you play enough, you're not thinking about what you're doing anymore. You're reacting. Yeah. You're reacting or making a play because you now know how to completely play the game.
That's why
it's synced with your hands. So you are playing a constant rock, paper, scissors battle with your opponent on jumping, grabbing, and attacking.
It really is. It's like rock, paper, scissors sometimes.
That's
Yeah.
that. He said
definitely is.
this is the
It
game,
definitely is.
right? With and what makes Smash then, because other fighting games play into this too.
Yeah.
But what makes Smash so unique and fun, it's in the realm of you can kill yourself. You have lives.
It's my favorite part.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Survival. All right.
I'll be honest with you. Last time I played, I killed myself
Yeah.
quite a
Well,
bit.
you pass away every time we have you on the cast. So.
I have an insanely high self-destruct rate. Okay, I'm very proud
we
of
all
it.
do.
You have to. I think you're probably the lowest, but you.
It depends on the character.
But you also know that, like, when you do push yourself and you do put yourself at risk, that's when you learn, bro. Every time I die, I try to really just take away the limits of what just happened, understanding that if my opponent outplayed me, or if I misplayed, I'm gonna try again. Right?
Yep.
I'm gonna try again.
And all that, you learn spacing, you learn jumping,
everything,
you learn how to attack,
everything. That's all a part of like the micro game, the macro game, the psychology of Smash, of professional play. It's always around those three things because they all counter each other, and every character has advantages. And grabbing is actually insane. Grabbing is better than it ever has been in Smash. So many characters can kill with a grab. More than ever.
Yeah.
Multiple grabs sometimes. K-Rool's ground grab. Are you actually serious, right? And then there's other characters like Samus who have a 10-foot long grab, right? And it like changes the
It
entire
immobilizes you.
It
And
does.
throws you.
But you know it beats grab, right?
Well, yeah, you'd block. Or not block, you'd jump. You'd jump.
You
Obviously.
jump.
Obviously.
Right. Unless you're like me today, I grabbed Josh out of the air 3 times. Then, you just gotta jump.
You're fucked.
Jump higher.
Air
Jump
grabbing,
higher.
air grabbing. It's like, sorry, buddy.
There's also a level of play of understanding. This is why I do not playing Dark Pit. Josh is so good with him, but I must say the multi-jump mechanic messes with my psychology because you start to understand that they have to land.
Yes.
Okay, if they're in the air, they're at advantage. You probably shouldn't try like messing with that. If they're in the air, they want to be in the air, right? They're jumping, but you can play around it by understanding they got to land sometime. Dark Pit has like 5 freaking jumps.
Yeah.
And you can go back and forth and change.
Right.
The manipulation you have is you can flip yourself around into a back air.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Instantly.
Absolutely.
That is so strong.
You can also change his trajectory no matter what using his neutral B. But what I'll say is that in the same way that some characters like Samus have a grab that is maybe a little bit better than some, right?
Yes.
Changing the game, the same can be said about jumping with Dark Pit. And it's why I always say, I think it's ridiculous that he is a freaking, what is he, a D tier character?
I just
They
don't.
put him in D or something, and it's like,
I know.
You're missing that.
I've
this
thought
is
about it
such a
lot,
huge part of
honestly.
it. And with that said, also there's a way around that. Adrel calls it counting jumps, and he'll literally counter me sometimes because he's counting my jumps, and I'm not counting my own jumps.
Actually,
so he literally
exactly
says,
why I asked you how many jumps he has.
Exactly, because
how many is it?
It's 5.
It's 5.
If I'm not mistaken, or maybe 4. I think it's 4 jumps.
It's 4 and then
4
an
jumps
up
and an
B.
up B.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 4. Yeah. And to be honest, I'm not counting your jumps.
Right.
So I should be to better
Most
develop
characters only
counterplay.
have 2.
Exactly.
But that's something that I also will put into tech. The amount of jumps you have goes with this trinity that you've drawn for us.
Gotcha, guys. I'm actually pretty proud of it. I feel like
Looks
it makes
great.
a lot of sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense, and I
Looks
think
like Zelda.
every part of it's just like Smelda.
No
What the
way.
heck? Trinity processor, Triforce, and the Trinity of
And the
Smash.
Trinity of Smash. Guys, that will take up what...
Sorry, everybody.
Bless you.
I love it. Right on cue, buddy, because we're going to shift into Rendezvous. I just want to... I felt like we've been on our pregame. Usually it's pretty open-ended and we just talk about whatever, and that's exactly what we did. I want ketchups, all right? I want some...
I got some mustard.
I got some mustard, and I'm missing my ketchup on the plate, so... I'm going to give you guys the floor. What's been good?
What's been good?
What's been
What's
cooking?
new? obviously, I'm always running Xenosaga. That's kind of something that's a constant. Xenosaga. I'm also still watching the anime. I watch it to go to bed, but I still catch a lot of really cool parts of it. And the anime is a little different than the first game, but it's still very fun and very entertaining. I will also say I'm pretty deep into. I have about 22 chapters left of the original Boruto manga. And then after that, I'm on to the time skip, which is called Boruto 2 Blue Vortex.
Right.
Yes.
The new one.
So they have a new one.
Wait,
That's
you're
out.
how far?
I'm on chapter 58, and
Yeah.
there's 80 chapters. So
Okay. You're cooking.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm cooking pretty hard.
You're just steamrolling that
I'm
shit.
steamrolling it, and I got to a point that I was concerned about the manga before I started reading it. You find out some information that kind of I'll basically equivalent it to character deaths for important characters that are in the original story that I
Okay.
very much cared about. And when I found out that happened in the Boruto manga before I ever even read it, I was almost concerned and did not want to check out Boruto.
Absolutely.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
No, it does. No, I would
So
probably
with
feel exactly
with that said, I got to that point and I'm past that point. And I will say I'm feeling very positive about it.
Hell yeah.
It very much in the same way of like any story where there's powerful characters and there's a power vacuum, kind of like All Might in season 3.
Yeah.
Where he's not dead, but he's out of the power vacuum. And now the idea of where villains could go from here is extremely important. Deku has to truly step up because that power vacuum is now open, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it's beautiful too, because I don't know if this is like this in Boruto, but what I take from that on like a deeper level, because that's kind of the thematics of today's episode, especially with like lore and mythology and ideas,
Absolutely.
right? Is like the idea of stepping up when you don't feel ready, but understanding that an imbalance is an effect. The strongest figure of light is crippled right now, and you have to step up, and you are literally told and chosen
exactly
to step up and make balance. It's your duty, right?
Yeah.
And shifting, I think, from a fear of what if I can't to this is my duty, so I know at the end of the day I'm going to be okay.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Yes, and so that's happening right now in Boruto, and I'm very into it. I'm super excited about it, and super excited about the future of the story. I would say my whole Boruto experience is extremely positive right now.
Which is all you've said about it, really. It's kind of disappointing the memes are so.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
wanna
That's,
hate it.
that's the thing is that I was talking with Dorian about it today on FaceTime. We were talking a little bit earlier, and he was like, I was like talking about this moment that was just getting me hyped, and I was like, I am so excited for 2 Blue Vortex. I can't wait. And he was like, to be honest with you, bro, like that sounds hype. Like I'm excited for you so I can hear about it and kind of.
He's not into Boruto at all?
He was actually, him and I were pretty A1 Boruto haters.
No, I remember.
Yeah.
But like, I thought he jumped into it with you.
No, I told him I'm jumping into it, and what he told me was he was like, damn, I guess the era of hating on Boruto is coming to an end because someone's gonna experience it, and there are parts that I don't fuck with. You know, it's not a perfect story.
I'll hold on to this.
But it's the important part is just like experiencing it for yourself and not taking other people's opinion and word to change the experience you have. And I feel like even you, I respect it for going through Mass Effect Andromeda, right? Because you
absolutely,
right?
bro.
Even with the words people have said about it. Even if you might even agree with what people are saying.
I absolutely agree.
Absolutely. But that's
but you
your
can still
call to make. Exactly.
Also form your own opinion to appreciate it.
That's your call to make. You can agree with people, but instead of allowing that to be your experience.
I did more than probably most people would do, even if they played the story all the way through.
Right.
I still went and tried to get absolutely every bit of content.
No, I probably genuinely, and I love lore, but I probably would have been a third of the way through the game, and at that point shut off the story and called the game.
Yeah.
Or if it was really fun, played it and just ignored the story.
But that's why, like, during that whole conversation with Mass Effect, not to prolong my side, this is about your
No, you're not.
But
you're adding on.
You know, like, I was so not frustrated with the ending of Mass Effect 3. I honestly don't hate the ending of Mass Effect 3.
Mm.
And
strong opinions.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the thing is that what I'm trying to get at though is like, if they did send off that colony,
Yeah.
what happened? That's all I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
And I was more than willing to sit there because it has a pretty deep backstory
Right.
and a
Yeah.
pretty deep like understanding and universe already to it.
Yeah,
that you're pretty
absolutely.
already as well instructed with like Xenoblade and Xenosaga.
Yeah, I was gonna say that as a
Never heard of it.
relation to it.
Never heard of it.
Fuck Takahashi. His work sucks. Guy sucks. I agree. I agree. So I'll just finish it by saying I'm really happy that I'm choosing to go through it because there is a lot to enjoy about it. And I will be honest too, I think it's very much written for someone like me who appreciates lore or appreciates extreme world building because that's what Boruto really is. It's a huge expansion on the whole universe. Like truthfully, like there's this idea of like other beings that exist within kind of like an origin to life that I just find fascinating. So that
Can I say?
Yeah, please.
There is also something for me personally. Please let me know if you relate. Where you take a risk in going against the grind, and like you probably knew Andromeda was hated on before you started.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you probably knew. You were literally a Boruto hater just because,
was, yeah,
right?
yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm still there, and I agree with Dory, right?
Right.
It's like when you started and you're talking so high, I'm like. You did the house group chat, right?
Get
Boruto.
that FOMO going.
That was even before I read it.
Yeah,
that
right,
was
you did
just
Baus.
me
And
going with it.
I was like, no, we can't because
Yeah.
I'm a Boruto hater for the meme.
Because everyone hates Boruto.
Just because the name
Exactly, yeah.
alone. I don't
Yeah.
care about anything else. Boruto?
You can
Come on.
Wait, can I say something real quick about
Yeah.
the name? Boruto is Japanese for bolt. This idea of like
The dog.
just like the dog.
Yes.
No, but it's the idea of like
That's
bolt.
like
That's
the
what
queen,
it's called. Exactly. So there's this idea of like obviously it is kind of a clever play because it not only sounds like Naruto, which Minato was the name of Naruto's father, and this idea of like Minato, Naruto, Boruto, of this idea where it's like it is a play. It's not just be Naruto, which I found so fascinating. It's an actual Japanese name for bolt.
You can wreck on it or explain it however you want. It's still fucking. It is exactly that, bro. It's Naruto. It's be Naruto.
It's not.
Johnny, I wanted to say, are you uncomfortable? Like you can lower that, right?
I'm just short, dude.
That's the lowest it goes.
Yeah.
No way, bro.
I can't believe you just outed him on the
Can you
cast.
actually,
Like
do you
that.
want to raise the table like a
No,
side?
bro, you're fine.
Sure.
No.
Oh, I kind of want to hire a little bit. Yeah, because I kind of want to like lean forward.
Do I
Yeah,
just-
you just hold on to it. Dude's like 30 point. Yeah,
Do you want to keep going?
maybe 31.
I'm trying to get exactly 31. There you go.
There you go.
I actually fuck with this. This is nice.
Actually,
Yeah, that's very
no,
nice.
it's
They
really
have
good.
black ones at Costco now too.
Of these,
Yes.
like black glass.
Yeah.
Whoa,
And it
it's
says
pretty sexy.
I feel like this fits your room.
it says game over
You know my vibe.
on it. It's actually
Game over.
Yeah, it's like
That's made for gamers.
Yeah.
It's made for real gamers.
I'm getting rid of it.
Yeah. Fuck it.
Throw it out the window.
Johnny. So yeah, that being said, no, wait, did I say like
No, he's got more stuff, right?
no? It was
Well, what
like
were you about
saying-
to ask?
I was about to say actually, like with Boruto, like going
Yeah.
against the grind. And
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah.
really actually loving it, actually seeing like maybe not just appreciating it, but like really being like, wow. This is really against the grind. Might be one of my favorite. I can understand it's not peak for these reasons, but for me, it's kind of just a fave.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I would say I can't recommend it to every single Naruto fan.
Totally.
Because in a similar way to Xenoblade, you kind of get to this idea where it's like, okay, we're dealing with like sci-fi aspects
Yeah.
of the world. And people signed up to Naruto for ninjas. They did not sign up for alien races and ideas of like
Cyber
ascending.
ninjas,
Literally there are clones and stuff in this new one, and like ascending to godhood. This idea of all these things where it's like,
Jeez.
that's not really
It's
what
dark.
That's not really what Naruto was about. To be honest with you, that's not. And so to recognize, okay, this is not for everyone, and maybe I wouldn't even really recommend Dorian to read it, but understanding that I have my own things that I enjoy about things. And I think one of my favorite things, no matter what, in almost every single example is starting a series and then finding out it's secretly a sci-fi might be one of my top 3 favorite things of any kind of storytelling
Dude, he
ever.
used to hate sci-fi.
No, I love it. No, but that
No,
idea,
Max. Fuck Max.
like
I had so many comebacks. I just
Yeah.
decided to say none of them, bro.
the idea though is fun to me, and I can recognize that is fun to me. You know,
Really, I do really want to say that those are some of my favorite experiences. Actually,
when you go against the grain, is what you're saying.
yes,
Yeah.
and in a way of like maybe not against the grain necessarily, like where everyone hates it and you love it. Maybe in a way of nobody knows about it.
That's
Maybe-
that's
yeah.
my thing.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
dude.
That's my thing.
Like that. My first experience with that was like when growing up, it was like I was a Nintendo boy before I even got maybe Spyro, but that's it. It was like okay, Mario, Smash, like Paper Mario, those other niche games, and then Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Was the first video game I strongly remember, one of my favorites today, because it was the series nobody's played. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. And there's something special about that for sure.
No, absolutely.
I 100% agree. I'm honestly feeling it with like Xenosaga. It's not as popular as Xenoblade. It's not.
You have that
big
over
as-
me, bro.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
and
I
we
mean-
both love this whole series.
Right.
Like, that's why I'm so into it, because I know I would feel exactly the same.
Absolutely.
You know? And I know you have probably a plethora of examples. Of,
So, for instance,
segue, Johnny, just take the floor, baby.
Yeah, take the floor.
Take
brother.
the floor.
you know how I have in taste in music. Like it varies.
yeah.
It varies,
Yes.
but it's mainly rock in some way, shape, or form of it, or rap in some way, shape, or form of it,
Right,
or
right.
a little combo of both.
Sure. And
but-
it could be mood dependent.
Yeah, and like I've shown Sam quite a few indie bands and quite a few lesser known bands, and that's where the gems are.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Music's
We
a
know
great
that.
example too.
We've related so much. Like, I have a whole journey I can take you down. I can even like pause it in a sec here to show you like
He's like all excited about it.
Yeah, check this shit out.
you don't want me to pop off because like I have had my eyes genuinely opened, and before I even knew Josh existed on this planet, before I moved here, and I
he even
nobody, I'm telling you, nobody like really related to this certain subsect of music that existed, and I can't believe how good it is, and nobody knows about it, nobody appreciates it, nobody would care to listen to it again, right? There, and it's not about maybe even opening others' eyes. It's kind of just like feeling, wow, this, exactly like you said, a gem. Like, and video game music as a whole has so many gems.
Seriously.
Right. It's like
Even-
remember
even-
the analogy. I think I've told
Yeah.
you both this one before.
Which
Oh
one?
yeah.
The cake analogy. Everyone loves cake. Everyone loves cake.
Okay.
But I like ice cream cake.
I also love ice cream cake.
Yeah,
Oh
ice cream
my
cake is
gosh.
crazy.
But
I-
but it's more you gotta experience it for yourself to
Right.
know what ice cream cake
Totally.
is. Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's another
And
level.
I understood that as a child. It was like, oh, ice cream cake.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Shit's peak.
amazing. Have you ever had, you know what I had as a kid that I probably was the only competitor to ice cream? It was dirt cake.
Yeah.
You ever- like at a restaurant.
yeah.
Like it's like a thing and you're,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Is that a Midwest thing?
It's kind of a thing. Midwest is more known for like I'd say ice cream, like Michigan pothole
Yeah.
or whatever, stuff like that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Michigan pothole, dude.
Michigan pothole, dude.
Never eaten out
It's
of
like
one of those?
moose tracks on
Oh,
steroids.
I didn't realize you guys had those where you're from, Josh. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, I don't have them.
Oh, okay.
I'm fucking with you.
I'm fucking with you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We're both fucking with.
I was trying to say
fucking-
Louisiana and I couldn't remember what
Oh,
it was.
Louisiana.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
No, they got the
I
Louisiana swamp.
dropped the ball.
Yeah, they got
Tommy.
alligator.
They got Alligator.
You guys ever had an alligator cake? You guys haven't had one of those?
You were asking about that last night,
Yeah,
actually,
it was.
with
We were talking
the seasoning,
Yeah, we were.
right?
Where we were talking about it was rattlesnake.
That's what it was.
Rattlesnake is so good.
Really?
Yes.
I haven't had any.
I've heard that from everybody who's had rattlesnake, but he was talking about rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake
like,
salt. Have you
like
ever heard
salt.
of
No.
that? Dude. I've never heard of it either.
Me neither.
It's like
Before you brought
it's
it
like
up.
made from pieces of the rattlesnake's like shell. I don't know how to explain
The
it.
carcass?
But it's also mixed with like salts and spices. It's like a lot of weird stuff, but there's a distinctive taste.
Sounds like a Native American.
You know what it sounds
It's
like,
very
actually? Can I be
cowboy. It's
real?
very cowboy.
I feel like someone opened my eyes recently. I was having a conversation with someone at the bar randomly about pirates, okay? And talking pirates.
Pirates.
Yes.
What the?
And
What?
The fuck's
yeah,
a pirate?
well, what
Like-
they were talking
like arg?
Arg! So he brought
back.
he brought me back to me crew, and he was bringing up that the obviously.
seriously
What?
street
I'll
right
tell you. Listen, I'll tell you. The conversation came up. I remember because Captain Morgan. So we started talking about Captain Morgan. He's like, so you know,
Captain in you?
during the era of Captain Morgan and true piracy, like ships, all that, right?
Yes.
Obviously, it's drawn out for media now, but in the days,
Charted 4.
on top of gold, on top of raiding, on top of rum, obviously, okay, booze, was spices. Spices was one of the most valuable things that
Spaniards
people went
specifically.
after. Spaniards specifically. So that makes me, that's what I thought of because I heard that day. And then you were like, bro, try these salts and spices. I'm like,
Dude.
oh, that's reminding me of pirate shit. And it makes me think of Dune.
Yeah. Literal
Spice literally as a
Whoa.
resource,
Yeah.
right?
Fuckers. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you
That
could rate
felt-
for it.
that
It had
felt-
value, right? Or you just enjoyed the spice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Enjoy the spice.
Like things like, I think they said salt and like things that are finely ground.
Yeah.
You know, all the spices we just buy
Pepper
for like
even.
5 cents, 10
Yeah.
cents, right?
Yeah.
For spice. Those were highly valuable. Like
Absolutely.
worth 100 times more.
how do
than
you
they are.
make food taste good back then?
You'd have to literally grind some rocks up and try to make your own salt.
Try make
yeah.
your own salt, or try to boil it out of the ocean. Salt you could get through there, but
Or mixing like vegetation with your boil.
yeah,
Yeah, I feel like
natural salt.
the cannibals back then were really suffering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. The Ice
How could
Age, bro.
Just sounded
They were
nice.
eating
I don't know. They were eating
themselves.
good. They were eating
I see.
good.
No, that's true. That's true. I guess Bigfoot has made it all this way.
Yeah,
Um,
he's made it
so-
for a while.
Anything new, Johnny?
Not much, but
You've been a workaholic.
Yes.
I understand.
Mario Party Jamboree.
Mario Party. Oh, my
shit.
gosh. I'm so glad you brought this up, bro.
shit.
I also got it.
shit.
And I
I know.
completely forgot.
I know you told me.
It's
Please.
good.
You played.
I want to know what you got to say about it.
All right, so mind you, I'm not a party game freak, but
But your girl is,
yeah, my
as
woman
you
loves
told
that
us
game.
on like last pregame.
We went to Costco and bought it for $54.
Let's go,
We'll
bro.
take that.
So it
a
comes
W.
with free
Wait,
months.
brand new, $54?
With 3 free months of Nintendo.
Huh?
With Costco?
Yes.
Yo,
Wow.
that's
it's
wild.
cheaper than the game and the membership starting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
So-
listening.
Cool.
Take that.
But either way, we were just randomly at Costco and it was the day it launched. They had the cards, you just grab the card.
Oh yeah, the massive.
Yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah. And you
cardboard.
take it
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
merchandise stand. Yeah, and straight up, we bought it. She played it specifically with her friend for a while, but I played 4 games, and it's more deep than any other
Wow.
Seriously?
game you've ever played.
Wow.
Okay, and you're smiling too. So like, what? Can you give me an example? Like, have you played all the Mario parties? Did you grow up on 64?
Yeah, so 64, 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so you understand then. Good Mario Party.
Mario Party 7.
Yeah.
Mario Party Superstars.
Yes.
And
Such a good one.
then the reboot, which was just regular Mario Party.
Super Mario.
Super
Super
Mario.
Mario Party.
Yes.
Which this is a sequel to, technically.
Yes.
Actually, sequel to Superstars and then Superstars now.
Well, yeah, but Superstars was a Mario Party game. Super Mario Party was a game, and this
But
is
a new-
Super Mario
yes.
Party Jamboree.
I just thought they were all the same.
Well, yeah, I mean they are.
Same thing, only
You know what it is,
Yeah,
Johnny. No. There's a
yeah.
great example of Nintendo's naming scheme being absolutely terrible
Yeah.
because you had no idea, right? I'm with you. I
New
see what Josh is
3DS.
saying. Everyone except for those two, Super Mario Party and Super Mario Party Jamboree, those are in technically a different category, right? You run around and like have like all this stuff and
For instance.
Yeah.
Okay, so it brings back the train map from Mario Party 2.
Dude, the cowboy map.
Yes.
Yes, bro.
Yes.
Wait, do you
I thought that was in Superstars.
No, it's not.
No. They have the Bogley Woods, right? And they have
Space Station,
the
too.
night day one. They have all
They have a few.
old maps,
Yes.
right?
I thought they had-
And the cake.
Jamboree.
Oh, they have the star level, don't they?
Yes, I
the
think-
clouds
yes,
from Mario
yep,
Party 1.
Yep.
I hate that level.
I'm not getting.
But
the
I
game
can't wait to
anymore.
play it.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's like you hate it because it's so fucked up, but that's
Right.
the reason you play Mario Party 1. I'm telling you right now, you play Mario Party 1 with the boys late at night, sleep deprived, having some brews. That is one of the best experiences you'll ever
Getting
have.
those
That
female
game is
2 a.m.
absolutely
giggles.
obnoxiously brutal. Your feelings, it does not care.
Yes.
It is ruthless.
Yeah.
Anyways, so what's something that like makes this like stand out?
So, okay, for instance, it doesn't carry the same like traditional like rules of the game. So, for instance, allies, right?
Okay.
An ally will
From
just,
Super Mario Party.
Right.
Right.
An ally will just drop onto the map. Whoever gets there first activates the showdown. So you have to play a mini game
To get
to get them.
like a single player minigame?
No, with everyone.
What?
You can steal that bitch.
Oh,
That's
is
crazy.
sick.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
hold on.
Oh, okay.
So every single character also has their own sub stat. For instance, Luigi or Waluigi.
Lol, Louise.
Fei Long Wong.
Fei Long Wong.
Long Wong.
Fei Long Wong. I think his original name was Very.
We have thrown back
Very
to
long
pregame
walk.
so many
So bad.
times already. I love it.
You guys check out pregame
Yeah,
if you guys
yeah.
understand all our
Give us
references.
the shitty
Pregame
coffee.
is
You
the
got
real
my
show,
shitty coffees
baby.
from a gas station. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
either way.
so Waluigi.
Okay, so
What's his-
if you pass someone, he steals 6 coins from that person.
What?
You can get stuck on a map where for instance, we and Jade played a game where there's a map that has like an islands, and
And you're
at low
stuck on the
tide,
islands.
at low tide you can travel across both.
Yeah.
But if the tide is high, you're stuck in a small circle.
Yep.
For instance, if you get Waluigi and you have him as your ally and you run a fucking 3 dice roll, you can steal every single coin from someone and it's like a
Annihilate
6 spot or a 6
That is
space
crazy.
island.
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that.
That is
that's
crazy.
That's just built into the character?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, for instance, another good one is that so everything that you can pretty much get in the game has to deal with a mini game of some sort.
Oh, you
There's
have to
more-
earn your stuff.
There's more individuality of like what you earn in game.
Right, instead of it being like left up to pure dice roll chance.
Right.
Pretty much. Which has always been the problem with Mario Party.
I honestly still see through that.
Okay. Go on.
So not in a positive way.
No, that's what I'm picking up.
The rubber so you know like how Mario Kart always has the rubber banding and it's usually atrocious.
Yes.
Mario Party is still the same way where you have the winner, you have the guy that doesn't move any spaces, you have the unluckiest, and you have
the
the one
bonus
with the
stars.
best luck.
Yes.
But no, like some reason the game seems like it automatically gives you that roll of the dice right off the
Where
bat.
you just suck. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's
I hear you.
very
I
Mario
hear you.
Kart too.
Me telling you this and you guys understanding it, you understand
do.
that there is a see-through.
And
Yes.
yeah, rubber
It's
banding.
still there.
Well, that was something I was really excited for with that announcement they made on the pro mode,
Yeah,
right?
man.
And even being able to individually turn on pro mode settings, right? Where you can turn off bonus stars altogether, or you can make it so it's like the stationary standard bonus stars.
Yeah.
Where it's the question mark spaces, the most minigames one and the most coins, right? Those are like the standard. You can swap that with the pro mode, right? So that's my argument against that being like a negative because it's optional.
Right. But and honestly too, like you said, the changing of modes does do that. But I still It's still vaguely there.
It's still,
It's part of the system.
Okay, yeah. I'm excited to play more. Kendall and I played 2 maps. Have you played yet, Joshy?
I haven't played it all. No,
It's-
because we've been kind of busy since you.
We
came
should
out.
absolutely play it.
Yeah,
we should
we
even
should.
play tonight. Okay,
down.
it's really fun. You know what they did do coming off of Superstars and was a big mistake, a big negative for me on Super Mario Party was you had to use a single Joy-Con.
Oh yeah, that's
you
right.
had
yeah.
to, right?
That's right.
Still the same thing here.
No, not exactly, because you can select controller only mini games.
So how are you doing the pickaxe one?
You're not playing.
You wouldn't have that one theoretically.
Yeah. No, I never played a pickaxe minigame yet. Yeah. So when you're starting the map and you're setting it up, there's literally a setting that says Pro Controller and Joy-Con, just Joy-Con, or just Pro Controller.
That's so awesome they did that.
That's
by
cool.
the way.
Yes.
That's such a
still-
good way to.
I still hate that. I get it though. I 100% get it.
it.
Yeah, it could probably be
for
frustrating because
me-
like those mini games are then gone.
They're gone,
blacklisted
right.
from your
Like-
playthrough unless you want to play with a single.
And I can't confirm that though. Like, I don't know if you do play the same minigames and they have modified controls and it's just better. Like, they
knows?
recommend it in the Joy-Con.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
would be cool.
But I do appreciate,
Yeah.
because I'm a classic gamer, I always have my Pro
I want
Controller
a
in
remote.
hand.
I don't want the Joy-Con.
I got to be in the mood for a
don't-
Joy-Con.
Depends.
play.
Yeah, I was going to say
Right.
that's why you'd go to Wario.
All right,
there.
who was the guy that
you know.
That's when I'm in the mood.
played Smash with the Joy-Con, dude?
Oh my God!
Shout
who the hell
out-
was Justin?
No,
Jay. Yeah.
Jay.
No, but his name's Justin, right?
No,
Jason.
it's Jason.
God
Yes.
damn it! I said
Jason.
Sean.
He even played one time. He came over. I don't know if you were here, Johnny. He played with a single Joy-Con.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what he
without
was-
the
No, that's what he
extension.
does. That's what he does.
Without the extension.
he
How the
said
hell
he
you played it?
prefers that.
How?
I thought he was doing 2.
No. He prefers that. I promise.
I'm like,
That's
you're
insane.
A nut, dude.
Yeah, he's literally a nut.
nut.
And I've seen him win a couple.
Hey,
Seriously.
I seen it.
I've seen it happen.
guys, let's roll into the
Yes.
rest of this podcast.
Do you mind if we pee? I do have to.
Yeah,
take
let's
a
break.
Okay.
You know what that reminded me of?
Shipping trip.
Whenever do you remember when Danny came to the fucking high school and he's like, dude, or was that you? They're like, dude, there's a new energy drink. It's balls.
Dude, Chris.
Was it Chris?
It was Chris. Yeah. Have you ever heard of balls? Okay, it's
an
spelled
energy
BAWLS.
What?
Okay, it was the first energy drink to hit the market
Mm-hmm.
to be in a bottle. Okay, so when you looked at the energy drink section at a gas, it was only at
Yeah.
like a gas station. Okay,
Yeah.
it had a crazy bottle that it wasn't shaped like beer to be
Yeah.
confused, right?
Right.
It had its own kind of stubbier, unique look, and it had little almost
I can
divots. Yeah, pull it up. It had these divots on it, and it just said right in the middle, balls.
No way.
Yeah. The whole vibe,
What the fuck? What the fuck?
the whole vibe of the
Nothing
drink.
here. There's nothing here.
What's happening?
What the hell's happening? Oh. Wow. We definitely
It
never
was
got
a-
that here.
Really?
I
Okay.
think so.
Well, it was when we
definitely
were
been
pretty
a party.
damn young, to be honest. Like, it was like a middle school
school.
thing.
No, it's
really? High school too?
100%.
Ball.
Okay. It tasted like Red Bull, but if Red Bull tasted like cotton candy, if that makes
You guys
sense.
sound from.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Reese? You got that
Long
little
arm, Reese.
divot for me? My man. Thank you, bro. Like, to be honest, not that great. You kind of
Really?
drank
I
it
fucking loved it.
because
I thought it
Chris also really loved it. It was okay. Red Bull was way better, right? But it was cool. It was so novel.
It was in a
To
glass.
have a glass
Yeah,
bottle,
that's
bro.
nice.
Bring it to school,
Yeah, that's
right?
cool.
Like it's,
That's
Oh
cool.
yeah, oh
I
yeah.
like that.
They also came out with a flavor when I graduated. It was Ball's root beer,
Ooh.
and that was actually
Little
really
Rudy
good,
beery.
I must say. All right,
Yes.
guys, we're officially back
Yes.
in to the show.
It's like-
all right, we have actually a party change happening right now.
Yes, we do.
All right, yeah, we have
We
a
do.
party swap. Johnny is once again
Yes.
rest in peace. He is no longer with
Rest
us
in peace.
right
He's
now.
no longer with us.
No longer
But this-
until next time.
This
but
works, Sam, because in Xenoblade,
Yes.
well, the early Xenoblade and Xenosaga, it's a 3-person party. So you can switch out one
At
person
anytime,
Yeah.
actually.
And that's how
Yep.
exactly.
Pause
That's
the
how
game.
the
Yep.
original what are those called? Chain attacks work.
Yes.
The 3,
Yep.
remember?
So we're making a chain attack
Yeah, we're making
on
a chain
this
attack.
episode.
That's right.
Because we have a swap of our guest today. Joining us officially this time, he's been in the background as a shout out and an additional guest spot on my lovely couch for the last 4 episodes.
It's all about the couch.
Reese. And we need to give, I think on the fly right now, Joshy, you and I need to give Reese, every single guest on our show and Patreon sponsor has a 2-syllable nickname.
Oh, like name.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Reese needs a name.
What about Reese the Beast?
Reese the Beast. That's crazy you say that,
Why?
bro, because Reese is one of those friends I grew up with, gamers, who changed his gamer tag and made a new one. Didn't really have any loyalty to any trophies or achievements.
Right.
I believe I'm not mistaken, Reese. One of your very early names is Reese the Beast.
No way.
Am I wrong?
No way.
That is crazy.
That is
it's Reese the Beast.
Reese
All
the
right,
Beast.
it was meant to be.
Welcome
baby.
in, Reese
We got
the Beast.
Reese the Beast in the house. Reese, just real quick before we dive back into the show, can you give any kind of introduction?
Yeah, absolutely. Have been known Sam since we were kids. Like literally, I was 6 and he was 7.
Yep.
So, man, going on like 20 some years now. Pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
Well, it was the year 2000, which I don't know if you know this, Reese. That's the year that Joshua was born.
It was.
That's pretty fucking wild.
Yeah, and also Joshua was
My year of birth.
how you and I became friends, like that synergy instantly. That was Joshua and I as well. So you could say you guys were 2 peas in a pod.
Oh my gosh.
And we also could say that us meeting created Josh.
Yeah. Oh. Wow, that you guys are my dads.
Titan type love shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Gay lover dads, dude.
Oh my gosh, man! I never
First
thought
ever
about it
male
that way.
pregnancy, dude.
Hey,
I'm
bro.
so proud of you guys. I'm so glad you
I'm
guys.
gonna say right now, I'm not having no baby. I never have. So Reese, God bless your heart, bro.
Thank you
Absolutely.
for giving
Yeah,
birth
thank
to me,
you.
Dad. I appreciate
Yeah,
that a
thank you
lot.
for bringing
Also,
Josh to
really
the
quick,
table
what
today.
was the name of that restaurant we went to when I first met you?
Oh my gosh, you
The
asked me that
sushi place.
earlier.
I know, but I didn't know, and you said
I
it
didn't-
was the spot.
Wasn't it like when we first met?
Yeah, it was like one of
Years
the
ago.
first times you came and visited
It
me.
was like
when I
4
met
years
these
ago.
guys.
Yeah.
God.
We went to a sushi.
It was a
place.
sushi
You met Big
place.
Sam.
And we all got sushi.
Yeah,
Wasn't it Blue Wasabi?
No.
it was not Blue Wasabi. I
was
think
in-
it was in Chandler.
Chandler, I think, because we were next to that lamp store. Remember? And we walked by and we're like, "Look at all those."
Oh,
lamps.
Smoking Fins, right?
Smoking.
Fins.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know because
Yeah.
I've never been there since, and I don't remember the name at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Thought
No,
it'd be
dude,
important to immortalize that forever.
No,
Totally
it's
forgot about
Smoking
that place.
Fins. Me too. Until
bringing
like
that back, baby.
a day ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, "What was that place even called?"
All right, so it's very fitting as well. Okay,
Yes.
Joshy, that Reese is kind of in the boat of Johnny probably actually knows way more about Xenoblade only because he avidly listens to our long rants
Yes, he
on
does.
this series in this podcast.
Our crazy rant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Reese, on the other hand, he's heard a lot of this stuff secondhand, hanging around us. Yeah, I mean, he knows how much we love Xenoblade. Am I
Right.
wrong?
Right.
Yeah, no.
Pretty
yeah.
accurate.
And
accurate.
I think we've successfully even convinced Reese to play Xenoblade.
Have we? Because he hasn't played it.
Well, it's because he doesn't have it yet. And I also told him I was going to get it for Christmas last year, and I've been unable to acquire a physical copy, to be honest. And you said you're a physical guy, right?
I really don't care at this
Oh,
point.
well, perfect. So you should
that's
just get it on the
simple.
store.
What the fuck?
Because
Venmo you, dog.
every single time I've gone to
fuck?
Target, I've looked and it's not there. Walmart,
They
too.
never really have those at
You know what I find?
physical copy.
Porna.
That's crazy.
Crazy,
That is
right?
crazy.
Anyways,
That is peak though.
it's perfect because Reese is going to take the dynamic of kind of the audience, right? Like any
Yeah.
questions, anything like come to your head, you're not following, we'll catch you up. But it sounds like the way Josh is leading our main topic today
Yeah.
on a you could say it's the 358 days over 2 of Xenosaga.
It does have a silly name like that too. It's called Xenosaga 2 to 3: A Missing Year.
Yes. Yes.
Not as crazy.
So
as
and
it-
it was
358 days over
it was in between 1 and 2, right? Story wise, which all 3 of the Xenosagas were on PS2, right? And this is like an in between game that was released on mobile, if I'm not mistaken.
So it was an online flash kind of like interactive watching experience. I would say the most. I really have never seen anything like it. I would say the most similar it would be like a flash visual novel that you don't really have a choice in what
All right,
the
so
characters do.
even more obtuse than I thought. But
It's
it's,
the most
imperative
obtuse, yeah.
for the story.
It's
So if
incredibly-
connecting lore, like it's actually really important. So that's gonna be Josh is gonna take us both on the journey because I don't know what happens in this lore, to be honest. But I think you'll catch on. So if that all sounds good, my friends, we are about to start our newsflash segment.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be honest, okay? This is gonna sound so wild. This is 100% real.
Yes.
I had a dream last night
No way.
that you and I were doing a podcast, but it was so everything was very weird, but
Yeah.
it was so real. I can't even explain it to you.
Wow.
And it wasn't a whole dream. It was like within a dream I was having. And I don't really remember a lot of my dreams
Wow.
since I probably the last like 10 years. I'm not really
Right.
I know I dream, but I wake up and like I'm not like in
Kinda
the dream
freaking out.
space
Yeah,
at all,
yeah,
right? So it was very strange for me and it really stuck out. But when I woke
Wow.
up this morning, Joshy, we were in your room. We were on your couch. You and I had like a futuristic looking like almost like it was floating by our face.
What
like
the fuck?
like headset side like literally like a cyberpunk-esque vibe, okay?
Oh, I know what it was.
What?
It was the Oculus Quest 4.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just
well,
announced it
That
this
makes a lot more sense. So you and I are both having these pieces, and we're talking kind of on your couch towards each other, and like looking at your TV and stuff's happening, but like everything was like really the sound quality was amazing. Right?
Wow.
We're recording the podcast in your room on your couch. It's very weird. But you
okay.
and I hit Newsflash,
Yeah.
and we sang two different versions of Newsflash. Newsflash, my bad.
Flash. Uh-huh.
Yeah. One of them was the Danny Phantom
Whoa.
song, but we just threw in Newsflash instead.
We
It
should
was
do
like,
that.
Newsflash.
That's good. I
Right?
can fuck with that.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
in your dream?
It was in my dream.
Yo, newsflash,
bro.
he was only two guys. They were
Perfect. I'm sure we could come up with an entire
yeah,
rap,
yeah.
and I think it's changing the nature of the song I want for our newsflash.
Yeah.
So if you're down,
We should
let's
make a
just
rap.
kick off. Yeah, we should
Yeah.
make a rap.
We should.
But we should do that jingle one more time.
Yes.
And we'll bring it on the next episode. So we got the newsflash. Newsflash. Let's go.
Yeah.
We just rap it too. Yo, Danny Fan, he was just 14 when his parents
newsflash, very newsflash.
He was out
Good view, a
newsflash.
newsflash.
He's gotta catch
Small
more
'cause he's
newsflash.
Come on now.
Beautiful.
Wait,
guys.
wait. Don't they say flash?
Dude,
There's a great big flash.
Flash, everything.
There was a
just
great
changed.
news flash and everything just changed. Xeno.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Today's news article I have picked out for us
Yes.
is strangely exactly on topic and something Josh has long predicted. I know he's so stoked to for me to reveal. Our article from IGN today is Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition.
Yes, sir.
Comes to Nintendo Switch in March.
Let's go.
March 20th to be exact.
Wish it was
2025.
tomorrow. I wish it was shadow drop.
I don't need to really say much else other than what they revealed in a trailer from Monolith Soft is enhanced visuals, brand new story elements, and the official synopsis of Earth has been destroyed by an intergalactic war between two alien races, and humanity is on the brink of annihilation. Johnny's literally going to listen back to this and be like, so exactly what we've been talking
So,
about?
wait, what's
Like,
going on
What's
here?
going on?
I will say Xenoblade X is very different.
I'm going to give you the floor, though, on kind of, this has been,
Thank you, Sam.
it was right on cue, too.
It was.
So please take the floor, Joshy. I want to know,
Yes.
obviously, for you, this is no surprise.
Yes,
I'm
no
probably
surprise
way
at all.
more shocked than you are that this
No
is
surprise at
actually
all.
real. I want to know your thoughts on this.
Well, I've been waiting for this. I've known that this would be a huge part of Monolith's this year's announcement, because from what I assumed, either this year, especially after, because it was 2 years ago, was Future Redeemed?
Yeah, I'll actually, Future Connected,
Future
and
Connected.
I'll get the exact.
No, it's
release date.
Future Redeemed.
Oh, it.
Yeah.
I actually said Future Connected all pregame.
No.
My bad.
But remember, I was
Future Redeemed.
I kept correcting you.
Yes.
Remember that?
I just
He's
don't
like,
think
I'm Future
I don't think I
Connected,
heard
though.
you.
That's okay. That's
Oh,
All right,
it has
ACL
been-
tear.
A seal, sir. A seal Terry. Got it. ACL tear, bro. So It's
Yes.
what's your guess?
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now I'm wrong.
My
it's
guess-
not 2 years
My guess.
on when Future Redeemed.
Future
came out.
Redeem came out.
Yeah,
It's not 2 years.
it's less.
Oh, a year and a half.
Correct, baby. April 26th, 2023.
That's
That was
right.
a worldwide
Yes.
release.
Yes.
So, yeah, coming off of that,
So what I'll say is that I've been following Monolith Soft, which are the creators of the
everything
Xeno series.
Xeno series.
Yes.
Yes.
So obviously we haven't gotten anything for a year and a half, and that includes no announcements for games that will be re-released or released. My big ones I'm waiting on. I thought this year my true prediction was jumping straight into Xenosaga, but this makes way more sense because Xenoblade Chronicles X, just having that as a game that's available,
Yeah,
is that's like the logical next step. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Having the whole Xeno series available on Nintendo Switch, updated graphics. There's so much game in Xenoblade Chronicles X. There's so much game.
isn't it 3 times the size of Witcher 3?
Yes, it is
I'm pretty
larger
sure
than. I'm pretty sure it's larger than it's larger than Breath of the Wild.
It's larger than Skyrim. Yeah.
Larger than Skyrim. It's a massive map with so much to see and explore, and even beyond those games, you get a mech at one point where you can fly anywhere, which opens up this idea of traversal and travel
Definitely
so
not
much
something
further.
that's a part of Xenoblade at all.
No.
Chronicles.
No,
I'm sorry,
no.
The saga.
Yeah, exactly. Xenoblade is also, it's not exploration heavily based. It's not
I
like
don't think so.
no. Well, I would say there's exploration elements, but the point of
Is that lower?
Xenoblade Chronicles.
There's a lever if you pull it. Oh. Hey, do you want another chair?
Yeah, we
Or
can
are
do
you good
different
with that
ones.
one? Yeah. Let's get Reese another chair real quick.
Sure.
All right, we're jumping back in. So, okay, Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Yes.
We should also, if you didn't know, Reese, this came out on the Wii U.
Yes. In 2015.
Actually, I would say one of the last remaining Wii U exclusives that is stranded on the Wii U.
Absolutely. There's not a lot of Wii U games I can think of right now that.
I literally can only think of the Legend of the 2 Zelda games, Wind Waker HD
Wind Waker
and
and
Twilight
Twilight
Princess
Princess
HD,
Yeah.
which we've already gotten multiple strange
Right.
yet unconfirmed leaks that
Right.
they're coming eventually.
We get that
So
every year,
yeah, right.
to be honest with you.
I know.
No, yeah, I think this is a huge step for not only just the idea of what Xenoblade can be on the Switch, because truthfully, this game is extremely disconnected from the series and kind of even holds a reputation for kind of being like a moment of the series of like what
What
the
is
hell
this?
was that? Yeah,
right.
what was that?
Is
That
this
was a little
just-
strange.
That why is it?
Yeah.
Like it's has some elements, but why does it have Xenoblade?
Right, exactly.
Why does it have Xenoblade Chronicles?
Why is it Xenoblade Chronicles?
as the name?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's weird.
It is it is very strange.
Because it came out before Xenoblade 2.
Very
Chronicles
much.
2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Xenoblade
yeah.
2 was 2017, December 2017, so basically 2018, and then 2015 was when Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh, it's crazy to think
out.
that the sequel was that far gone from the original.
Yeah.
Because the original came out, what, 2009?
2009. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's there's even like, the 3D version came out like 20.
Oh, right. We got a
14, I think.
a new version
Yeah.
before we even got a sequel.
And then before the sequel actually was even announced, which was kind of exciting. It was exciting for me at the time because I loved Xenoblade Chronicles 3D.
right.
And I remember
Wild,
my initial impression, and the reason I never played it was because I was disappointed that it was not connected with the series. And there's a lot to be said about that. It's a strange entry. And to be honest with you, it's so very different from what Takahashi normally does, which in most of his stories that he tells, the idea of humanity being a spacefaring species kind of goes about with this idea that humans are alone in the universe and there are no aliens. And the truth is, all the colonization and all this, kind of even yearn to reach to a higher dimension comes from a deep sounded kind of loneliness that exists within the human species. This idea that it's like, okay, well, we conquered space, right?
Right.
Where do you go from there? How do you as humans
Totally.
continuously like
Yeah.
explore in that sense?
Well, I remember the theories that you brought up that we
Yeah.
talked about on cast a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
it kind of being its own pocket dimension.
I think it is.
Do you still hold that?
I definitely do because
Yeah.
and this is something really huge shout outs to. I think I was watching Luxon, who's a very popular Xenoblade YouTuber. There's not a lot of them out there, and there's not a lot of
I
popular.
think I've heard of him.
You definitely
Pretty sure.
you probably have if
One
you've
of the
seen
very
any.
few channels for a
like-
long time, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure. Huge shout outs to Luxon, but he even pointed out when you see the depiction in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 of these two universes coming together, there's just pockets of light that are of the two colors, which are like Agnes is yellow and I
Yeah.
think Kevis was blue, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
the way that they like come together, you see those pockets behind them, which is just like, okay, those are other lower
Where's that
domains that
going?
exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside of that,
Okay.
that universe that we're kind of familiar with. And
Yeah.
with that said, I'm very much on the idea that Mira, the planet, is very much connected to that pocket dimension Zohar, because it would exist in every single dimension. And Mira itself in that game is the anomaly of the game. It's like humans can't escape it. Other alien
Yeah, that's
races
that's
are
the
brought
entire
to it.
planet
Exactly.
they're on, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's huge. It has all this biodiversity, but it also has a Telethia on it.
Which is from Xenoblade 1.
Yeah. And then wreckage from even, I mean, obviously, we know that's not what it is now, but originally kind of wreckage that looks like the Mechonis and kind of that kind of stuff where it's,
Oh, yeah.
it's very interesting where theoretically a lot of people were wondering maybe Mira is the world that Shulk built at the end of Xenoblade Chronicles 1. And with that said, even, I mean, it could be. It could be some kind of like other dimensional, like leftover even from the old world that was destroyed with the wreckage of the Mechonis. Who knows?
knows?
I don't know, but I do believe there's a reason it exists in the lore, and I think there's a reason Takahashi did it, because he did write the whole thing too.
Oh.
Yeah, he did.
True. Okay. Let me ask.
Yes.
With you being currently like mid playthrough, because let's not forget here that
Yes.
you
I
started
started it, yeah.
Xenoblade Chronicles
I did.
X.
I did.
And we are now talking about Xenosaga before you finished it.
That's right.
And it was still sitting there in limbo.
Yes.
Are you going to pick up the definitive and start over?
Absolutely. I think I'm going to kind of give a little farewell to my playthrough I did on the Wii U. I very much liked it, but already from what I'm seeing, which I watched the trailer, and the animation and character models are already so much better.
Really?
Yeah, one of my biggest gripes that I had with Xenoblade Chronicles X, from just a little bit that I did play, was this idea that the characters are very fake looking, which is very interesting.
I'm not a huge fan of
the art style. Me neither.
It's like it looks
like
gorgeous,
dolls. Yeah.
but
The characters,
lacking,
they just
like-
there's no facial expressions,
Yeah,
and
right.
I knew that they were going to bring this game back, especially with the fact that they are not trying to ignore its history, especially with that video I showed you, the Monolith 25 anniversary video, where it shows all the kind of the Xeno
Had X in it.
characters.
Yep.
Had X, has Xenosaga, of
And
course.
right.
Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3. And that was a very interesting part of that video, was I was like, oh, yeah, there's the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 model of Elma, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah.
I definitely am not surprised it's here now at all. I think through a deeper playthrough, I think there's more I could find within it, because I also enjoy Xenoblade and Xenosaga a lot, because you kind of find the lore yourself a lot, and obviously YouTube videos can help a lot, but there's not a lot of YouTube videos out there. Like, there's a good amount, but sometimes if you want to figure out kind of what's going on and make your own impression and idea, you probably should. Like that's how you should do it.
Yeah, it's just a bit more niche.
Yeah,
compared
for
to
sure.
Things like AOT, like we talked
Oh,
about.
absolutely.
Yeah. Well, if I know anything, I have a very, very, especially with just the tiny teaser of like new story elements. I have no doubt from the slight retconning they did in the original game, the definitive edition.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Changing like little symbols and
Putting
changing.
the Ontos onto.
Exactly. Small
elements,
things that weren't in the original that just, it's truly how I've seen it is it's not that they really retconned. It's not that anything was retconned.
Right.
It's just that it's a little more obvious.
Very obvious,
Right?
yeah.
And it's more
Or a little
congruent with the current state of things.
For sure.
So I'm fully anticipating that there's going to be if there are connections, which sounds like there are, it's gonna be a lot more obvious and it way less like, oh, what if. You know what I mean?
I completely agree.
So
yeah.
that's all I got, guys.
Yeah.
For the new, the entire
Fuck
news
yes.
today. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. I'm ready to dive in. Unless Reese had anything he wanted to add on for the lore
yeah,
of
Reese.
Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Yeah, I lost most of the time.
Makes sense.
He's
to me.
running around the overworld.
He
bro.
doesn't know where he's going.
He's
Help.
flying.
Help.
It kind of reminds me
Where
of
do I
like
go?
World of Warcraft, and I feel like
Really?
that, because of like the original, watching the original kind of interviews of Takahashi making the world of Xenoblade and getting to fully fledge out an idea that he couldn't do in Saga or Gears.
Right.
He took actual elements from World of Warcraft and MMOs, and I
Right.
feel like X really shows that.
Oh yeah. Well, that
especially with its size and the fly.
yes, and I also think just the emphasis on gameplay and less of an emphasis on story,
Yes.
which is gameplay and exploration.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think is a huge thing. And just-
Gameplay.
Gameplay.
Guys,
Gameplay.
let's jump, dive, if you will. I don't care. Let's get into the meat of today's podcast. But before we do, I have a very special list of our Patreon
Oh yeah.
sponsors who are a
Shout
beautiful
out.
part of who we are at the Flash Bros.
That's right.
And this list is still running strong, and we have someone to add to it today. Because as of today, joining officially as a guest spot is Reese the Beast.
Reese
You
the
already know.
Beast.
So
Reese
he's
the
joining on
Beast.
our list of the Flash Force, which is anybody who has been a true guest on,
guest on the
our
show.
show.
That's
So
right.
welcome, Reese. You will now get a shout out every week. Get used to that, and you'll probably be right over on that couch whenever it happens.
Yeah,
Yes,
buddy.
or, we'll have Reese on in the future to talk about some of his very specific gaming tastes. And I know that Reese and I, growing up together, we got a lot of that. And I
Yeah.
think Sonic Battle is probably on that list of cooking ideas.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
good.
and Kingdom Hearts. Reese has always been my Kingdom Hearts guy.
Yeah.
So, also on that list of the Flash Force, we have Baywatch Brad.
Yeah, buddy.
Also grew up with both Reese and I.
No way.
In addition to Caleb. What do I call him?
Demon.
Demon
Hunter
Hunter Caleb. Yes, yeah.
Come on,
I'm
you
like, what
silly
was that
Billy?
intro? I know.
Yeah.
I'm losing it, to be honest. I'm so tired.
We're all losing it.
I know. Truly. I'm losing my mind.
I'm losing it.
I'm losing it. So let's run down a list here,
Yes,
Joshie.
keep
I
going.
have Mama Annie.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
house. You
Shout out
already
our
know
mama.
that.
Shout out the mama
Big,
of the show.
big shout out. Yeah.
Yes.
Seriously, as we mentioned with the dads, right?
Yes.
Truly, she brought me into this world. You
She
know?
did.
She made this all possible.
She's the Numa of your
And
life.
she is. And I appreciate and love you so much for that, Mother. Thank you very much. And the actual logos, the father figure being Daddy Mike.
Oh, yeah.
House.
Big Daddy
Joshie's
Mike.
father.
Yes.
Thanks for being here,
Huge
man.
shout outs to
I
my
appreciate
dad.
you guys and love you so much.
So much.
Seriously, we couldn't even be who we are without the beautiful homes we raised in.
Agree.
You know what I mean, Joshie?
We would not be.
We would not be. And following up is going to be Queen Kendi.
Queen
herself.
Kendi.
Big
She
sport
got
of
some
the
food
show.
for us.
She did.
see?
Yeah, as the usual vibe. She
That's
picked
what
up
she
some
normally
canes. Unfortunately, Reese missed the canes. I'm sorry, bro. Right
Sorry, big
when she
dog.
left.
Sorry, big
yeah,
dog.
Reese pulls up. As he does. We were all anticipating Reese, as we mentioned, but we didn't know quite when he would be making his appearance. But
Mm-hmm.
Kendall is an angel, and
absolutely is.
big support to this entire show and to Josh and I personally.
And to our house.
Oh
too.
yeah, and to
She-
Reese,
she's-
right?
Yeah.
Big babysitter for Reese's kiddo. So next on the list, Donald
Donald
Duck,
D.
speaking of Kingdom Hearts, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
bro?
Did you know this is the Donald Duck from Kingdom Hearts?
It is.
Our Patreon sponsor.
Yep.
Did you know that?
Yeah, we have
Right.
we have our third Patreon sponsor, Reese, is indeed Donald Duck, and if you go to his profile picture on our Patreon, it is in fact the real Donald Duck.
It is
so
him.
big shout out to the
From
real
Kingdom.
one. Yeah, breaking away from Disney. We appreciate you
Yeah.
being here, bro.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
got
breaking away
fired
from the
recently.
Kingdom Hearts. Well, he didn't really like where the lore was going.
And
He's
I respect
probably
it.
on board.
Right.
And when he found out that Reese and I are cool, and Reese is not on board with all the lore that's happening,
said, "I'm not."
He's like, "Yeah, I'm in.
I'm out."
I'm in." Yeah, so it's probably only a matter of time before he joins the Flash Force.
That's right.
Himself, you know
He
what I'm
will be
saying?
on
So,
here.
Thank you for your continued support, my friend,
Yes.
and being here, man. In addition to two beautiful humans, one you've already seen today, Joshy,
Have we?
and he has been on the show with Johnny Bravo
Yes,
himself.
Johnny Bravo.
John Rao IV.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show, man.
Love his
And all the
and
never
rest in
ending
peace to
support.
him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in peace,
Rest in
man. I
peace.
know, seriously. Until
No
he
longer
is
with
revived
us.
tomorrow and makes
He'll
it
be
back,
back.
for DLC.
Yes.
Next week, baby. Let's do it. Oh, you know what? I skipped the patch notes. I guess I'll say that before we jump into the main cast. So
Okay.
after this list,
Yeah.
you got Sweet A
Sweet A
Drell.
Drell.
Joshy. You want to give him a quick plug?
Absolutely. Adrel does incredible streaming on Twitch, so go check him out. He's at Sweet A. That's Sweet AYEEE. 3 E's, Reese. How many E's is it, Reese?
It's 3. Yeah.
Say it one more time. 3. There you go. So what's his name?
If Reese can get it.
Sweet A.
That's
Sweet
right.
A.
AYEE. Go check
Got
him
it.
out.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
If you can't find it, just say it out loud. You'll get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or say it to Siri.
Lene
subscribe.
Lovelady. Please subscribe.
Yes.
Lene Lovelady in the house with
Yes.
Mikey Sandoval of the Sandoval 7. Big shout out to the two people who keep me personally the
Keep
most
it
sane at my actual job.
Yeah.
So,
Shout out Tayden as well.
shout out to
Of course.
Tayden as well,
Special-
part of the Sandoval 7.
Sandoval 7.
Big love to both of my sister and my brother.
Yes.
And last but not least, speaking of brothers, Azarel.
Azarel Huncho.
Huncho, baby.
Yeah, check him out. He also does YouTube as well. So he goes by Azzy X Huncho. That's AZYXHUNCOHO. Fuck.
H.O.
HOA.
Got it, baby. And I forgot, to be honest, another member of the Flash Force.
What?
It is more Dory,
Of
baby.
course. I was just on the phone with him today.
You were? Yeah.
We're catching up a little bit.
I love how you guys still keep in touch so much.
We have to,
Truly.
man. He's in Spain now.
I know, dude.
What else do
Crazy.
What else do I do?
That
was a beautiful crack.
All right. So
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the
jumping in.
Josh Amazing
Yep.
Station.
Welcome back to the Josh Amazing
Flash Bros Gaming.
Station. Flash Bros Gaming.
How's
a game theory.
A
but
game jam.
better. Because
game
it's real.
bro.
Or is it?
And that's the
Law and Order.
plot. Yeah, that was a plot twist.
I also Poco is low-key underrated.
Poco.
Yes.
I completely agree.
Really like just killing left and right when I shouldn't be. I'm a healer. Why is he so good? Joshy,
Yes, sir.
let's officially jump back.
Get back in.
Are
Let's
you
get back
down,
in.
bro?
I'm so ready.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
so ready.
Sweet.
And
my
I'm
man.
so excited because I feel like this is only amping up, the main topic.
Yes, yeah. Josh and I were just having a little pre-discussion for 50 minutes, mind
That's
you.
right. That's right.
Which is how we roll.
Is
Yeah.
that how we did?
We'll
Let's
probably
go.
clip it. Well, we were playing some Brawl Stars,
That's right.
honestly.
We should definitely clip it though.
Oh yeah.
Maybe release it as a little extra.
I have a lot of ideas cooking for the plethora of. I'm glad I've been slowly editing things because I'm
Yeah.
saving these clips for something big. So
Yes.
you're gonna have to wait and see. Everyone's gonna have
I'm
to wait and
ready.
see, Joshy, but do not worry about a thing, my
never
man.
worried.
Uh,
Never.
Because if we've learned from anything, especially from Takahashi and
Yes.
his journey,
Yes.
there is nothing to worry about. We only can grow from our failures, and if anything, we hold ourselves back.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, buddy.
It's got me amped, bro.
Me too.
All right, man. I do want to make an announcement. First of all, must say we did jump to the next day, so this is now.
Oh yes, it's been a whole
October
day.
30th. It's
Yeah.
Wednesday. Yeah,
It's been like 24 hours, right?
probably
Essentially,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, we probably stopped at like 10, I think, last night.
No,
but
I
we
think-
were definitely like getting drained on energy, and there
For
was
sure.
a lot happening in the house behind the scenes. So we really needed to just like, all right, we need a reset. Coming to right now. Yeah, some caffeine for Joshy too. It is 7:19 p.m. currently.
It's not caffeine. It's a Four Loco.
Four Loko. Cheers, brother. And if you want another drink, This is all you.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. If you need any more, there's more in the fridge. If you want to try that frostberry, sugar-free.
Well, I am sleeping in tomorrow, so
well,
I'm gonna try and get as amped for this party as
you don't say. You don't say. Yeah. So
yes.
I wanted to share because I think I forgot last time because we didn't. I breezed over the patch notes. Right?
Yes.
I must say first for the patch notes, it is getting much cooler. Finally.
Oh my gosh.
Finally,
So nice.
I
Did
think
you feel it this
everyone.
morning?
Yes, man, dude. Even
Early
right
this
now.
morning when we, me and Dylan were hanging out, it was like 9
Yes.
a.m. Cool.
Peak.
Cold.
Peak,
it was
bro.
like chilly. Him and I were like, why is it chilly?
Yes, bro.
Why is it actually
I'm trying to
cold?
open windows. Yeah. Why is it chilly, bro?
Why is it actually chilly?
Why is it actually? Do you like chili?
I love chili.
Yeah.
I mean, like the food?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The food grew.
I very much
Chili.
like chili. Oh, like a chili pepper?
Like no,
Or like
no, like chili. The
Like
food
cold?
grew. You could have a cold. You know,
or like
I've heard
the-
of like some insaneists who
yeah.
who love cold chili.
Love cold
You know,
chili.
but like
I like hot
Yeah,
chili.
it's like if you look at the pie chart because you know they don't have a food pyramid now.
I think they call it yeah.
Right. It's a pie chart now.
chart?
If you didn't,
Didn't know that.
So,
Actually didn't know
you know, there's one
news
massive
to me.
section on it called chili.
That's why it's
Right.
Oh my
Yes, bro.
god.
Yeah, so like, you know,
Well, that's
it-
right.
the sky's the limit.
right,
you know what
right,
I'm
right.
saying?
That's
like
why
the spices.
I love chili.
You can put your rattlesnake salt like
Yeah.
right. Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
it could
bro.
be so good.
You can make it
So pure.
crispy chicken chili,
You could do crispy chicken
salmon chili.
soup
You ever
chili.
had shrimp chili?
Shrimp chili? No, I have not.
You like shrimp, right?
Love shrimp. Are you kidding me? I'm Cajun, dude.
Dude,
It's in my blood.
that's what I'm
That's right.
talking about.
That's
Josh.
right.
All right. So I do want to announce,
Yes.
besides the beautiful weather and the chili,
All the
we
chili.
are officially making the Flash Bros podcast. We are shifting to bi-weekly
That's right.
after a solid year and a couple months of doing weekly every week. But
We've been locked in.
after much discussion and consideration, I think Josh and I are on the exact same page.
Oh, absolutely.
That this is going to be a huge increase in quality. And not that I think we lack quality.
Nah, this has been a shit show.
It's been awful, but
Horrible.
life is not letting up. You know what I mean? And I just feel like because of the nature of how long we like to record, it's not because. Let's be real. Since the beginning, we're like, oh, we can record like 6 hours if we're not careful, and
that is not changed
every
at
time.
all,
Hasn't
yeah.
changed at all.
It really could continue.
Did you hear earlier that we just talked for 50 minutes before?
We weren't even recording. I mean, we were. But
We were, but
like-
we weren't on
the
cast.
cast,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. So
Correct.
that's just been our friendship, and it's not even like we leave the cast and all right later. No, we
Yeah.
hang out.
Yeah.
Right? We actually like each other.
Yeah.
We love each other.
I would
you know?
say, yeah, I was gonna say maybe, possibly love. right?
Maybe.
possibly.
I'll put you in my chili category.
take
You know what
the
I'm
chili.
saying, bro?
Josh
I got
chili.
you cooking. So I want to say this. I think a big fear I personally had
Yes.
was like it's changing the nature,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But it's kind of I'm gonna shift perspective on
Mm-hmm.
it's beautiful that this is a part of the evolution, and it actually means a lot more things, especially for the other miniseries we've been
Agreed.
wanting to
Yeah,
do
I think
and,
that's
and
an
working on.
important
Yeah,
yeah,
dude,
like
everything.
even just I think we haven't been able to fully dive into some of the kind of ideas that we've been also wanting to continue to do.
Yes, more literally
yes.
for this content,
Yes.
for the show.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
we've had ideas and we've had like names that we've thrown out, or even like series we've started like DLC where we haven't just truly been able to dive in.
Yes.
In a way that in the way that we would like to. And I
Yes.
think that this is the perfect opportunity in order to do so, in order to be able
I agree.
to, actually take care of the channel in the way we'd like, or the Flash Bros the way we'd like.
I think that was beautifully said, man. And
you,
I'm
bro.
100% with you. So,
Thank you,
yeah,
buddy.
I wanted to make that very clear.
Yeesh.
And so, guys, look forward to what is to come.
Yeesh.
And I also will point out that, yes, absolutely, the podcast has been off schedule
Mm-hmm.
for about 4 weeks straight. So, forgive me. Honestly, I'll be real. It's
Yeah.
ever since like the Momo hospital incident.
Oh, yeah,
it was like that particular week was already busy.
It's been
It was
busy.
like, oh yes, finally dialing in.
boom. And obviously, we had to deal with it.
Yeah,
you know?
of
and,
course.
and even emotionally,
Yeah.
you know. So
Totally.
ever since then, dude, no let up. So I'm really excited for what's to come, bro.
I agree.
With that being said,
With that said,
I'm sorry. Were you
what?
gonna say something?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you.
You're with me, bro.
I was with it.
With that being
With
said,
that being
Joshy,
said,
let's dive into what I am so excited to
Yes.
get into. Finally,
yes,
my man, because
Yes.
as you know from last episode on Pied Piper, truly, even. Oh man, I was on the edge of my seat,
Yeah,
bro.
you
Literally,
were
I remember when
locked
you
in.
first brought up Pied Piper and
Yes.
you gave me a small
Yes.
tidbit of how
Yes.
important it is,
Yes.
and I'm like, why
Damn,
does this
sounds
sound more
crazy.
interesting?
Yeah, because I think I told you the story of Jan Sauer
Yes.
because I had to tell the story in order to talk about Ziggy from
Yes.
episode 1,
Yes.
which was a while ago, and then we watched that Xenobits episode. Do you remember that? We talked about it on that on cast.
Absolutely.
Shout out Xenobits.
I think my love for genuinely
yes.
this entire topic
Yes.
and series has
Yes.
only just dramatically gone up.
Yes.
And I already loved it so much.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
since you showed me that Xenobits
I'm
video,
telling you that
yes,
that is. I told you I was like, it's not just like he's not just giving you information. It's like telling the story.
Yes.
And I love the way he like adds the music and tells the story of Jan Sauer and everything that happens. Really well done.
Yeah, I think also I want to make a shout out
Yes.
real quick from what you reminded me also
Yes.
was I think if I remember right,
Yes.
you said when we were talking about
Yes.
just jumping right into missing year
Yeah.
after last week's
Yes.
episode, you said you were gonna like let a Discord group know.
I said
Like
for
post
the,
a link
the
or
Pied
share
Piper
it
episode
for the Pied Piper.
Yes,
episode.
there's a Discord that I'm a part of. It's a public Discord.
Yeah,
Anyone can join.
yeah.
It's for updates on the demo and things that Cyclone Fox is working on, which is
and that's the Pied Piper
that's
like
the
kind
Pied
of, like,
Piper
remake.
Pied
that-
Piper
Pied
the
Piper.
Pied Piper. It's an RPG Maker remake.
Yeah.
So he's just finding those clips, getting pictures the way I did, kind of for the
Yeah,
episode.
retyping it out. And
Yes,
putting it into writing.
exactly, and then also
It's a
just
game too,
coding
though,
it.
no?
It's a game. It's a full demo.
That's so
the full
sick.
demo's out, which is the chapter 1, segment 1 or something. It's called
Sure.
like that or something.
Yeah, okay.
There's 3 segments per
How long?
chapter. It's not long. It was like an hour.
An hour?
Yeah, and I was hooked.
Hell yeah.
He changed the combat.
Yeah.
And also the way that you kind of interact with the world. There's like stuns and stuff that are all very Xenosaga 3, which I fit into perfectly.
Oh, you mentioned that.
Yes,
Yeah, it was
the
like-
reason I
yeah.
literally picked up Pied Piper in the first place, which I was so glad, was because the story was going towards that direction. They went to Abraxas, the whole crew, with Ziggy and everything.
Yes.
And I knew he was going to run into Eric Weber, and Kanan was with him, and I was like, oh my god,
I need to know.
I need to know
Yes.
this true lore,
Dude.
So I literally dove into that whole.
No,
story,
yeah,
and
I'm so
glad I
I'm
did.
so with it. So I just wanted to
Yeah.
honestly shout out
Yeah.
because if you're gonna share this and stuff, guys, like welcome in.
Yes,
and
please. Please.
hope we're doing justice.
Hope we're doing justice
to everything
it.
here.
Yes,
and,
I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I want some of those people to be able to hear our passion for it. Because
Yes, dude.
It is coming from two people who started as Xenoblade fans. The incredible work that they've done with Saga. Takahashi and his wife.
Right.
It's beyond incredible.
It is.
It's genuinely
and I
some
think
of the greatest.
more
storytelling I've
exemplified
ever seen.
now
Yes.
because things make way more sense
Totally.
and are actually genuinely connected.
Totally.
To what we
Totally.
once had
Yes.
so many questions for, and
Absolutely.
obviously assumed Xenoblade
Yes.
was just going to be
Right.
another
Yes.
retelling.
Well, even like I remember telling you, I was like, I told you this a long time ago. I think we were working at BlackRock, or even before BlackRock.
Yeah, like Dutchy.
It was possibly,
Mm-hmm.
or no, I think it was when we lived together and you played 2. You beat 2 after you beat 1.
Oh
Remember
yeah.
that?
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, that was BlackRock.
I was like, dude, I can't wait to find out what the conduit was. And I remember telling you that. I was like, 3 has to go into that.
Dude.
And the truth of it, 3 goes into so much more because
%.
you find out what the conduit is, don't you?
Can I actually be honest?
Please.
This is gonna be a small tangent.
Yes.
Hope that's cool with you, bro.
Fucking cool.
Just a little
Buddy.
pretense, I think, on a personal level
Yes.
was I remember very vividly when I kind of had like these evolution of emotional attachment to this series. So obviously the first for me was I did start with Xenoblade 1.
course.
right?
Of course.
And that was coming off of truly, I think, not only was my excitement reignited with the definitive edition,
Yes.
obviously,
Of course.
but genuinely seeing you so deep into 2,
Oh my gosh.
I was definitely barred out by everyone saying it's so bad. People
Yeah.
still say it's so
Oh,
bad.
and that's a huge thing you will hear everywhere, and that idea of the slander to 2.
I don't
That's not something
understand how
you'll
you
miss.
could say it's a bad game at all.
I
Like,
can see it not being your cup of tea. I can see
certain
because it goes-
aspects not being
exactly.
a cup
I
of
can
tea.
see the anime aspect. I've seen that
Sure,
a lot where it's like
sure.
first game doesn't go in that direction, you know. But,
Yeah.
but
But
2 is what
if you're
very
gonna
much
tell
so.
me though, like, because I also, like, I'll be honest, like, start at the beginning and stuff is like, Pyro, why she gotta look like that, bro?
got
Like, it's kind of,
watermelons.
yeah, dude, like, it's kind of, I appreciated the lack of sexualization and
the
these
first game?
over dramatic tropes in the first game.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely the opposite vibe, but that
Totally.
is on the surface, and I think it's intentional,
I
right?
completely agree. It's
Because
intentional.
then you see the battleship fight with Malos, right? Off Rip and Gramps.
Yeah.
It's like, yo,
Yeah.
what is this animation? What is
Absolutely.
happening here?
I even think it goes deeper than that because I think those tropes are
sure.
all at play in order to work towards the story. And I could talk about 2 forever because truthfully, at this point, I want to say probably 3. Future Redeemed is my favorite of the series because of what it does.
Yeah.
But 2,
But you also, I have
2
to
might just
be
stand
honest,
there.
I'm going to stand firm in separating out the DLCs.
Think so?
Because they're not full games. That's why.
Torna, dude, it's got a
Torn is
physical release.
amazing.
Here's what I'll say.
I'm
though.
saying, though, just in a different category of comparison, I cannot, in my mind, personally, compare Torna to any of the core games or Future Redeemed to any of the core games. And I will not with Future Connected. That's in its own, you know, just because that's the least favorable
I was
from
gonna
my
say,
perspective.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
But I will say, you
know what I'm saying?
Monolith acknowledged them as their own games in their most recent.
They are. They're just,
yeah.
they're sub games. They're
If Monolith
point-
says so, though,
how would Kingdom
I'll
Hearts put
say-
it? They're
I'll say
0.9.
Port 9. Maybe. I'll just say it because it's tough. Because I will say my love for Future Redeemed is pretty further above 3. I love.
That's totally fair.
I love 3.
That's
so much,
totally
obviously.
fair, bro. I'm
But-
not trying to
but-
shit on it. You know
absolutely,
how much
absolutely.
it's the best on every level,
Right.
except for
Absolutely.
length, except for the fleeting dream for me with Torna too.
Yes.
What if?
More,
What
man.
if there was more, bro?
It
What
was
if
a
there
full
was?
game.
Yes, right. So that's my only
Yeah.
like thing on that.
No,
But
I
but
agree,
do want
I
to
agree.
say is
I agree.
in my journey,
Yes.
we started with 1.
Yes.
And you hit this point in 1. 2 of them that I remember really specifically.
Yes.
This is I mean, obviously this is all spoilers. So the first,
Spoilers.
the major point of
Yes.
what is this game?
Yes.
Right? Is this Kingdom Hearts? Is this? I've played a lot, all the Final Fantasies. I've played like
Yeah,
all
is
these JRPGs, the
it a-
weird ones,
Yeah.
the Tales of all that shit.
Right.
And so I got pretty high standards, right? But I've heard from everyone
Right.
before you and I met.
Right.
This game is a hidden gem on the Wii. Okay, whatever.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Right? And I never knew. I'm glad I never knew because it was when the definitive came out and we're playing and you are so deep into 2 and you decide you got definitive with
I did,
me,
of course.
but you decide you're going to stick on 2.
Yes.
And you were still kind of passively playing it
Yes.
to amp up for playing 1.
Absolutely.
So I was like, you know what? I'll dive in. Okay? Because I was going to wait for you, whatever.
Right.
When it hits the point of Fiora dying,
Oh, yes.
it emotionally,
6.
that was a Last of Us.
29, I mean.
Not a Last of Us is pretty special.
Yeah,
because
but
real
I know what
people.
you mean.
But on an anime level,
Yes.
I'm like, oh,
Wow.
what is going on?
Dude, I
okay,
completely agree.
yes. And then when you hit the point that you've been waiting for on Prison Island,
Yes.
suddenly
Yes.
so much slaps you in the face, and it's an AOT moment of what the fuck is
that?
actually going
You
on.
think it'll answer your question, but it opens up a 30 more?
Dude, when I saw a what are they called? The Machina for the first
Machina,
time.
yes.
I literally stood up in my room by myself and I screamed. I'm like, no fucking way
The
this is
fallen
real.
one.
Then they show the cutscene of Zanza.
the
Right?
backstory of
the
it?
backstory.
When,
The-
what's
it's
his name,
it's everything that happens past that point.
Of
Prison
Zanza or
Island.
Ego?
like it kind of is told in bits and pieces with all these cutscenes leading up to the big
Right,
Eggle fight,
right,
and then everything is really wrapped up
Right.
when you go in that tower, right? When you like reach the top floor. Oh my gosh,
What was Eagle's sister
everything.
again? What was her name?
I don't remember.
But she was the one who tells you.
Is it Agneritha? Is that the city?
Moritha is like,
Agneritha.
Agneritha.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know. I have
Something
no
like
idea.
that. Something like that.
Yeah,
Well,
sure,
okay,
yeah.
you get the whole lore from Aegel's
Yeah.
sister,
Mhm.
and it's like, wait.
Everything.
I think I've seen this symbol before. The craziest thought right in that moment. It was that point, Joshy.
Right.
Suddenly, I'm like, you know what? So far, is
Yeah.
this connected to Xenogears?
Yeah.
Is this connected to Xenosaga? I didn't know any of the lore
Right.
other than Caleb constantly telling me how amazing Xenosaga is.
Right, right.
And I went on a
Shout out Caleb.
Shout out Caleb, bro.
Right there.
I went in a massive rabbit hole
remember
without
this.
you.
I remember this.
I don't know if you remember this.
Told me about it, but there was not much I could hold on to because
No, that's right.
of my knowledge of the series.
Yeah, and it
how
was
much I
all
know.
extremely deep, and I
Yeah.
just kept telling you, bear with me.
Yeah.
But you knew some of these concepts from you just beat 2.
'Cause of 2.
So we like finished the games at the
Well,
same
remember
time.
we talked about the Zohar.
Yes.
We got to that point, and I was like, "Wait,
You're
what?
like, wait, what is that?
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
like,
the-
dude, look at this
the
picture. I'm
concept.
showing you the connections.
And I'm like,
so-
wait, that's Pyramithra's like
yes, bro.
core crystal. It's,
Right. Every
parts
little
of it.
freaking detail, man. At that point, I think both of us were changed on like what a video game story could tell.
Completely
And that again, I've come from massive love. JRPGs have always been truly my favorite genre.
Of course.
I think it's exceptional. So I had to do
But there's
justice.
yeah,
to-
there's something so seriously incredible about that. I would love to say too, just real quick, how I could not have chosen my Xeno like experience better. I really don't think I could have.
No.
Because and I'm glad that I experienced them in the order that I did because it added to every single one of them. Because I started Xenoblade Chronicles 3D when I was a kid. Right? I was a lot younger. And I remember I think I was in 7th grade or maybe I was 8th grade.
Okay.
If it came out 2014, I was 14 years old.
Right.
So maybe 8th grade?
That's good math.
Is
there,
that
buddy.
8th grade?
That's like you could be 8th grade, you could be freshman.
Excuse me. I think it was 8th
Were you
grade.
older for your grade?
Yeah, I was older for my
You were
grade.
the older
Yeah,
bracket,
yeah,
right?
I was
Yeah,
older.
so you were definitely in 8th grade.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So that's what it was. So with that, I'm not kidding. As a kid, I want you to try and imagine.
I am. I'm putting my head.
If
like,
you were.
yeah.
Okay. I just want you to just picture this.
Oh my god.
14 years old. What?
That is the year I played the first ever obscure JRPG
Perfect.
ever.
Perfect. Me too.
Tales of Symphonia.
So check this out. Check this out. Perfect. Put your mind into that
Yeah.
headspace. You never played any Tales. The most you've done is Pokemon. That's kind of your extension of JRPGs. So
This is
check,
literally blowing.
check
my
this
mind.
out. Check this out.
Yeah, I'm.
This game
In.
was the most cinematic, one of the most cinematic games I'd ever experienced. If that on a fucking handheld console. I knew nothing about the series. The most I knew was what I saw in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS.
Yes.
Which had come out before that, and that was kind of what got the traction to be able to release Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, right?
And obviously, we're getting hyped on the
Exactly.
hardware
Oh,
and
absolutely.
the nubby and
Absolutely.
the capability here.
Exactly. And also, I'm not kidding. I think I just bought it because I was a
Novel.
Nintendo nut.
Dude.
A Nintendo nut.
Josh, we
it was the
bought it for the
only,
same reason.
It was the only new Nintendo 3DS exclusive game, one of 4 that ever got released.
The only one I bought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when you look at that,
I definitely still got it over there.
I have mine over there too.
Hell yeah.
Remember we had it for the episode of Xenoblade. Oh, you did. Yeah. So not only was the reason I jumped into it. I remember even telling myself, I was like, even if this is on the boring side of JRPGs, because I didn't know what to expect, I'm okay with that, right? Went in completely blind, zero expectation.
Zero.
And I was like genuinely saying my mind was blown is an understatement. I was changed. Like this idea, because I had seen Full Metal Alchemist, I'd seen epic anime, but I'd never seen AOT. There was no end to AOT. So this story was being told in this way that just blew my mind, and it literally solidified as one of the greatest games I'd ever played. On a 3DS. Yes.
Fully naming in your headspace here. How far? Because you didn't beat it, right?
No, I got to.
Where did you get to?
I got right before Prison Island.
Right before Prison
Which
Island?
would have, I just know it would have blown my mind even more.
It would be your obsession high school, right?
Absolutely.
To be honest.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's so funny. I was very stuck on how much I loved it. I played it for a year. I tried to play it for years, going on years, but I was also younger. I would fall into exploration. Machna Forest, I remember when I got there, the song and everything about it. I was on this trip with my family to Utah. And we traveled all throughout these incredible places.
Yes, bro.
And every time we were in the car, I was playing Xenoblade with headphones on, and just the sound of Machna Forest and exploring it. I remember genuinely feeling like, because it was on this pretty primitive software,
right?
It was the most incredible handheld experience I'd ever had.
Right?
The music, even the visuals, like you say, you look back, it doesn't look so hot, but for a 3DS game, I was like full models, full voice acting, full animation. There was blood in it. There was like these moments of like, you cannot make this shit up for how incredible it was. And I didn't get even as far as I wanted to. And so Xenoblade was solidified as something incredible in my heart. I then moved on to the release of Xenoblade Chronicles X, which I had zero interest in. I had so much interest when it was announced, but then I had zero interest because my story that I was following was the Minato, Shulk, and the Bionis and Matanos. And then I see this stuff with like Earth and all this. This is before I even knew anything about Saga or anything, and I was disinterested, and I was like, you know what, whatever. And I'm a huge Wii U fan. I'm a Wii U nut. So my own personal connection, and once the Switch came by was the time when I and also, I don't know if you remember the trailers. It was claiming to be a direct sequel to Xenoblade Chronicles, right?
I don't remember
that. It was the...
No. Seriously?
I promise, bro.
Whoa.
Xenoblade... Wait. We're talking about Xenoblade 2. You're with me, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I was on
X.
X.
Not X.
I was on X.
That's what I'm saying. I'm moving on to 2. That's where my interest was lied.
Yeah.
Where it was like, oh, it's a sequel.
Yes.
Oh, this is Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Right.
Not Xenoblade X, Y, Z, whatever.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So there's that interest there, and I really just got so locked onto 2, and that became one of my favorite games of all time. And that's just... that was where it
it's crazy rocked. For me. What I love about your journey too is that you literally fully you started it and knew you were gonna love it, but you didn't really know why. You didn't know that Prison Island is like the turning point of shit going absolutely to the fan, right? Everything you know or have ever believed in is actually a lie, right? Those kind of mind-blowing buildups is, I know for you and me, some of the most gripping pieces of fiction or any story. Absolutely. If it's told well.
Right, if it's told well.
And you didn't hit that point. And I think, to be honest, because you didn't, you have such a unique view on the entire series. Because you've really started then with 2 and finished it all the way through.
Exactly. You know? And then imagine my surprise and shock when you get to those moments of like the land of Moritha, and then you see the story of Klaus and Galea and the conduit and all
my gosh.
And like my in what I know about Xenoblade, I'm like, what the fuck is this?
What stuff you've seen.
Some I haven't though.
Yeah, some I haven't. Because you know, I laugh because you've made, with all these like animes you've watched, you've made watch lists.
Right.
And you've literally given me watch lists that split up, pause here, go here, come back. I can literally now see you making the perfect watch list
absolutely.
for the series.
Even going to the detail of like, all right, so you're playing Xenoblade 1,
Yes,
right?
yes.
At this point,
Yes.
stop. Start
Yes.
Xenoblade 2.
Start Xenoblade 2.
What? Yep, I'm telling
Yeah.
you. Just
Then
do
go
it.
to this,
You
yeah.
get here, boom, go back to 1.
I could, yeah. I absolutely could. It's absolutely true. I also love that.
It's true.
I love that kind of storytelling where
I do too.
you are not given everything at first, but the ideas are so powerful that they become something that stick in your mind, or something that you will, something you want to know later. So,
Speaking of sticking
yes,
in the mind, man.
yes.
I gotta piss.
Okay.
What is good, my friends? Welcome once again to the official Flash Brothers podcast.
Welcome
This
in.
weekly show is essentially two best friends sharing casual discussions centered around our collective interests. Wouldn't you say, Josh?
I would say that's completely correct. In fact, I would say that's really well said.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. We got a blend, a perfect blend, you might say. A spicy blend of retro and modern topics framed around our collective, diverse interests.
That's right.
Often gaming and anime. But
would say-
we pretty much talk about anything.
We will talk about everything.
Yes.
Everything that we want to.
Yes,
Right?
this is a
Everything.
very personal show,
Oh,
I would say,
absolutely.
Joshy. Our focus is set, however, on spreading positivity, positive vibes
right.
within the duality of our informal yet comprehensive and informative content.
That's
We like
right.
to keep it cash, but we also like to go deep. And I think you and I, with the passion we have
Oh, yeah.
on things,
Yeah.
we're deep divers.
I was gonna say that's almost. I would say that's an important part of the show. No,
Yes.
that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
it's a deep dive into everything that we like to do. Everything.
It's essential, man.
Yeah.
While also having a dream, Joshua, of building a vibrant community where you, at home, can become a part of the crew.
That's right.
Joshua, our episodes drop
Yes.
every Saturday at 5 a.m. with pregame dropping 24 hours in advance.
gosh.
I will say this is a loose schedule,
Yes.
obviously time forbid, and this is a two-man team.
That's right.
So that's the goal every week.
Yeah.
Available everywhere.
Perfect.
So personally, I like to use Spotify.
Me personally, I use YouTube
Yes.
music.
Joshy, someone might be wondering
Oh.
out there how they might become a part of said crew.
That's a great thing to wonder.
How they could join the community.
That's right. Join
Yeah.
the fleet. Well,
We would
wonder no
say-
further, right?
Yes. Questions, comments, theories, discussions, and more.
And more.
Can be written in, my friends.
Yes, sir.
Patreon.com/Flash Bros Podcast, where you will receive direct updates, Discord access, and you can sign up and see our very special gold tier sponsorship.
Gold tier sponsors.
Gold tier sponsor, you might be asking.
Yes.
What is this, Josh?
That's a great question because I'm honestly wondering that.
Yeah,
We've been
well-
doing this for a minute, but I've never asked.
Well,
Honestly. I should have.
I have an answer for you, buddy.
Good. It's about
It
time.
is a list of our VIP crew. Yes, so there's unique perks here with special recognition during each episode, access to all of our exclusive premium content available through we've got 2 miniseries right now.
That's right.
Still growing.
That's right.
And all of our Patreon only posts directly through the website, the ability to directly DM us through Patreon, as well as even send us a text message if you know us personally.
Absolutely.
Exclusive channel access within our Discord community server, and there's also a link on our Patreon, and it's absolutely free to join. And a membership lock-in.
Oh my gosh,
which
wait.
means there's a permanent subscription price for you.
Are you talking about like forever, or you're
Forever.
talking about like for the next couple of years?
No.
Oh, you're talking about
I'm
forever.
saying if you signed up today, $5 a month, pay that forever.
Forever.
In fact,
Yeah.
even if we all understand money issues. If
yeah.
your card declines,
Oh, yeah.
even if you get a new card,
Yeah,
you forgot
new
to
card.
update it on Patreon. Oh no! Patreon is so dope in that it's
Yes.
not one of those sites that'll just cancel.
Right.
You have to hit cancel
yourself.
manually.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
right,
So
that's right.
unless you cancel,
Yes.
you'll pay it forever.
Well, thank goodness.
Thank goodness. But Joshy, what if I don't want to sign up for anything?
I think that's a pretty reasonable thing, me personally. I think that that's something that you could probably get away with not wanting to do.
I would
So-
say it's absolutely okay.
Right. So
Yes.
help me out here. Let's say I don't want to. What am I
Flash
gonna do?
Bros Podcast at gmail.com. Simply send us an email, or even easier, if you check out each episode on Spotify, there's a Q&A
Oh, yeah.
or comment, and you can leave whatever you want directly on that post. Come directly to us.
I think that sounds perfect.
Hey,
In
man.
fact, I'm typing it in right now. I'm going to email you at this very second.
Test it out,
I'm testing
baby.
it.
Your support, my friends, means genuine growth for this podcast and our community. And you know Josh and I are all about that love. So we love you guys. Thank you for being a part of all of this with us.
That's right.
We couldn't do it without you.
We literally are nothing without you guys. You guys are the lifeblood of this whole idea that we have going. Do you know what I mean?
Oh.
Right?
I know exactly what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, are we ready?
Joshy,
I'm ready.
let's dive in, baby.
Let's do it.
I'm giving you the torch.
Yes.
man. We should have like some like talking stick.
The talking
We don't need it, but it's
Yeah.
like, hey, bro, you're taking over.
Yeah,
you
you're
know what I
taking
mean?
over.
Yeah.
It'll be a metaphorical one because we don't need a physical one because
right.
the people who are listening,
Ooh.
they can't see it.
Ooh, that's very true. Yeah. So I'm passing you,
Mm-hmm.
my man, the Xenotorch,
Oh,
as we have for this entire discussion.
I have it in my hand.
Take it away,
Yes,
Penny.
sir. So before we get into the story of Xenosaga Missing Year, what I kind of want to do real quick, and I want you to be here to ask and question and have
Okay.
things that I want you to follow.
More
because
like discussion style.
discussion style for this beginning part, and then we'll
Okay.
get into the story.
Sure.
And then we will continue. This story will lead us into hopefully soon Xenosaga
Xenosaga
episode 3.
Episode
hopefully,
3,
and we'll be able
baby.
to kind of have a trilogy of stories that you can follow.
Perfect.
So I think this is
I think it's
perfect point.
fantastic. I also
Yes.
think it's honestly a good idea. In the last like 10 episodes,
Yes.
we've had Xenosaga Part 1, Xenosaga Part 2, Pied Piper, and now Missing Year. Having it be more congruent, honestly, it's kind of like a little series. It's our
It is like a series.
our Xenosaga series.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, I
love
think
it.
you've named them all the name without having the name Xenosaga in any of them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
the German
yeah.
like subtitle. Yeah, Du Will's Macht.
De Wills Macht and Beyond Good and Evil.
Yes.
What is that one?
Oh, I don't remember. I'll look it up because you don't
Yeah.
by chance know threes, do you?
Yeah, I do.
You do.
It's
What
also Sprach Zarathustra.
also Sprach Zarathustra.
It's only two, the one that I forget, because it's a little...
You know what? I won't cheat. I'll think about it. Du Will's Macht.
and it is Beyond Good and Evil.
Yes.
But I don't know the German.
I can't.
I don't remember. But all that said, I want to continue from
do it.
where we kind of where we left off with the other games plus Pied Piper. So with all of that said, I want to move on to what truly happened, just lore wise, after Jan Sauer killed himself. After this moment, which was an important moment
The
in the history, the important sacrifice that must have happened. So that
I
was,
feel like reincarnation
yeah,
is actually like a massive theme I'm thinking about because of all these
Yeah.
characters who have died or appeared to die and are back in a different form,
a new
name.
yeah, a new self or another being is a very interesting part of even the Xeno story.
Yes,
it's kind of
this
like what.
entire
Yeah, I mean,
Xenoverse.
Mithra kind of does that. It's like
Yes. Yes.
personal suicide, where it's like you want to not be where you are, or you can't stand who you are.
Sounds a little.
You know what I mean?
Paranoia agent.
Paranoia agent-esque. I love it.
Like shutting off a part of
Romy.
yourself
Yes.
into a personality.
Yes,
or
exactly.
into a shell.
Which is something that it's a human. What is it? It's that's a social science. What is it? A psychological
Yes. It's a
reaction.
psychological reaction.
Yes, that people have to
Yeah,
traumatic
one.
events. And so that's actually really fascinating. To kind of touch on Pied Piper really quick, that idea that not only was Jan creating his own third answer to Eric,
Yes.
who obviously gave him the impossible odds, and he carved his own. There's also a part of him where it's like he has to live in that gray world that he described before he met Joachim and Sharon.
Yes.
Yeah, his
Yes.
wife and son. Before he met them, he described it as a very monochrome. The world was monochrome, and when he was with them, it was like the world had color. This idea that he would have to continue without them is already enough, where this idea of literal suicide is a
Yes.
better option than any of it. And unfortunately, powers, and this is a common theme in Xenosaga, the powers that are larger than human, i.e., a company like Ziggurat or a company with control and literal power over what humans do, where their bodies go.
And what that power looks like. How
yeah.
you show the power, what you reveal of your power,
Right.
how you could have power, but how you handle it and how people
Yeah,
view you.
I was more referencing the more the word of what's the word,
Well,
like a company that has
like status or
yeah, more status, or even
yeah,
like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like
And
how
I guess I'm like bringing that like it
Yeah.
just all these things just congruently
Yes.
go together.
Oh, yeah,
right? 'Cause
absolutely.
You take someone like like one of any of these main characters
Yes.
from the Xenoblade
Yes.
series who don't have power, or
Right.
at least they don't think they
Right,
do.
right.
But we all got power within. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, I just meant more in the line of like, because I am with you. That's a very
Yeah.
common theme of Xeno.
Yeah,
But
like
I-
challenging the power, I guess.
challenging the
is what I'm trying
power.
to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that would be
And becoming power itself because
yeah,
you do.
that idea of a company like Vector or Ziggurat or Hyems.
Oh yeah, like
or those powers, right?
yeah,
Those,
dude, like a dystopia.
yeah,
right?
Yeah, but I'm saying like the man has no control over their lives in this scenario.
Absolutely.
Because Jan Sauer didn't have a say or an ability to change his fate to become this cyborg due to the Life Recycling Act, and just larger powers who have the controls and play the strings, and
the
all those
strings,
exactly. That's what
baby.
I was in reference to. So this idea that Jan Sauer is obviously brought back as a cyborg,
Yes.
as known as Ziggurat 8,
Ziggurat 8.
almost like he made that final decision, this is my choice, and then that was also taken away from him
Yes.
by a larger power, is what I was trying to say.
No, I'm following.
Yeah,
No,
for sure.
I'm in this. So,
So just going on that, last we were talking took place in TC 4667, so 4667.
Got it.
And 100 years later is the time of Ziggurat 8, when he is originally summoned by the Council of the Federation.
Okay.
Which one of the chairmen on the council was Yuli Mizrahi. Do you know this?
Really?
Yeah. Do you know this character? I've talked about her a little bit before.
yeah,
But she's pretty prevalent to this story. so-
Mizrahi. Yeah. Can
Yeah.
you give me a refresher.
Absolutely.
Necessary.
She is the ex-wife of Joachim
Mizrahi.
Mizrahi, who was the leader of UTIC.
Not
who,
the son.
No,
Yeah.
that was just the same name, which is very
Right,
funny.
right.
But that was 100 years ago. Joachim Mizrahi is the reason this is important. The reason Yuli is such an important character in this whole series is because she was the mother to Sakura, who was Momo's original design. The reason she was created, and this was important to Missing Year. The reason she was created was to originally house the soul of Sakura Mizrahi, who was the daughter who was essentially, she was crippled. She had what was called it was like a UMN disease, where it's like by
like
basically
overexposure
to the UMN, it essentially leaves your body dead. Your brain still is active, but your body's dead.
Totally.
I'm gonna just recap a little bit just so we can get where we're at with a lot of these characters. So, and I want you to actually, you know what? Yeah. I am going to actually already help out a little bit. Yuli Mizrahi.
Visual
I have
aid,
a picture.
baby.
Yeah, I have a picture of her.
Awesome.
That's her right there. She looks like that.
Okay.
She looks like a young woman, but she's much older, which is very ironic and pretty funny to me.
Why?
Just because if you see Joachim Mizrahi, he's
like older, right?
Yeah, he looks so old.
Yeah, right.
And then it's like, this is supposed to be 10 years after like they were together.
Yeah.
She looks young as a bug. But it is the future.
Yeah,
it's
he's
whatever.
Poland. Whatever.
Yeah, he's Poland. Exactly. So their daughter Sakura is
Sakura, the product of Griamore, right? Isn't Greymore involved with
Grimoire
Sakura?
is involved, but it's not Sakura. We'll get to that character, but I'm just gonna catch up real quick.
Yeah,
on
no,
this,
yeah.
on
My
this
brain's
simple stuff.
churning.
Absolutely,
but
you
yeah,
are.
okay.
So she is the predecessor. You'll say, well, she looks like Momo, but without the pink hair, because Momo was a product of what he was trying to do to save Sakura's soul. You remember this?
It was Joachim.
Joachim
that was trying to
Exactly.
save Sakura.
He was trying to save Sakura.
Yes.
They both divorced and went two different routes. One route was going with Dmitry Yuriev and his institute, which held URTVs, which literally stand for it's like
Mundus.
no it's whatever it stands for. URTV stands for
I'll pull it up. I can be a little fact checker.
It's basically
we got a lot of terms.
Yeah, it's basically an anti-Udu
It's called Udu retrovirus.
There you go.
There it is.
Perfect. URTVs.
Units. So
yes,
the-
units.
These are the children.
Yes.
Yes.
These are the kids. They're literally kids of
Albedo.
yes.
Junior.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, perfect. His name's Rubido.
Rubido.
Yeah, but he goes
Yes.
by Junior later.
Right, Junior. Yeah.
Perfect.
When he's in your party,
Yes,
it's
he's
Junior.
Junior. Yes.
There's two others.
Yes, there is.
Right. I don't remember
Yeah.
their names.
Well, there's a bunch of others, but those all
I
those
got 'em
others
here.
are like
Citrine
Yes.
and Gangnan.
Guinan. Yes,
Guinan.
That's his future name. Negredo is his name.
Negredo.
So you
yes.
think about it like the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah, with
red,
the colors.
white, black, and green.
Got it.
Citrine being the female version of those units. But the reason this stuff is important because I want you to know Junior as a character because he was the one that kind of befriended Sakurai.
Sakura.
Sakura.
And they went on to
And then they made
make
Smash
the beautiful
together.
baby of Smash. Yes, exactly.
So they became really close friends.
Okay.
And through this whole process, he made a promise to Sakura that he would protect Momo. And all the stuff that happens with Junior, we'll get into that in more of episode 3.
Okay.
Or if you guys are all interested out there, you can go back and listen to my episode 2 episode.
Yeah, we
but
talked
just
about
for
this a lot,
this
right?
story, we talk about it. We go very
This
in
is a
depth.
big emphasis on two,
Huge,
if I remember.
yes,
Okay.
huge.
Okay.
2, Junior's basically the main character.
Right,
The
right.
final boss is Albedo and going to confront him, and he even leaves the team and like focus on it.
Yes.
That is his moment. Like it's like that's his game, right? Um,
Testament shit, right?
yes.
Yes. Okay.
Gets to there.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay,
yeah.
okay.
And that's actually the okay. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Me too.
I am because there's so much
Yeah,
juice.
This
There's
is helping
seriously
me
so much
also,
juice.
I think, like chronologize it
Yes.
and where in the sequence of events
Perfect.
these things are happening.
Perfect.
Because of not playing it, right? And
Yes.
like actually like because we're diving really into what this in between period is, right?
Absolutely.
And I think I misspoke earlier on yesterday's recording. This is in between 2 and 3, not
right.
1 and 2.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 and 3.
Yeah, got it.
It's called Xenosaga 2 to 3.
The missing.
A missing year. Yes.
A missing.
A missing
Yes.
year. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to mention this character just because it's important. We talk about it in episode 1, but because we just talked about Ziggy and where Jan Sauer ended up, Momo is an observative model observative.
Observative?
Is that a word?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Observative's
she's,
a
she's
word.
called
Yeah.
she was the 100 series Realian prototype.
Got it?
So-
Multiple observative.
There it is.
Mimetic organicus.
Yes.
Wow.
So there's this similarity already with Ziggy and Momo. This idea that Mizrahi, Joachim Mizrahi, when he was building Momo, learned that Sakura's soul was unsavable because you can't bind a human soul to something like this, like the human soul
Yes.
moves on,
Right.
And that's just kind of something that
we
Mizrahi
can't- yeah, it's beyond our capability.
exactly. He tried
Yes.
to go towards the Zohar, and he figured out. Do you remember the Song of Nephilim? And,
Yes, I
and
do.
Everything that
Yeah.
we
and
went
like
over.
being a key,
Yes.
all that stuff.
So he thought that could be because the Zohar almost can orbit souls in a way.
Right.
He thought that could be the way to resurrect Sakura.
Right. Like almost control
Exactly.
that process.
To make Momo real.
Yes.
He learns he does it, but Joachim Mizrahi is not a horrible man. He realizes that he creates Momo as this unique being.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
She's you said it, the something
the multiple observative mimetic organicus.
beautiful. So
I got you.
that's what Momo stands for.
Okay.
She is, in the same way as Ziggy, a reflection of this past life while also being her own self, and is also a child in this sense. She is
Right.
an actual, like, she's new to this world. She's based on Sakura, but she doesn't know Sakura.
Right, but
She-
that's what I'm getting at with like a lot of
Yes.
these themes. It's a lot of in the rebirthing process. This is also in Xenoblade, like you said, Greg, with blades.
Absolutely.
Okay, how they recycle. And,
Yeah, that
and their
recycling life.
memory
Yes.
literally resets.
Right.
Right. But they still have within them their like soul
Yeah, who
remembers
they
what
were.
happens
Yeah,
and who
yeah.
they were. So
Yeah.
that sounds like what's kind of happening. And,
Yeah,
and like what happens
similar-
with like Jan Sauer.
Exactly,
Right? And
yes.
becoming Ziggy.
That's the reason that these characters are made for each other, and that's why they truly save each other. Because this idea that this little girl Momo goes about her life without parents, without her father, the only person she has left is Yuli Mizrahi, and by the beginning of 1, she has no interest in Momo. She sees Momo as this disgusting like
Failure.
not only just failure, but this reminder that my daughter died, and now there's this robot kid calling me mommy that is extremely important and powerful
Totally.
because of
Yes.
my ex-husband who did all this, yada yada yada. Now I have to deal with all
Right.
this shit. It's like I'm annoyed by this.
Right.
I'm so
Not like receiving
Exactly.
what was meant to be a gift.
Exactly.
Yes. man.
Exactly. And that's the thing, is that it's actually Ziggy who's able to awaken that in her in episode 2.
Oh.
That was one of the things that made me cry.
Yeah.
But just going on to where Ziggy ends up, Yuli
Right. It's not an
hires.
accident. That's what
No.
you're trying to say, right?
No,
Like,
no,
it's
well,
like,
well, even if it was, they needed each other,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Even if it was an accident, quote unquote, they needed each other, and these were the exact people who needed to meet
Yes.
in order to save their lives, like what they were becoming. Jan Sauer is now Ziggurat 8.
Yep.
He's hired by Yuli Mizrahi
Okay.
to go rescue Momo from. It's a lot of shit that's going on, but basically, Ormus.
okay.
They're trying
Yes.
to get capture her, and the reason I'm not going to explain the whole story of 1. I just want to explain this aspect because of Jan Sauer. He ends up finding Momo, and she kind of like insists this idea that like she hates this name, whatever the hell the Momo stands for.
Momo.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
whatever.
hates like everything about it.
Like the idea of her name being.
Multiple observative
Right.
mimetic organicus. Like
Yeah,
it's like
she's a
that's
person.
not-
She's not a. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like there's that idea where it's like she's like, I really don't like that name, and she says to Ziggy, I don't like that name, and Ziggy's like, he's a father at heart, to be honest with you, and so he has this really kind way he speaks to her. He's he has all this trauma and all this stuff that he's dealing with, and he's a lot more cold and a lot more calculated now. But with all that said, he's able to speak with Momo in this very, very kind way that is kind of just beyond any other character that knows how to.
Yeah, that's
You know what I mean?
that's crazy.
In a very, very beautiful way that I love. I also have a picture of them right here. So when he rescues her, she gives him the nickname Ziggy, and it's in this moment you literally see a flashback to him
Joachim.
and Joachim.
Bro.
When he gave him this dog who was named like Nexus 6 or something like that, and he was like, let's call him Nex, and then he was like, yeah, I mean, I like that. And then she's even like, you don't like the name Ziggy because it sounds like a dog name, huh? And he's like, no, it's perfect.
No, it's
Like,
perfect.
it's perfect.
Yeah.
And that's
Wow.
why he goes by Ziggy, was
Wow.
because of Momo. So it's almost like this Last of Us situation
Yes,
where this
yes,
soul
of
is
course.
hurt and damaged and tattered. But this soul also needs a figure, a strong...
They need each other.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
as you
Father.
said. Yes.
Exactly. And so I feel like this is really important to know where they go then.
Yeah.
Into episode 2, where she's able to build a relationship with Yuli because of the words of... I actually have a picture for that. Oh, there's Joachim from the first game.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you see him like there. She's able to build a relationship with Yuli, who she calls her mother, because of the words of Ziggy and what Ziggy says to her, which is, okay, instead of looking at her like she's a replacement for Sakura? Why don't you look at her like an opportunity to meet another daughter of yours, right? This person, this person, even if it's a reality and even if it's all these things, sees you as its mother, and you have the opportunity to do something with that relationship.
Right.
And he just says that. He's like, why don't you just look at her like your second daughter?
Wow, man.
Don't look at her like Sakura. Yeah, you know, it's sad
right.
that of all that stuff that happened, but look at her like something new. And it genuinely opens up Yuli's mind. She's like, I really have never thought about it like that. Dude. And from that moment on, I really did not like Yuli at all. I thought I was like, stop being so, she's really rude to Momo. Like, she just kind of ignores her a lot. And it's really painful to see because I love her so much. But Yuli becomes this character where it's like, yeah, she's a damaged woman. Of course. She lost a child. Of course she's going to be cold. Of course she's going to try and ignore the mistakes of her ex-husband. This idea, or what she deemed mistakes.
Yeah.
But we as people are learning, and we always will forever. And guess what? You don't learn alone. So Ziggy, Jan Sauer, reaching out this hand and just saying, from my experience, this is how you should view this, right? Because guess what? He did not have an actual biological son. He took that son in, and it became he looked at him like he understands it so fully. That's why Ziggy's my favorite character, because you can see everything that he's really
like all about.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see his heart on his sleeve.
You can see Jan Sauer, and the greatest part too. I talk about this in episode 1 and 2. If you guys want to see, hear more, I talk about it a lot there. But this idea that he wants to get rid of his memories, the payment that Yuli was going to give him was to erase
a reset
of himself.
Seriously,
exactly.
Right.
So he wouldn't have to experience being the broken pieces of what was Jan Sauer. But through the events of these games, at the end of 2, Yuli says, "Is there any way you could?" And he wanted his life to also not be extended. He wanted to kind of die, hopefully soon, and that kind of comes with the idea of losing the memories too.
Right.
She said, "Is there any way you would consider extending your life to be here with Momo?"
Not taking the easy way out.
Absolutely, very paranoid Agent X. But will you do this for this girl? And he says, absolutely.
Right.
And so he finds something worth truly living for.
Right.
And it's almost like this beautiful, especially now that I'm done with Pied Piper, it's this beautiful conclusion to this idea of pulling out the pistol and killing yourself, or this idea of absolutely Ziggy was living in a world of gray again after they were gone, and seeing him back to this person that he is, and seeing just their dynamic it's the kind of heart
emotional.
A lot of games need. They need this kind of like there's something so powerful about it's the reason Last of Us is so fucking popular.
Yes.
There's something emotional and deeply connected.
I'll be real, it's things that are relatable.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
Like truly, like that's why it's amazing making the, because it's not truly what it is.
Absolutely.
The Ol and jelly.
Ol and jelly.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just like, dyslexica.
Yeah, dyslexica.
Yeah. Peanut butter and jelly with some Ol.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Joel and Ellie, they the duality they have and especially that they sounds like this is a little different than with Momo and Jan, and even opening up the eyes to
absolutely.
I'm sorry, what's her name?
Yuli Mizrahi.
Yuli,
yeah,
yes.
Yuli.
Is it with a J?
It is, yeah.
It looks like Julie.
It's just like Joachim. Okay. It's Joachim, and it's the same thing as
yeah, it's like they're spelled so
and
unique.
Jan.
I love it.
Jan as well.
Jan,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So with Joel and Ellie, they literally are not having it.
Absolutely.
But they want it, so they both go back and forth between like they're doing things because they're feeling that wanting to fill the other with that hole in their heart. Exactly. But resisting it.
Yes.
And it makes that story so beautiful and relatable.
Absolutely. There is an aspect of that to this series.
Okay.
Which is this idea that it does take a little bit of Julie.
Well, that's why I'm saying
Yuli
in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yuli is like that part, that side of it of like, you view it in this way.
Yes.
And then, Ziggy comes along and is like, You should look at it like
Why
this,
don't you look at it
because
like
I
this?
understand
Yes,
you.
because I get you and I understand.
Oh,
that
it's probably
Yes.
the first time she's ever actually
Yes,
considered
exactly.
that perspective.
But if someone else said it, I don't think it would have resonated as hard.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That
It's
and there's
only
something really
because of all the
yes.
circumstances. It was
And she
perfect.
read
It was
up
meant
on
to
his
be,
history
yeah.
too. She even says in the first game, she's like, "Oh, Jan Sauer shot himself in the head with his own pistol. Are you sure we want to this is the guy we want to put on the mission of saving Momo?" And they're like, no, he's great. He was a captain, all this, blah, blah, blah. So she knows of his history a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I want to wrap on that, just kind of wrapping a little bit of where Pied Piper
I'll be real. It's that was like I'm like, wow. 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Of
a little bit of
where. So is this where Pied Piper starts? I'm sorry,
Missing
not
Year.
Pied Piper. Missing.
Yeah, because that's
Year.
the end of episode 2.
Yes.
And this stuff is important, I think, just to also remind you of where these characters have come.
Yeah,
from, 1 and
absolutely.
2.
Yeah.
And I want you to also ask questions too. I wanted you to
Okay,
know that,
perfect,
that if you have questions or if you're, but I feel like you're getting all of this pretty darn well.
I think so. I think I'm following really well. In any character where I'm like, ooh, I'm like just pulling up a quick Google and it's pulling up like their image and wiki. Like, right here. So
good
just
stuff.
kind of looking at the characters too and
Keep
the
them
names.
open, please.
So I just like keep it flowing. Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
perfect. I have pictures too, just in case we need to.
Beautiful.
So I'm just going to get into another side of where this story kind of takes place. And we haven't really touched this so much since maybe episode 2.
Okay.
When we talked about Xenosaga episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of Shion and what she's kind of a part of right now. Because Shion is the chief head designer person for Cosmos at Vector. Vector is her company.
Got
she
it.
works in. She's the chief. Alan's the vice chief. I've mentioned them many times.
Two of your favorite characters.
Yes, I love Alan so much.
Yes.
I love him so
Comedy
much.
relief, yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Is he like a Ryan?
No. He's like I don't know what the right word would be. He's such a
He's Patrick.
yes. Maybe he's not an idiot because he's smart. When he has
He's
to be.
between Ryan and Patrick.
Yes,
Right?
but he's just kind of like a goober.
He's a goober
I
with a
can't
heart.
believe yes.
Yes.
And he has been with the crew with a heart, huge heart. And honestly, a big thing about him is he has this huge crush on Shion.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he doesn't want it to be like a thing, but he wants to be like a man. And she'll like say something that sparks something, and she's like, "Come on, aren't you a man?" He's like, "Absolutely, I'm a man. Yeah, I'll let's go into this thing."
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
So at the beginning of Missing Year, these two are obviously working together.
Okay.
On Cosmos. Cosmos has been a successful project. I'm gonna kind of even just say all the things that happened with Cosmos in the past 2 games has basically been solved. There is no true conflict beyond the Gnosis that are attacking. And you remember what Cosmos is, right?
Yes,
She's a
yeah.
Gnosis fighting weapon. She's an android built to destroy the Gnosis
that was
themselves.
the intent of what she was like the entire project of Cosmos.
That was
right?
what we knew
Yes.
through Vector. That was
Right.
why Vector did that. So from what we've learned, Shion is kind of this like controller of what the heck was that? Was
The
a
Four
The Four Loco. She kind of controls Cosmos in a way where whenever Shion is in trouble, Cosmos arrives to her side every time. Even in 2, when it makes no sense. There
Like-
was this moment where they she was unplugged and it was like there was no power that should have been going to her black box
her
core.
like core.
Yeah, exactly. And she completely activates and goes directly to where Shion needs her.
Because she was like in trouble and
She was in
needed
trouble.
her.
Exactly.
That's
and like all the
wild.
people that were like there, they're like, what the hell is
How?
this? So there's a connection there that's much deeper than we even think.
Right.
So the beginning of this game takes place about 6 months after the end of 2.
Getting started.
All right.
Okay.
This is TC 4768. Okay, so that's 4,768. 100 years after Pied Piper, and 6 months after the
6A or 6-8?
Oh yeah, 6-8.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
like, wait, is there like
That's right.
subsect?
No.
Okay.
That would be really
would be
hard
insane,
to
bro.
fucking remember. Thank you, Takahashi, for not doing that.
476 Why?
No.
What is this a different
I'm ready
universe?
I'm ready for death. I
Wait.
can't do that. Okay. So
You're not ready for what he's got cooking.
so what we kind of learn. Do you know much about the gnosis? Do you
Yes.
remember how this kind of works?
Yes.
They're from the imaginary number domain,
Yep.
but they kind of don't really act in a. They're almost zombie-esque, if that makes sense.
Well, if I understand
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
they're refusing to be absorbed with the collective unconscious, which basically they're refusing to be sent. Like it's like an undead type vibe, but unlike the undead where they're just coming for humans to convert
Brains or
and
whatever,
brain.
yeah.
No, it's not like that. They're
Yeah, it's not.
wandering,
Yeah.
lost souls that
Yeah.
really are mindless.
They
They're
are
on,
mindless,
like,
but they are
instinct.
antagonistic. They
Antagonistic.
do attack humans,
Right.
And that's something that's that's the dangerous thing about them is that
Very.
they will go seek out humans even. However, there's no
It's
rhyme.
almost like a hollow concept in
Yeah.
Bleach.
I don't know hollows.
They're just kind of like they're in the other realm. If you're a normal human, you actually can't see them.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah. Mm.
if they like get to you, they can absorb you into the other realm.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they have complete control over their physical matter. They can phase in between the imaginary number domain and the real number domain. That's why you'll see them just like phase in and out. The reason Cosmos is so powerful is she is equipped with the Hilbert effect, which has the ability to materialize them and basically grab on. It's this like signal that's sent out, and it just grabs onto their physical body and keeps them here. They can't
So that
phase out.
anybody can.
Anyone
hurt
can
them.
hurt them.
Okay.
Think like Mechonis, right?
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Or Mechon, sorry. So with that said, very zombie-esque, very wandery.
Yeah.
By the time of the beginning of this game, we learn of something called Gnosis terrorism, which is Gnosis that appear at a certain point, a place, destroy, and then disappear, right? This is basically
What?
unheard of in the world of Xenosaga.
I didn't know this is a thing.
This is the one of
This
the
is
biggest.
the missing
yeah,
year,
this is the
baby.
missing year, baby.
Okay.
So
wait, had this happened prior to this?
no, this is brand new. It's maybe it started about a couple months ago.
So this is like everyone's freaking out because they've never done some collective.
There's never been a collective. They'll show up in groups,
Sure.
but they're like mindless. If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
and they don't disappear afterwards.
Yeah, almost as if they don't like discern or discriminate who their target is,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
Until
but
now.
now they are. Now they are. They're being.
This is crazy.
Yes, being controlled. It seems like they're being controlled. If that makes sense.
This is crazy.
It's crazy, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
This
so,
is like Final Fantasy X
Yeah.
shit, right?
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
Sam
yeah.
shows up
Yes.
in big parties.
Yes.
Big cities.
Yes.
So in the world, the mono world, they don't make big cities. They don't congregate because sin will come.
That's right.
So it's an idea of
Wow, very
so
fascinating.
is sin? Does he have a conscience?
Yes.
Or is someone controlling?
Or someone
him?
controlling. You're with me.
I'm
You're
with
me.
you.
So
I'm with
so
you.
you're at this point. Obviously, it's so funny. I didn't even realize another mystery. Right? We just did a mystery with Pied Viper, but that mystery of what's happening here. So the one of the big things that kind of starts off, you can see this picture. I'll show you in just 1 second. A mysterious Realian girl was found it was a Realian built with no, like if there's a label that says what they were made for, what their like purpose was, because there's observational units, there's like combat units, all these things, right?
Everything seems pretty intentional.
Absolutely. A little Realian girl was found with nothing, basically a clean slate, and goes by the name Nephilim. So check this out. There's
Noted.
a lot to note. I'll show you a picture of what she looks like.
That is
I have a
actually
picture
insane,
right here.
man.
So this is Nephilim, but the craziest part about the character Nephilim is that we already know a character named Nephilim. We have been experiencing this experience with we have been seeing Nephilim for a long time. She looks just like this. Okay? She appears in front of Shion and guides her and gives her very almost like vague advice and tells her to do these certain things. Nephilim has been a massive part, and she appears constantly in front of Zohar emulators. She'll show up in scenes in Shion's head, but all we know her as is Nephilim, right? So this little girl showing up, okay, and basically saying, my name is Nephilim, right? She has no other memories beyond the fact that she needs to find a man called Grimoire Verum. It's the only person she's willing to see, basically. She has no interest in talking to anybody, okay?
That's all she says?
That's all she says. She's basically like, no, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to this. And essentially, what happens is they're brought back to basically like the Galactic Federation. She's brought back kind of for questioning.
Okay.
And is put under the hands of Yuli Mizrahi. This is 6 months after her really making this effort to be close with Momo. And so you can really tell, you can even see by this picture, just her kind of ability to try and take care of her. And kind of her ability to do that.
Much more motherly.
Very motherly. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that also, just to mention something about Yuli, I think something was healed in her with allowing herself to love.
That's what I'm...
something.
Yeah, I'm
and
seeing that
you
right
see
now.
it a lot in this, where it's like Yuli becomes like one of my favorites, where I'm like she becomes this mother, this like lover. She clearly will, fight and do what she can for Momo, and obviously taking care of this little girl who doesn't know what's going on.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I love Yuli. She's really a great character.
I'm so interested in this Nephilim character.
Yeah,
Like,
good.
Incredibly,
Let's
bro.
go. So you're hooked. Okay,
I'm hooked.
Let's
bro.
go. Let's
Well,
go.
Obviously, the
Yes.
name.
Yes.
The name is crazy.
Yes.
Okay, because of mythology across the
Absolutely.
board.
Well, already, the Nephilim we've seen wears a cross and is very much a different character, right? Almost like orange hair. You can't really see with the lighting, but
Josh,
like,
can I
orange
be
hair.
honest with you?
Tell me,
Okay.
does she look like the character from Xenogears? Is that what you're gonna say?
No.
Okay.
What I was gonna say
Yeah.
was that also though I didn't even think of that. That's crazy.
Doesn't she though? She looks insanely like the female.
Well, I'm also thinking of a lot of things.
Yes.
First of all, I'm thinking of like when Adolf Hitler went on his spree in real life. What was his target ideal person? That girl right there.
Right.
A. B.
Right.
An AOT. Okay. What did Jack think the giants actually were? The Titans. Nephilim.
Yeah.
And what did Ymir look like?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did Ymir look like, bro?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. So I will say she does have like more orange hair than blonde. Blonde and blue eyes is or not blue eyes. She doesn't have blue eyes.
That looks so blonde though.
Yeah, it's because of the lighting. I'll try.
The lighting? Okay.
I'll try and find it better.
The blue eyes and blonde hair was genuinely what got me there.
Yes, yeah. Here, I'll find.
If not just the soft.
You can. Pull up a
she's
picture of
she's
her.
a young girl. Oh,
Yeah. Oh yeah, this
You're
shows it
absolutely right,
way
look.
better.
It's
Yes.
orange.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's you can see it right there. There's just
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, it's way more, especially in these older
that old
images.
artwork.
Yeah, definitely orange.
That's from
Almost like she has
one.
purple eyes, actually. If that's true, completely forget everything I said. But I will say,
But it's all interesting,
she's
right?
dressed in all white.
Yes.
Okay, like,
Yes.
and she's a
She
child.
bears a cross
There's a
and
lot
is a
of
child.
children being like in the upper domain space in mythology of a child of purity having immense symbolism. Okay,
So
the
she
fact
is-
that she has a cross on her neck,
She is
also
being,
crazy.
This original Nephilim that we've seen.
'Kay.
She is a being that can appear anywhere.
Anywhere.
And she chooses to speak.
Is she just floating, or is
She
like,
just appears almost like she'll be standing like a child right there, but she's glowing.
like an angel?
Right? Kind of like an angel.
Okay.
And that's a huge theory, right? That people have obviously before we kind of find a little bit more
Theory,
of
you
her
say.
more of her
Okay, so
backstory.
we still don't know shit about
yeah, so essentially what happens, the place that she is being held gets attacked by Gnosis, and she's kind of like taken off planet by Yuli, and Yuli kind of is taking care of her herself essentially.
Wow.
Yuli brings directly Nephilim to Vector,
Okay.
in kind of hopes that she could ask Shion about this whole situation, because
This sounds like a bad idea.
it kind of is.
sounds like a
it kind of
very
is.
bad idea.
But to be honest, Gnosis are extremely dangerous. Oh, the reason that the original spot was attacked by Gnosis, it was also Gnosis terrorism, almost as if they were trying to get that little girl Nephilim. right?
That's what I'm
the
saying.
the new girl
Okay.
Nephilim. So
Interesting.
what ends up happening is she brings it, goes to Shion, and Cosmos is obviously there as well because she's the what's being like built at Vector.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
So what ends up happening, unfortunately, is that the Gnosis terrorism is like completely redirected towards Vector. Yuli trying to kind of get this girl safe because truly the safest way to get away from Gnosis is to be with Cosmos. She is the weapon against them. And
sense,
so I have a
honestly.
little picture for you, but this is
Yo,
the moment where
that's sick.
yeah, that's Shion down there. The Gnosis do attack Vector, and she basically like fights them off pretty damn well. She kills essentially all the Gnosis, and she's a badass. She is able to handle
Absolutely.
her
Absolutely.
shit. And truly, the smart part is Yuli was right. If you want to get away from Gnosis, go with Cosmos. Cosmos will, and especially if Shion's there, she will be fighting to her very end. Here's when it gets interesting.
It's crazy.
The
It's
Gnosis
crazy.
are being taken care of to a degree, and another figure shows up, almost separate than the Gnosis. There to
Don't tell me it's a freaking testament, bro.
no, it's not. It's
Okay.
not. It's even more interesting. I'm not going to lie because you're not expecting this. So I'm going to introduce this character named Doctus, who just showed up.
You're absolutely right. I was not expecting this at all.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
What would I expect anything less from Takahashi? Of
absolutely.
course not. Okay.
So Doctus shows up.
Can I also say,
And, yes.
Doctus, okay, despite the name, is literally this chick who is bougied out
Yeah, bougie
in
for
this
sure.
like assassin style
Various. She's got these crazy
girl- yeah.
goggles on.
crazy goggles,
Yeah.
and she's got 2 guns.
Yeah, she's got 2 guns for sure. So we figure
Like
out
big
right
guns.
after here. Yeah, huge guns. She snatches Nephilim. Literally has her
shit.
in her grasp, just like this.
Okay.
Right here. You see the way she just stole her like that? And is literally confronted directly by Cosmos, right?
Okay.
And Doctus whips her ass.
No,
One of the
bro.
only times in the series where she
Oh.
so we find out in this moment Doctus is also an android. She is not a reality.
Bro, I was wondering with the guns.
Yeah, so
that
check it
makes
out.
so much sense.
She is the same thing as Cosmos to a degree,
Where-
but
so she's an android, not a
android.
reality.
However, she's an android being piloted by someone from somewhere else.
She's
So-
not like communicating or like talking like. A normal,
She's
like-
saying no. She's saying things. That's
Okay.
the thing. That's the weird part is when you find out she's because
Well, how do you know she's being piloted?
we just find that out a little bit later.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting a little bit
I got
ahead
you,
of
I
myself,
got you.
but it's not
Yeah.
too much ahead.
Yeah.
So Cosmos is put
Plot reasons.
in the dirt, like literally to a point where you can see she's like shattering her like stomach shell or whatever.
She's getting destroyed.
She gets
bro.
absolutely destroyed, and
She's
she's
doing
able
the little
to
like Samus, like
Yeah.
extendo.
Yeah.
No, actually more like Min Min.
yeah,
Right?
like Min
Big ol'
Min.
punch.
I love this picture though, the way that she's like grabbing her arm and she's just like allowing her to break it.
Yeah.
That's so sick.
Yeah. No, that's
but she
actually
makes
crazy.
it away because she beats Cosmos, which is
The best hope they had.
the
bro.
biggest hope they have.
Damn.
So Doctus leaves and they're able to Shion basically gets Jin, her older brother, who is a do you remember Jin? He's the one with the sword who fought the other guy.
Oh, yes.
you remember
who
the video
fought,
I showed
Ziggy. Right?
No, not Ziggy. No, from I showed you this clip a while ago when we were talking about episode 2. Do you remember how Jin does that whole clash with that other guy with the sword?
Mm-hmm.
And he's fighting what's his name? Fuck.
I guess who it looks like.
Yeah. You absolutely should.
Do you know Saga 2?
Jin's very important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
You
bro.
recognize
The
him?
older,
older-
like the like master to apprentice.
Yeah,
type of
yeah.
vibe, right?
Type of vibe. He's Shion's older brother, and during the reason that he was there on Milsha was because he is he's like kind of like a secret agent.
Oh
So
man, you know who?
back in the
You know
day.
the vibe
Yeah,
I'm getting?
yeah.
Melia's brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure. He's a little bit kinder than Zeldris is for sure, but he's also like
Wait, Zeldris.
Zeldris, Meliodas' brother.
Melia. Like from
Melia.
Xenoblade.
Yeah. Very similar to that.
Right?
Yes, very similar to that.
Like in line to be king, right?
Yes, yes.
Like low key, kind of thought this guy might have some sussy plans. Turns out he's actually
He's a good guy.
legend.
Yeah, so Jin is a very similar way. Jin and Xion. Callian, yes, I
Yes.
love Callian. Such a goat.
Such a goat, bro.
So
Okay.
Jin and Xion. Actually, I don't.
Actually, can we break? I gotta piss again.
I'm back in this. Check this
Yeah.
out. Okay. All right. So gnosis terrorism. I'm just gonna get back to that real quick.
Yeah, more of like a definition or
Less of a definition and more of the enact of how you fight it and what you do with this plan.
Yeah.
So gnosis terrorism is obviously something that's going on. What?
Like
Just the
that's-
idea?
Yeah, that's where
it's
I'm at. I'm
crazy.
like,
It's
okay,
crazy.
and then this chick coming up
Yes.
though.
Yes.
Remind me her name. The chick
Which one?
Who just bladed or went hand to hand
with Cosmos? That's Doctus.
Doctus.
I have an important
So
piece
we've
of-
got
yes.
Doctus.
Yes.
And this Gnosis terrorism, bro. And I'm literally like,
These are two separate
What a-
forces, by the way.
right, and
Nephilim's involved somehow.
Vector.
So it
right?
absolutely.
Like, come on.
So
they
let me-
attacked them when they got
Exactly.
to Vector.
Exactly. So just a little quick explanation to touch up on why this girl was found and why she was important enough that the contact subcommunity, which is who Yuli
Yes.
works with, which is
Yeah.
a part of the federal, the Galactic Federation.
Right.
Why they were interested in this girl in the first place and why she was interested wasn't just that she was an unmarked Realian.
No, bro,
that is a
it's
massive part of it.
coincidence.
Oh, it's just crazy, baby. No, but the fucking the fact of the people who were put on the case for this Gnosis terrorism was Jin Uzuki, right? Shion's older brother, who is highly regarded in the Galactic Federation.
Mr. Samurai.
And Junior, who is the essentially the top dog of the Kukai Foundation,
Right.
which is basically instead of going directly to the Galactic Police, we have these two characters used to investigate these guys. Okay.
Okay.
In their investigations, they found the little girl Nephilim. That's how they found her. They didn't just find her in random. She is directly connected to their path that they were finding with Gnosis terrorism, right?
How?
Because I'll explain this. This is so awesome. Okay, so check this out.
I love mystery solving, by the way.
Her brain. Okay.
Like these connection.
Absolutely.
These connection shit is
Absolutely.
the most exciting parts of the lore.
Okay, they detected in her brainwaves the same wave pattern data as given off by Lemegeton.
Shut up,
Swear
bro.
to
The Y
God.
data?
The Y data itself. So check this out. Lemegeton is what I'm just gonna. I'm gonna read this real quick. This is the explanation for what Lemegeton is. Just so it's very quick. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Lemegeton is a Zohar control program which was developed during the Lost Jerusalem era, left behind by Jesus Christ and later deciphered by Grimoire Verum. Remember that name.
Right.
Lemegeton.
Grimoire came up with the song.
The song is what, that's the Y data.
Transcribing
Exactly,
the song
yes.
into the Y data.
Exactly, and the Y data is what Mizrahi basically took these old studies from Lost Jerusalem from Grimoire Verum.
Okay.
Mizrahi turned that into the Y data.
Hold up.
Okay.
Doesn't Junior have access to the Y data?
No.
Are
you thinking
that's
of-
not in him?
Yeah. No,
No,
you're
who
thinking
am I
of,
thinking of?
Momo.
Momo
He has access to the Y
has
data.
the Y.
Yeah.
Are they at the same place right now?
Who?
Momo and
Momo currently, she's off planet, and she also does not have the Y data anymore after episode 2. It was taken
Remind
out
me
of her.
why.
Albedo took it out of her.
Albedo
and
has-
placed a mind kind of thing over her to try and remove the Y data.
Okay.
So Albedo has that in his hands by the end of 2. However, he's killed at the end of 2.
So where's the Y data?
The Y data it ceased to exist.
Oh,
In,
really?
In Momo's version. The rest of the Y data, there's also a copy that
So is this why? Is it like a
Yes.
memory card, a physical
it's
memory
inside
card
the memory. Yeah, it's not a physical card.
So you
you
can't
download it,
but
and
how
it's
can you
data
remove
that's
it then?
inside.
Oh.
You would find that data, single it out, and then you would download that to a computer. So that's how it works. That's how you would download it to literally
Right, with like a chip, or like is he like?
It's just their memory
magically
bank.
Using
It's their memory
the
bank.
UMD. Well, I'm asking
yeah, it's
how
all
Albedo,
UMN.
How did
Yes.
Albedo acquire it?
Yes,
Like,
by diving into it's her psyche. He was
UMN.
He was able to put think about it. He's a URTV. They have abilities that other
that
people
counter
exactly
the UMN.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So
yes.
he extracted the data
So
through like that virtual.
What he did,
not virtual, but you know what I mean. Like
yes.
using the imaginary number domain to
yes.
transfer the data to
yes.
himself.
Yes. So what he technically did in episode 2, just to make it a little easier, was he put a
But I also
UMN,
I personally
yes.
like really logical, like, oh, this like firmly explains.
That is exactly
you know what I mean?
That is exactly it.
Okay.
He basically used the UMN to access her brain and is able to basically tear that out of her.
And also, like, I love for me, because I'm not playing it, I'm not seeing it.
Yes.
I'm visual.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay, is he like extracting some kind of
No,
memory?
yeah.
I want to like
that's a
know
great
exactly
point. Yeah.
like
that's
how
a great
he's
way.
doing it.
Usually,
I want to see the
yes.
Because I know Xenoblade as a series, you limit it. And we're always limiting it to what it truly is in terms of existential or spiritual or godlike.
Yes.
That's the whole point. So I want to know this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, like if they're flying in the air, bro,
I will say too, exactly.
Paint me a picture.
I will paint every single person.
Okay.
I want to say wavelength energy is also something that we're able to measure in this world.
Analyze. Yeah.
Analyze the energy of the wavelengths.
Which goes with Xenogears.
It absolutely does. Exactly, with the
what's he called?
The wave existence.
The wave existence. One of those dope
such
names
a sick name.
for, like,
yeah,
an
such a sick
entity?
name. So let me just say, I'm just gonna say basically, Lemegeton is that original cipher written by Jesus to access. It's a sound. It's not some digital like thing. That's man's impression of Lemegeton.
Can I
Does that make
interject?
sense? Yes.
Because this is exactly what the wave existence is. There's voice acting in Xenogears.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
When main character Wei Fawn.
No, it's
what's his name?
Oh, it is
Fei
Wong Fawn. Yeah.
Fei Wan Fawn.
Fei Long Wong.
Fei Long Wong. So when he comes into contact with the wave existence, you don't hear a voice. It just, I don't even know if they voice acted. They might. It might just be jargon because he is receiving it. It's kind of like
he can't comprehend it.
He can't comprehend it. It's not words,
right?
But it's forming words with the waves.
Exactly.
Into the sentences that we're reading.
So that's what Lemegeton is. It's a sound that you can't comprehend. It's a wave existence that is used to. It is the key to the Zohar, and it is Lemegeton is what the Y data and everything that we've talked about like that.
We're gonna continue the story because I'm just gonna bank this for an after discussion.
Perfect.
This is a whole conversation I want to have about the Lemegeton.
Exactly. This is important to note for the story because the reason this girl is special is because the brainwaves that they detect in her are the same wave pattern data as given off by Lemegeton. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
So essentially, she is one of the only beings in this world that has some kind of like brainwave connection to Lemegeton itself. Okay, which is crazy. How the fuck would this? How is this Realian real? Because Joachim Mizrahi is the only one who had any ability to decipher Lemegeton and create the Y data, and his product was Momo. So what the fuck is this little girl?
She's
it's
unlabeled,
like an anomaly, unlabeled.
Okay,
doesn't have all this.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is
She's a part of
she?
the system.
What the fuck is she?
She's a part of the system. She is put there by the upper domain, bro. There's no other explanation.
I'll explain.
There's no
There
other
is.
explanation.
There is because there is one.
Oh no.
I'll explain.
Okay.
I'll explain.
Oh.
But you're onto something really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just
I'm gonna break this down.
talking.
So
I'm thinking out loud right now.
really quick, I did want to mention I did miss the fact that Jin and Junior both ran into Doctus, who was originally trying to get
On their
Nephilim.
investigation.
Yes, and
Okay.
she was on the way to get Nephilim, and they were able to get away from her and bring Nephilim to Yuli Mizrahi. I also messed up the the way things kind of happened, they were attacked by Gnosis, and I'm going to pull up pictures again. They were attacked by Gnosis. Yuli called Shion, knowing that she had Vector, and called Shion, knowing that she had Cosmos. Cosmos came...
I'm sorry, was that the Gnosis?
That's just a Gnosis, yeah. They look very strange.
Have
you ever seen Gnosis?
Only just like, I haven't played the game, right?
Yeah.
So I've done like research on a lot of like Wikipedia, but sometimes it's literally one image.
Yeah.
So I think I've seen like 2 renditions of Gnosis.
Oh, yeah.
Did not know it's like...
Look up,
So
they're all very,
they're all, like,
very
varying
different.
monsters,
So very
but
different.
they're all Gnosis.
Yes.
Wow.
Gnosis it's almost like they don't have one form. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So,
That...
yeah. So look up Gnosis right now. I'm going to continue with the story real quick.
Banking it for sure.
So what ends up happening, she calls Shion and Cosmos to come by. Cosmos basically annihilates all of these, the Gnosis. And because they're stopped and halted by the Gnosis, Doctus is able to catch up with them and steals her and beats the absolute dog snot out of Cosmos.
At this point in the story,
Yes.
has Cosmos ever really been this annihilated?
Nope. She's never lost, ever.
Never lost.
No. I mean...
So this is like a shock.
No, this is a huge shock. It also means that she is absolutely due for what would I call it? An upgrade is what I'll say.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So check this out. Following the trail of Doctus, because of the wave patterns they can recognize, they're able to hunt her down to a... by the way, I remembered Shion Uzuki, Chief of Vector's first R&D division. That's just the name of the people who work on Cosmos's project, which I forgot. So I'm going to get right back into the story. You remember where we were at? I'll do a little... Okay. Nephilim was just stolen by Doctus. Because Jin was on the case already, him and Shion, since Cosmos was just fucked up, can't join them. Jin and Shion, the Uzuki siblings, right?
Yes.
They are on the case. So they follow the wave pattern that they can track. That was, by the way, Lemegeton that's in Nephilim's head right now, in this Realian's head. Okay? So they literally are able to hunt Doctus down to a Scientia vessel. Okay? And are basically...
Remind me, Scientia?
This is the part I was really excited to tell you about. Do you remember Melise Ortus?
Yes.
The character
From
Pied Piper. One of the two
survivors, bro.
Let's
We're
go.
on the same wave.
Melise Ortez, okay? She created an anti-UMN resistance.
Yes.
Essentially, that was what the end monologue she said, was this idea that we use the UMN, and through that we created the Pied Piper, which was Eric Weber.
Right.
Who was Voyager.
A byproduct
they created of that.
the
And
UMN,
guess what?
the
You
darkness,
always have to pay
literally-
the Piper.
Yes.
Exactly.
On the wiki,
Yes.
it says the investigation, basically, of the darkness hiding within the UMN.
And the UMN is not just some
that
online,
Excuse me.
bless
My
you.
turn, baby. Let's go. Notoriously, I do not have grand burps, I will say. So I get really excited when
You
that
get very
happens.
excited, absolutely.
No, that is actually the entire point of Pied Piper.
Exactly.
Is that...
So this is why I was excited to tell you this
man.
story.
Which
Because
is like the internet.
so what we find
my
out,
gosh.
is that Doctus is one of the lead head members, current members of Scientia, right? Are you with me?
Interesting.
Are you with me?
Yes.
So-
And an android.
An android that's being controlled remotely by someone else who we never meet. And
Quick
yes,
question.
Yes, answer.
Does Cosmos rely on the UMN in any way?
No.
Or does she have some power with it or like connection?
Not really.
Okay.
Not like.
Good. No. That's
Yeah.
the answer.
Yeah.
That's why I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I'm right.
Okay. Okay. So essentially,
I have all these formulating theories right now.
so I have some pictures to go with what the story about to say.
perfect.
So the Uzuki siblings find Doctus in this vessel right here and are basically able to confront her. She's also accompanied by the current president the leader, the captain of Scientia. Can't remember his name right now because he's not very important, but he's the one who explains that Doctus is an android and being remotely controlled and what Scientia is. He also gives these two siblings essentially a warning that says, you two have no idea who you're working for and what you're doing.
Shit.
Absolutely. So almost like that,
Wow.
that thing we were talking about Xenoblade, that moment of like, hey, your world is not what you think it is. You might be fighting on the wrong side. Vector using like who it's ran by, you don't know. Who you're employed by through the Galactic Federation,
Dude.
Who are they? Who are these people?
This
right?
idea of like government,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And thinking it stands for, or you are standing for
Yes,
something,
right?
And flipping it on its head
Yes.
because there's darkness
And
within.
even deeper, this idea that you two are deep in this. You are the chief of the 5th R&D
Right.
division
Right.
of Vector. You are a
You
huge,
have no idea,
and you don't know
you are
what that is,
doing.
and you don't know what the UMN is. So just keep that in. So basically,
Crazy.
with all that said,
Okay.
we see why they
Can I
took.
just say,
Yeah, please.
With that coming out of her mouth, bro.
Yes.
Why does she have to be? Okay. The over sexualization we talked about with Xenoblade 2, it did not originate there, bro.
What do you mean?
These androids, Cosmos and Doctus, why are they so badass?
bad
And they
as
have to be in like robotic bikinis, but
They-
it's not.
they
It's
are
like
bad
not
as hell.
inappropriate,
Right.
right? But she's a badass.
No,
bro.
she absolutely
She's like
is.
Lara Croft coming in
absolutely
hot.
is. I have a
Dual,
picture-
like
Yeah,
gun
absolutely.
for arms.
I have a picture, by the way.
and
This
that's
is
what she says.
This is what she looks like,
Bro.
in Xenosaga.
I'll be real. This is some Metal Gear shit.
Dude, and even like she's got almost like Matrix-esque.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah,
it's like
the headwear.
It's yeah,
but
right.
there's a reason.
Cybertech.
Yes, there's a reason. There's a lot of symbolism in her.
Yeah, very interesting attire.
Scientia is the infinity, while also
Scientia's symbol is infinity.
Mm-hmm.
You're shitting me,
promise. Didn't you just have it pulled up?
bro. Do you know that there's another infinity symbol in the Xenoverse?
Which one?
Mobius.
That's true. Yes. No, it's not infinity. That's it's a what is
It's
the
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros? No,
Is the opposite.
it's two things eating itself, isn't it?
It's making a figure eight.
Right. Yes, it is.
It's bro.
It absolutely is.
That's the symbolism. Have you ever seen that symbol?
Yeah.
That has like the infinity. With
Yeah.
the circle?
What's the real word for that? Ouroboros?
Ouroboros. That's the snake eating itself in a perfect circle,
What's
symbolizing eternal recurrence.
Yeah. What's the Ouroboros but with two dragons
So there's the
or two
Ouroboros.
snakes? Anyway.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
do my homework. Keep
But
going.
I'm gonna continue with the story.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you this real quick. So we kind of find out that obviously Scientia is not the bad guy. And this whole idea of what they're doing and what they're kind of, preaching here, they show that they're analyzing the young girl who goes by the name Nephilim. And through this, they're able to basically reverse translate what is going on in her head. And I'm gonna explain real quick. So Lemegeton was scattered through the UMN in the form of Lemegeton fragments during the Miltian conflict. Okay. So it was basically just completely thrown. That's what the Y data is. It's a Lemegeton fragment that's inside of her brain space, essentially, as a Realian. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's very UMN heavy. It's not like physical cords being stuck into her
For
head.
sure.
You know what I'm visualizing?
Well, it's also waves, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wavelengths that
So
come off of Lemegeton.
What I'm
gives a
getting
certain
is like
wavelength.
these wavelengths they are an entity of their own, right? Much like the wave existence, right?
Yes.
It's like higher domain.
Absolutely.
It's like the
Absolutely.
frequency is what we can measure
Yeah.
in terms of like these separations.
Yes.
Am I following that with that understanding?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. Yeah, she's not Lemegeton itself.
No,
she's a
no.
Yeah,
Lemegeton
You're saying-
is like
Yeah.
is like this. We'll get in like the definition and stuff, but it's
Yeah.
utilizing these wavelengths that are beyond our like control truly within humanity
Yes.
and technology. Right?
Yes.
They do supernatural things
Yes.
with waves.
Yeah. With wave wave.
Well, let me put it this way.
Yes.
Frequency
Yes.
has a supernatural effect on the physical world.
Absolutely. It's the idea of
Yeah, I
paranoia
like that.
agent, like that idea that
Yes.
that's how
That everything was destroyed.
well, what's his name? Yeah, but also Radar Man. That's what he is. Maniwa.
You're
That's
right,
What he,
you're right.
That's,
That's
what
putting
he
it
taps
literally.
into.
Yeah, he's
was that
tapping
he's
into
able
waves.
to literally access those waves through all that sense. But
that gives me more perspective on that.
That's what I
Wow.
That's what I got from Radar Man. He's become this extra dimensional being by using physical human technology. He's able to tap into those things. That's why he was able to go to Moromi's universe back in the day and literally
Yes.
contact the chief and be like, "Chief, we need you to bring back
Break out.
what's her name? Sukaki.
Yes.
Tsukiko Sagi.
Tsukiko.
Tsukiko Sagi. Yeah. And
Bro, yeah, it's Matrix
how he
shit.
fights
It's
against that.
tapping in.
Exactly.
Yes, bro.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So
Let us
through
continue.
this study and everything that they have, Scientia is kind of checking Nephilim for, and basically like they're researching. There's Doctus there explaining it.
Okay.
And all that.
shit.
Yeah, I believe that's Shion. Oh, I forgot to show you. I meant to show this to you. I'm so sorry.
Do we need
No, it's just that's the design of Shion and Jin in this story. Basically, that's what they look like.
dude, I
Pretty
love
sick, right?
way better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That look.
Not
for
that
Jin.
like they're even bad.
No.
I love this stuff. It's a step in the right direction.
Absolutely,
Dude, especially Jin.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me?
He looks so insanely cool.
I love that,
yeah,
dude.
So
Okay, this is sick.
basically, they're put in this place where they're not exactly like buddy with Scientia right here, but they're able to understand, and Doctus is kind of explaining what they've found inside her brain. There is a being, and this is going to get to that idea of wave existence. A being that's reaching out to her, and she is trying to return that idea. A person, from what we can assume, whose name is Grimoire Verum, is trying to get in contact with her.
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Bro.
So check this out. I'm gonna continue. Okay, you down? You down?
Yes.
You down? Okay.
I knew Grimoire was like gonna be heavily involved somehow.
Absolutely. So during this research and everything that's happening, Grimoire Verum starts activating something inside her brain while this is happening.
Literally,
Which
live.
starts literally, while they're talking about it, she's in this test tube, starts activating this, which sends out this wave. And through, Shion's always kind of been like this, but the way that she kind of responds is to try and basically like go leap forward and help this little girl,
Oh,
basically.
yeah.
You can see this wave is being shot out. That light touches Shion, and she's rendered completely unconscious, and like basically no sign that she would wake up from this coma that she's in, essentially.
Like seriously, comatose.
Comatose to a degree where you could assume, with the technology that they have, her existence in the way someone travels into the UMN, herself is somewhere else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're like kind of like,
So they know she's not dead.
She's not
but
dead.
Her
she's
like,
in this state
soul
as if she
or
is in
mind
the UMN.
is somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
It does.
Here's just a picture. She's brought back to, that's Yuli and Jin right there. But that's
Such a promiscuous angle.
don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do, Takahashi.
But so essentially, After this moment, she's brought somewhere else with Nephilim, by the way, because Nephilim has completely disappeared, almost as if her body was taken somewhere else as well. What happened was she was summoned to this specific corner of the UMN, which is highly, deeply. The UMN, you can look at it like a spiral staircase, and what's kind of at the surface is what the public uses. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah? So that surface, or more like an iceberg, right? At the very bottom of that iceberg would be Udu, right? That's the center of the UMN.
Makes sense.
Dmitry Yuriev and Voyager know that. The only two people who ever figured that out.
Right.
And so
those figures have also dove deep into the UMN.
Absolutely,
right?
but
we don't know how deep.
It's the center. It's the center. Exactly. So this point that I'll just say, Shion awakes in this almost chapel-looking place. Looks like a giant Catholic church, essentially. It's this deep segment of the UMN that is essentially the imaginary number domain. It's that deep in there.
Like manifested into
Yes.
a physical form?
Almost as if someone built it to that form, if that makes sense.
Okay, is this like, you've seen season 1 Loki, right?
Yes.
At the very end, when
Yes.
he breaks through and he reaches that area where he talks to
Oh
some
yeah,
guy,
to the
is it kind of like
the one
that
left?
where it's like, it's very...
yeah, it's kind of
Paint me a
separated.
picture.
It's
Is
separated.
it like white and
It's
like...
separated, but it is accessible through the UMN, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can get there if you need to.
Yeah,
If need
but-
be.
Okay. Sounds like
But it's
no
deep
one's
in
been
there.
here.
There's only one person who is there, and that's Grimoire Verum,
Shut
who
up,
shows
bro.
up. I swear, who shows up.
No way.
I have this right here for you, actually.
Holy shit, it is the end of Loki season 1.
Yeah, literally. But
Are you serious?
this is the craziest.
Wait,
part.
hang on.
Okay.
Because also, what are the antagonists, quote unquote, in Loki? They're called what? What's that? The TVA.
The TVA. Yeah.
URTV.
So this man,
Come on, man.
appears in front of Shion, who wakes up alongside Nephilim. Who
He's actually strangely attractive.
he's a very handsome man,
but
isn't he?
he's like old as shit, right?
He is from the time of Lost Jerusalem.
Dude!
His being.
Yes.
His being exists exclusively in the invisible number domain as a part of the UMN, because he was the one who was originally put on the Zohar research, and was the one that discovered. He is the Joachim Mizrahi of Lost Jerusalem, right?
he was a part of the discovery team of the Zohar.
He wasn't a part of the team that discovered it. The ones that studied it.
Studied it.
And from what we've learned
the
now,
first humans, right?
the first humans to ever really discuss
wow.
and study it. So he's the one who made the original, what's the word?
Study the frequency?
Yes, the
Y data?
the Lemegeton.
Lemegeton,
Yes,
right.
That's
he
what
was
it
the
is.
creator of
Yes,
it, right?
yes. Joachim Mizrahi
Yes.
studied his studies.
Yes.
And his work is what got turned into the Y data. This was the original guy. He's also
My God.
He's also, before we learned about Klaus,
This is
what
insane.
we had known as the original reason that Lost Jerusalem was destroyed. But obviously, from what we've learned, after he was studying the Zohar on the physical planet, they moved the conduit, the Zohar, onto those space elevators.
Okay.
The 3 beanstalks that were constructed.
yes.
That's because of his failure for his activation of the Zohar that happened. That's just why he's stuck in this domain. This man comes with he speaks very calmly, and he basically says to Nephilim, come here, the process shall continue, is essentially what he says. He will continue and finish the project. Shion's obviously so confused because who is this guy?
Yeah.
Why does he have this place? Why has she been brought here? And essentially what happens, he explains just a little directly, he has the fragmented ability to access Lemegeton slightly through the space he's in, right? Enough to be able to this is going to be crazy, okay? That ability and the Song of Nephilim has the ability to control Gnosis. He is the one who's been enacting these Gnosis terrorisms that they are investigating at the moment right now. All for the reason to find this Realian girl, okay? Because this girl is the important part this is like the thing he's trying to do, okay? So
he seems like a major. He's in the. Wow.
Yes.
He's an antagonist, right?
Yes, he's the main antagonist.
He's like the main antagonist
of Xenosaga, or just of this story.
He's like now, like aside from Dmitry Yuriev, this guy is now a totally new avenue.
Absolutely.
Into like it's not like another like oh yeah, this is like a side bad guy, right? No. This is the antagonist way before Dmitry ever even existed.
He's brought up many times in 3, many times, because the importance of everything he's doing.
Holy shit.
Controlling the Gnosis, all for this reason. And guess why? Here. Yeah. I'll continue the story.
What is this
So
girl?
in the other world...
This girl's a key.
Yes.
Of some kind.
But we got to do some kind of storytelling, okay?
Okay.
So check this out. On the other side of the world, Doctus and Jin both have to team up to essentially try and find some kind of way to get in contact with Xion and Nephilim. They both don't know at all where they could have gone. I have some pictures, actually.
Perfect.
So Doctus and Jin are obviously, this is them kind of working together.
I feel like I've seen this image. Have you shown this to me before? Maybe I saw this in the Xenobits video.
Yeah, you might have.
This looks really familiar.
You might have.
Okay.
Very interesting. Yeah. So at this point in time, he's basically they're kind of putting aside because they have beef right now, obviously. Sure. She and him have been against each other since the investigation started. Right. It's basically, okay, we'll allow you to get Nephilim.
Yes.
And then I'm going to get my sister back, essentially, is the vibe. So
it's very like, shit. When the two opposing Kevis sides come together.
Oh, when they have to come together? Yeah.
They have to, and they're
exactly. Yeah, it's very much like that. Yeah, Doctus does not like Jin, and Jin does not like Doctus, but they're working together in this sense
and trusting each other. I mean, like, he's locked in.
Absolutely, that's the UMN he has to dive into. So he's searching currently right now for the sign of Lemegeton that was faintly a part of the wavelength of Nephilim.
Nephilim.
Yes.
Yeah.
And through
specifically.
That, exactly.
Yeah.
Through that, he will be able to reverse find where she is.
Interesting.
Physically, and then literally be able to
transport himself.
Take them out. Yes,
or
exactly.
take them out.
Take them out.
Okay.
He would have to physically get there, though. If that makes sense.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
You with me?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Bro.
So this is what they're up to on the other side of the world.
Shit, bro.
Okay. So Nephilim, Grimoire Verum reveals exactly what his plan is to Nephilim, to the little girl
daughter
with the green hair. So that's
she's his daughter.
So check this out. This picture, I want you to see this.
Oh my god!
Check this out. Okay.
No
way.
No way. No way.
Absolutely. So what I just showed.
This guy sacrificed his daughter. Dude.
Okay. All right. So check this out.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to hold it together. Bro.
One of the biggest reasons I wanted to re-mention what Momo was and Joachim Mizrahi is because this man is the precursor. He is the if anything, Joachim Mizrahi is the inherited will of this man. He has literally been around this entire time, manipulating strings in order to be able to return his daughter back to a physical realm of existence, if that makes sense. Because she does not exist within the imaginary number domain or any other domain, because he had complete access and research on the Zohar. All right, I'm going to pull up a picture. I can't believe I didn't download this already. So this experiment he used his own daughter, whose name was Nephilim, right? And it'll all explain. It'll all make sense. He used the original Zohar before humans even knew what it was. Back on Lost Jerusalem, he used his daughter because he was a religious man. He believed that there was some way to like transfer a human through and back, if that makes sense, because
Yes.
he recognized it as a gate and a portal. He sees his daughter, and he like there's nothing more important to him than his daughter.
Okay, so
Does that make sense?
Oh man.
So check this
So
out.
wait, can I?
Yes.
One question.
I got as many as you
this
want.
is. He genuinely loves his daughter.
Yes.
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 This isn't like he's actually like. I was kind of thinking the yin and yang of like the darkness to the light, like you know what I mean, like where Joachim genuinely like he was almost like taking the work and he had pure intent. Whereas Griamore, I was thinking more he was more antagonistic in he's willing to sacrifice his daughter for some like fucked up power.
So
right?
that's exactly what it is. So what he tries to tell. Here's another picture of just what's happening right now.
Oh,
so this
yeah.
is him kind of
Okay.
explaining everything and trying to allow. He's trying to activate Lemegeton that's in her mind, basically.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just so I can. This picture is
Please.
like really. It looks mid like crazy scene.
Oh yeah, it's
What's the picture here
so everything I'm explaining is what he's explaining to her.
in this cathedral?
Yes, to a degree. To a degree, to be honest. Yeah, you can see the kind of cathedral look,
Yeah.
how it looks behind them.
And how he's kind of like crystallized, but
Yeah.
not fully.
He's like phasing it out.
Phased,
He
yeah.
has control over this
That's
like
insane,
environment, basically.
bro. Okay.
Because he was he is literally like a part of this place. So what he's trying to do now is
Listen.
activate Lemegeton in this Realian girl's head, and he basically explains, "You are my daughter, but you don't even know it yet." So what you just said is correct. You kind of find out this guy was a scumbag. To be honest with you, he used what he did with his daughter. Because what he explains is that it's one way.
It's like jaded, fucked up view of actual love.
Exactly.
Right?
And guess who actually shows up?
Who?
The real Nephilim. She shows up in front of him. Basically says what truly happened was he used her body as a catalyst towards an experiment that he was using. So you were on that before I even
Absolutely, bro.
explained it.
I fucking
so he was
knew
trying
it.
to preach this idea
Yes.
of like, oh, I love my daughter, I want her
Right.
back, I want this, which I believe there's a truth to that, and I truly believe that is
That's why it's messed up.
Exactly.
Right.
This idea that maybe there even is regret. I don't know.
Right.
But this idea that it's like, okay, but it's
Or he still thinks he's doing
or he's
the
doing
right
the
thing,
right thing.
or atoning
exactly
or whatever.
So during this moment,
you know what
this-
I look at it?
Yes.
Seriously,
Yes.
a religious leader,
Yes.
like for justifying it through
Yes.
righteousness they
Yes.
don't understand.
Exactly.
In order to do a fucked up act
Exactly.
that could never be done.
and allowing it to be done through the preaching of that idea.
right.
And I believe he has this
Justifying.
design for a
Oh,
reason.
man.
He looks
Yes,
like
he looks
he's in
like
a
a priest.
cathedral. He looks like a priest. It's all this idea that's
Wow.
trying to be conveyed.
Right.
So this Realian girl is not Nephilim. She is trying to fight the idea of the activation of Lemegeton in her brain, because what he believes is if his daughter was lost, the real Nephilim was lost to the Zohar. If he activates the Lemegeton that he put in this Realian girl's brain, right?
Yes.
Because he's been pulling these strings from
Right.
the outside, right?
right.
If
he's been setting up.
He's been
for
setting
this
up for this moment. He believes he can connect
reunite.
the soul. Exactly.
Exactly.
He's like a lost, crazy version of Joachim Mizrahi.
Yes.
It's like the disturbing, gross part of trying to
Yeah,
control
he
and
will.
using.
If he needed
Yes.
to, he would sacrifice everything and everyone.
And guess what
to
he's
make
been
this
doing?
happen.
He has been. He
Right.
is controlling the gnosis to be able to fuck with him.
Gnosis,
The
bro.
gnosis.
Yeah, attacking
So-
innocent people. Yeah, dude.
Yes.
All this.
So check this out. She's kind of fighting it, kind of trying to deny it the best she can.
Right.
And in the same way, he's almost like shocked. I wasn't able to get pictures of this, but Nephilim appears in front of him, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, the real Nephilim!" And he's like Nephilim, and she tells the truth, the true truth. And he's like, "Nephilim."
This real Nephilim is
Yes.
like manifesting separately.
She
right?
manifests separately.
Okay,
She is
like a
a
different
being
body.
out of anything.
Yeah.
She doesn't exist physically in any domain. She was a strange catalyst for the Zohar, and we don't exactly know what she is, but she was once a human girl.
Okay.
But she's been alive this entire time, but through the Zohar and kind of through that energy that
Right,
exists.
outside of time.
Almost like, exactly.
That's the explanation.
Exactly,
right?
that's
It's
the
like
explanation.
When you tap into that space,
Exactly.
it's beyond time.
So, absolutely.
Yes.
Are you with me?
Yes.
So check this out. Through activating, okay, this is going to be sick as fuck. So through this moment on which, okay, he's trying to activate the Song of Nephilim, which if you remember, the Song of Nephilim is what transforms a human being's brain into a gnosis. It'll transform them into it, and it makes realians go crazy. This should not be heard by mortal ears. It is not made to be. So he's activating this giant fucking massive catalyst because, by the way, if the Song of Nephilim is even released in the UMN and plays throughout the universe, we're talking about the end of everything. Essentially.
Everything.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, bro.
So check this out.
It's what I was talking about literally earlier.
Yes.
Okay. With the kind of same exact ideology in Xenogears. The guy trying to activate the Deus.
Yes, the Deus.
The Ender.
That's what he's
Malos.
trying to do. Exactly.
It's
he's trying to
insane.
activate this end goal for the intention of doing what he believes is right.
Yeah.
So
He
here's what
believes
happens.
He's righteous because he is.
Right when this is going down, Doctus and Jin pull up. They're able to find Xion. That's him confronting Xion right when this happens. They're able to pull up and basically fight away these. He produced these like kind of like giant mechs. They were like kind of controlling, like guarding them
Okay,
in.
it's kind of sick.
Doctus pulls up, starts beating all their asses. Because think about it, if she's beating Cosmos' ass, come on, she's beating everything else's ass.
Yes. Okay.
So check this out.
she don't lose.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So here is,
Hell yeah.
she's not losing. Jin shows up, is kind of confronting Xion, and Xion's like, we need to save this little girl. Like, her brain is being, like, destroyed. She's trying to fight. Yes.
Yes.
Which they don't even know her name.
Right, because
They don't
she's
even
not
know her name
Nephilim,
'cause
bro.
She's not Nephilim. So check this out. Because of all this that's happening,
Yes.
this visual is insane with the background, obviously.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is her. The activation of the Song of Nephilim is being activated in her
tweaking.
brain.
She's
floating.
floating.
She's floating, and she tragically transforms into a gnosis. It's like her whole body is engulfed by this gnosis form.
Is that the only picture of this beast?
Yeah, that's kind of all we got.
Okay.
At least the ones that I got off of Wikipedia. But
That's kind of insane.
or on the wiki. So you can see she's still kind of like screaming out of it, like it's like kind of taking over her body, right?
Yeah.
And Xion is like distraught as hell by this because it's like. Also, Xion is a very sweet, like she's always taking care of like whenever she.
You said You know what? I don't know if we've talked about it on the podcast, so I'm not going to say it.
That's okay.
Keep going. Yeah.
Okay. So once this pulls up, this is a very dangerous being. But these people, Jin and Doctus, came prepared because they showed up with. Take a look. Cosmos version 3, baby.
Version 3.
Version 3. And this is the form she takes when you start Xenosaga 3.
Let's go.
So this is the first time you get to see that. She basically like she swooped in Xion to paint the picture. Xion was going to get like crushed by that thing. She basically swoops in, completely saves her, right? And she's the one
The
exactly the right point.
Moment through the UMN, to a specific
location
when she
knew
was
exactly where
already
she needed to go.
That is
And I don't even know, truthfully, if she was completely finished.
You can literally see from this animation here that it's like she just
the
arrived.
exact moment. Exactly.
Oh my gosh,
exactly,
bro.
dude. So check this
I'm
out.
so glad you planted that seed earlier because that made this actually so
Let's
epic.
fucking go, dude. I'm telling you.
Let's go.
Okay. So with that said, her, Doctus, Jin, and Xion all are able to fight this gnosis, and pretty tragically, here that's the Nephilim girl who
she like
kind
is
of like
falling
she
out of,
falls
like,
out of it.
The form.
Yes. So this is an extremely important moment. I want to explain this.
I want to know.
Through this Realian being freed from that, Xion's memories, which Shion has a lot of memories that she has completely blocked out.
Right.
Because of
I
her
remember
trauma.
that. Since the first episode.
Yes.
Yes.
Her parents were killed in this hospital during the Milshin when everything hit the fan, everything went crazy. The Song of Nephilim was released on that planet. And the reason Joachim Mizrahi cut that planet off from circulation is if that song spread, it would be the end of the universe.
Yeah.
So he decides to sacrifice
And he
Milsha.
sends it into the UMN, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And so it's gone.
So basically,
That's why it's called Lost Jerusalem. Right?
Oh no, you're thinking of that's Lost Jerusalem. We're talking about Milsha. Do you remember Milsha? The when Joachim is standing
Milsha
at
was the planet.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's it was
basically
10 years
it was
ago.
Earth 2.
Exactly. But it was where the Zohar was kept and being studied by Joachim Mizrahi.
Yes.
And because the Song of Nephilim was activated.
Right.
And
because of what happened.
Because of
Lost
what happened.
Jerusalem.
Exactly.
Right? Like
he
old
knew
Earth.
all this. He knew all this and literally sacrificed his own life and basically said, Momo, I hope you can forgive me. I will die for my sin is dooming this planet forever and you shall live on. And there's this beautiful idea there where it's like he left her with the Y data and just like hoping that she would find someone like Ziggy who found her. So with all of that said, we find out some very, very interesting information. Shion has a memory from when she was a little girl. All we know is that her father worked at this hospital in quotes. We'll get into that in episode 3.
Yeah, you keep doing that. I'm like, what's happening here?
So check this out. Her memories are activated of this Realian girl that she had full contact with. This girl's real name, which I'm going to pull it up just right now, is Almadel. This is a young Realian girl who was worked on by Shion's father, Sawyer?
Sawyer?
No, Sawyer. Uzuki.
Suo Uzuki.
Yeah, that's him right there. Suo Uzuki.
No, it's Sue.
Suo?
No,
Sue?
no, Sue.
Okay, Sue Uzuki. I'll say that.
Uzuki.
That's him right there.
So.
Sue Uzuki. That's little Shion down there. This girl, Almadel, was being treated at the facility that her father worked on. And for some reason, he was like either manipulated or something happened where he allowed all these things that were going on in her head, like understanding that she had a fragment of Lemegeton in her brain.
This made the first Gnosis.
Okay. This is what... Do you know how the Gnosis were released?
No.
Through the Song of Nephilim, which happened on Milsha, which he worked with. And he was working through this. We basically learned he was working with the people who released the Song of Nephilim in the first place. This is... Yes. This is the kind of shit we learned. This
is like the reason for Missing Year.
This
right here,
is...
bro.
Absolutely, this is massive. Shion didn't even understand at the time. She was a little girl. She literally had no idea what was going on, essentially.
Also, of course, dude. Shion's like the protagonist.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
Oh.
But so finding out her father just had this very kind of like
this is the Realian.
Yes.
Like
Almadel.
Healthy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Almadel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and Shion was her friend?
Yes, she was the only one. She says is she was the only one that kept her mind sane while because she was going through experiments and all these things. To be honest with you, I'll spoil a little bit. This place is not a hospital. It is a facility where you research and are basically what's called testing people.
You. Oh, yeah.
She was too young to understand that, and her mother was one of the people they were testing. And that's what she literally understands at this time, or she doesn't understand this yet, because she was so little, she called it a hospital and believed her mother was sick staying at that hospital. And because she was a little girl, she had no one else to watch her, and she basically had to stay in this hospital. So Almadel was one of her friends. Okay?
Dude.
She was one of the only people who was there for her. So once this memory reactivates, it reactivates in Almadel because the Song of Nephilim was the memories of Nephilim.
activated.
Yeah. Because the memories of Nephilim were kind of taken out, she regains her memories too. And there's this beautiful reunion between Shion and Almadel in the modern day, because they get both of their memories back to a degree. Almadel explains to Shion, and Jin and Cosmos are with her, right? Almadel basically explains, if I continue existing, the Song of Nephilim that he activated in myself will continue to exist, and I have to end myself in order to continue.
Shut up, bro.
And protect the world, basically.
Gosh.
And so obviously Shion is very distraught by it. But this idea of she literally phases her reality in the U, because they're still in the UMN.
Yeah,
right.
but into the light, bro. Like angelic feathers.
Right. She literally is able to.
She's going up, right?
You'll see what it looks like right here. But this is just, a little bit more of what we're seeing. She's and Nephilim is obviously there too. Remember, because she showed up at the end there, and she basically phases her existence out. What you assume is that she, as the Song of Nephilim,
basically
she
deleted
herself and dove deeper in the UMN the same way you'd get rid of the Song of Nephilim. And she has to, that's her existence. It's not just her physical body, it's her existence.
She's not coming back.
Not at all.
Ever.
And so, extremely tragic. Here's some pictures of.
I'm actually really, that's so deep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Jin
so
Jin
crazy.
basically explains to her.
Wait, what happened to Grimoire?
Oh, yes. So, okay. Here.
Okay, I guess while you're pulling that up,
Give me.
can I say that
yes.
where my head is at with kind of just connecting the dots and like this is so intentional that so many other series, games, movies, anime all have these big boys we're talking about.
Absolutely.
With One Piece, Attack on Titan, Kingdom Hearts. I have a lot of Kingdom Hearts in this in multiple ways, bro. Like the Organization 13 being in black robes, right? And the Testaments and that kind of power. And it's just they're like connected. Oh my gosh, my head is spinning.
Absolutely.
Has been spinning. This is amazing. I want to say that with kind of the angelic sacrifice and deleting. That's so massive because of the theme. It is actually a contrast to the theme of the rebirth, right? To literally choose, because you will be a part of the system until you choose not to be. It is the same sacrifice, my
Absolutely.
brother. Do you know who it is? It is a direct, in a very different way, it is a direct parallel, my man.
Absolutely.
Of escaping the manipulation of another corrupt man, another corrupt leader.
Absolutely.
It's the original Mio. It's M. M does the exact same thing in a completely different way. Bro.
Absolutely. I'm so with that, by the way. That connection is such a real one.
Yeah, you're doing it because even if you know emotionally, no one's going to agree with it.
Right.
You're doing it completely alone. You have to do it.
Absolutely. All right. So because just what happened with Grimoire, he tried to use Lemegeton to revive Nephilim's consciousness, but because Almadel rejected those memories, she, in that sense, sacrificed herself to stop the Song of Nephilim by transforming to a gnosis. Does that make sense?
Oh.
Yes. So she allowed it to take over herself, and that phasing away was her turning to salt.
Wow.
So they didn't truly save her from that.
Right.
And that's the only way she was able to stop it.
Yeah.
Through that, because of that, the activation of the Song of Nephilim, and the activation of Lemegeton.
Yes.
This activation is basically the I'm gonna try and explain this in my own words, okay?
Yeah.
Because
that's what I want.
There's not a way to read this. I'm struggling finding a way to explain this.
That's cool.
Grimoire's self that existed in that that plane of existence, that plane of the UMN.
Yes.
His self,
Like a high frequency.
his self
Yes.
was the true knowledge of Lemegeton. He was Lemegeton in that sense. He was
Tapped
the
in.
activation,
Yes.
tapped in. So when she basically rejects the memories and allows the song to be dissipated, he dissipates with her.
No.
Yes. So not only was it, and also
Really?
Griamore, he dissipates, taking the knowledge of Lemegeton with him in his death. No one else understands. He is the last being that understands it. It's like this ultimate sacrifice that Almadel, this girl, this Realian, is making. This ultimate sacrifice. So Griamore,
Okay.
Griamore
That
is
is
no more.
actually way. I did not expect that. That's way more satisfying
Absolutely.
than just her deleting
So
the data.
exactly.
You know,
exactly. I needed to I'm so glad I reset that. So essentially, when you get
that's huge.
Yes, exactly. So she rejects. It's like that idea of Mobius. It's like you reject the idea of this self you're trying to put on me.
Yes.
It's like like what you just
It's
said. That idea of like,
literally M,
you have this
bro.
idea of me and I'm not. Almadel is not Nephilim. And Nephilim even shows up and says, no, I'm not.
Right.
This is not me.
Right.
This is not what it is. And by denying that and running from it, she is truly set free to a degree. She is set free.
She is
Almadel
free.
is. So this idea that obviously
Wow, bro.
and activation of these memories is so important to Shion, because guess what? She remembers these things about her father working with all of the involvement in this, and also this Realian girl was created by Vector. There's something deep inside this. We basically find out through, I think Doctus explains that this at the end, that Vector was the one who created this girl. There's such an inside job here. This idea, and guess what? Shion is completely open her eyes to it. How the hell could you as a person go back to your job and continue to work for these corrupt like parties that you don't even understand? And so to wrap this story, because we're at the very end, they leave the UMN, and Shion kind of has an outro. What's the word?
Like a epilogue.
Epilogue. Thank you.
Yeah, gotcha.
That she says.
We got this
essentially,
on the podcast, baby.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The wink sound.
Yeah. So this is the crazy part too. Doctus explains that section of the UMN was also under special control by Vector itself. Vector knew about Grimoire and that section of the UMN and had absolutely nothing to say about it. And guess what? Because because Jin and Shion and all of them broke into it, she was demoted. But in the second or the 5th RMB division, Vector got upset with her and demoted her. With all of that said, essentially what she says, after learning of Vector and her father's involvement in the incident, it weighed so heavily on Shion's heart, she was unable to endure these emotions of realizing that she is this almost cog in the machine of these bigger picture players. And she decided to completely resign from Vector and never even said goodbye to Cosmos. She makes that decision and starts working alongside Scientia. And that's the way the story ends.
That's how it ends.
That's how it ends.
Because now it's fucking personal.
It's personal now. There's no friendliness with
just
Vector.
Remembered that my father is
Deeply tied, exactly, is deeply tied to these sick ideas.
That's
which, by the
reason
way,
I also don't have
Vector
my mother.
knew
I just remember those two
exactly.
things. And
Yes.
one of my only childhood friends.
Yes. Was killed in front of me because of the control of this.
My father.
Yes, exactly.
Willingly.
Exactly.
Because the idea, though, is that Shion is also coming from the perspective of she knows that she has a choice. She's a part of this resistance.
Exactly.
She hasn't decided of siding with Scientia.
Exactly.
She didn't know this.
Exactly.
But now she knows this, and she's like, oh.
How could you go back?
How do you fight this?
Yes.
You have to go extreme.
Right.
You have to be full resistance because being neutral is what I always
Neutral
was.
is exactly.
And I thought I was fighting for the right reasons.
Exactly, but you're playing
Dude.
into all of that. So this
Is insane.
I'm so glad you get this. I'm
insane.
so glad you get this
No, it
because
is.
this is the point of Missing
I
Year,
get
and
it.
I was blown away. And guess what? It makes
This
you
is
want to do.
huge.
Makes you want to start up episode 3. What the fuck is gonna happen in this
is
story?
happening,
This
baby?
is
This is insane.
incredible stuff. So that is Xenosaga 2 to 3, A Missing Year. That is the story. I know it's so much more connected than
Just
Pied
like
Piper.
Pied Piper, they both
come
deserve
on.
a clap.
They do.
Honestly, this
Yeah.
is peak
Seriously.
for a little mini, like, you know,
Exactly.
if it's a video game.
Yes.
And this is the DLC little, you know, future whatever. This is peak.
It's peak
This
for
is
sure.
insane.
So
Probably does not really need to be a game at all, to be honest. This
Absolutely.
is this is just pure lore.
this
Is what it sounds
It's
like.
important lore. And you know what's really sad? I didn't really get to show these pictures, but this is some of the most distressed we've ever seen Shion. We've seen her kind of freak
This is
out.
we're
She
seeing
has-
her emotion
she is
unlocked.
She is breaking down in a way we really have not seen her break down before.
This is
And-
an ending scene
Yeah.
of Paranoia Agent.
Yeah.
Right there.
Or even Noah when he learns of all this shit in Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh,
3. So all those moments of like, this is the low point for her. Where does she go from here? How do you go back to your job? How do you look Cosmos in the eyes? How do you
your reality is
go back?
literally
Her
shattered.
reality is shattered. But the part that I love about Shion is that she gets back up. And there's this idea of, no, I quit my job. I was the chief, right? And I quit. I didn't say goodbye to Cosmos. I didn't do this. And now I want to work alongside Scantia. I want to figure this out myself.
Insane.
And I love it, dude. I love it. I think it is such an incredible part of the story. I think it's an emotional, I think it's a very important one. I will say, too, I've genuinely found these two siblings, Jin and Xion, had a very rough startup. They didn't want to see each other. They don't really even like each other. It's very, it's very personal a lot of the times when they see each other. I did forget to mention a very important part at the beginning of the story. I apologize. I did the same thing with Pied Piper.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But when Nephilim or Almadel, see the Almadel Realian,
Yes.
when she saw Jin, she freaked out and like lost her mind and like started like basically
Tweaking?
like tweaking because Jin looks like
Oh.
her father.
No way.
Exactly.
That is a massive detail,
It's a
Josh.
huge detail. I really
That's
wish
crazy.
I
No,
can't believe
but-
when I was telling this end part, I was like, fuck.
Fuck.
I completely forgot
Right.
about that. That happens very early on, but
I
it's
mean,
like
it's obvious now.
Yes.
But it, you know,
you don't know why, because it's like Jin's
It
even
makes
like,
sense.
what the hell is
It make-
happening?
dude,
Like, why is my face triggering her? Takahashi,
The
keep
storytelling
cooking, keep
keeps
cooking,
bro.
I
feel like this is one of those
Yeah.
crazy. The storytelling is so good
Mm-hmm.
that truly nothing is actually filler at all.
no,
Like at
That-
all.
This is
Every
what I'm
bit
talking
of
about.
detail that is
This
added
is what I'm talking about.
is important.
And think
and
about
adds.
how much we're able to look from the end of Pied Piper and the even like natural me personally looking at this and saying the legacy of these characters and everything that's hurt them. I loved all the main characters in Pied Piper so much, but this idea that Melisse Ortez, this character who wanted to be a captain, like she was only 23, she wanted to be a captain like Jan so bad, and she talks
Yes.
about it through this entire thing. She builds something through this realization of what Eric becomes, is able to learn something from it and create this strong, beautiful path for the future of
It's
people like
literally-
Shion.
That's
You know what I'm saying? And so this is the legacy of those characters from Pied Piper, from what Melisse learned,
Pied
right?
Piper is 100 years before Xenosaga
Before
1.
yes,
Pied Piper is the
And this is-
seed
yeah.
of everything towards the path.
absolutely.
Seriously.
Because guess where what Shion is learning. She is learning what Melisse learned back
Right.
then, and now
And,
she can apply that to her life.
This is when she is truly, literally, she has broke through the Matrix
Exactly.
at this point.
Exactly.
This actually makes Xenosaga 3 insanely
It's-
hype
It's so important.
It's so
This is
important.
this
This
is
is-
the actual turning
Yes.
point of everything.
This is what I'm telling you. These stories, like Missing Year and Pied Piper, I've never experienced a story where these things are this important. And
Dude.
even this idea of like
it is the
the catalyst
the
for-
ultimate seed,
Dude,
the seed,
yes.
the ultimate setup,
Yeah.
and the ultimate
yeah,
like what's the word I'm looking for?
like
it sets up perfectly.
sets up and knocks it down is what you're
and
trying to say.
it's
Conclude-
almost like the end, how the ending of season
know there's a
3 of
word.
AOT feels, where like it
Yes.
ends, and it's
The conclusion? No.
it's a
Yeah.
conclusion of that's the
The way
we've-
you knock it down like that.
because of
I
that
agree.
reality shift,
Yes.
truly,
Yes.
right? When your eyes are open,
Right. Right.
it's breaking out of the matrix.
Exactly.
bro.
Exactly.
So we were
And-
in the matrix,
Yes.
in everything from 1 till now.
Yes.
And it's amazing that because didn't we chronologically, fill me in on this last bit of
Yeah, yeah.
real world lore.
Yeah.
When did Pied Piper come out? Did it come out
Pied
after
Piper
2?
came out after 1.
After 1.
Right before 2.
Okay. So that we
So
get the
it's-
ultimate setup then.
Yes.
And this came out after 2, correct?
This came out right after 2, yeah. And right before 3 came out.
Oh yeah.
So it's literally 1,
is
Pied Piper,
Takahashi.
2. Because
Takahashi is
come on.
knows what he
I'm
is
telling
doing.
you, and this was supposed to be a part of this 6-game epic. Like this was all supposed to. Pied Piper was
I'm
supposed to
taking
be a
it that
part of
way.
it. It
Yes.
was all supposed to be this massive story, but they just had to squeeze some things.
No, for sure.
Into, and that's the sad part.
And I don't
is
even
that-
think it's a bad thing.
No,
It was meant to
I mean,
be like this.
That's the
bro.
thing is that I've experienced all of these, and I've gone further than a lot of people normally would for games.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes,
But
yes.
I am like they said this on Resident Art 2. They were talking about it. This idea where it's like, Takahashi, you're asking so much of us to know all these things, remember all these things, have all this in our brain. But it is one of the most rewarding experiences you will ever have with any piece of media.
Yes.
Because it's not just garbage that they're saying. All of these things are set up. They add to character arcs. It's leading to things, and these things lead to other things. And seriously, you can see it now. All these things are being set up for these characters to have these moments that will happen later. And I am so happy. 3 is so peak because guess what? All these moments are all coming to fruition, dude. I wish I could tell you now, but I'm going to save it for 3. The conclusion to Jan Sauer and Eric Weber and Voyager and even Lactus, who's a part of that as well. The one of the 2 people that survived.
Every single piece of information is critical.
And putting this
Not
all into
just important, bro.
perspective,
Critical.
exactly, to what
These-
you were talking
Who
about.
survives, who doesn't survive,
The
why
importance
they
of-
survive, who's revived, how they're revived.
Yes.
Bro,
How they're
I have to
saved
take-
by other characters.
I have to
who-
take one more piss break, okay?
Yes.
Before I'm going to dive into some questions and some conversations and a couple things as kind of like an epilogue, if you will.
Let's do it.
Guys, we're officially back. Joshy, we have a bonus guest to wrap the
Oh
episode.
my gosh! Wait, where? Is he sitting right next to us?
Literally, it's Matthew.
No way.
What's up?
Matthew,
What up, buddy?
my man.
What's
This,
up?
we've
Welcome in.
referenced Matthew a few times.
We
He's,
have many times,
as
actually.
one of the few people who have
Yes.
lived in this house as
Yes.
a bonus
Yes,
roommate,
yes,
right?
yes.
One of our many bonus roommates.
That's right.
But probably one of the most loved, I think, the most
Definitely one of the
highest
best.
rated from
We talk-
all the
come
roommates.
on.
We did.
No,
we
it's
do.
true, bro.
We talk about
Absolutely
we talk
true.
about Matt Tech on the show.
Oh, no way.
Absolutely.
The show knows about Matt Tech.
They do.
Yes,
That's
yes.
important.
So
That's
the
good
Matt
to know.
Tech, you know
It's a
what the
lot
Matt
of
Tech
backstory.
is?
Do I know what
Yeah.
the Matt Tech is? Do I know what the Matt Tech is?
Just to refresh you,
Yeah.
if you
I don't
weren't
know what the
aware.
Matt Tech is.
Yeah,
You
well, the
know
Matt
it.
Tech,
You
the
use
Matt
it
Tech
every fucking
is
time.
literally we're about to rip this game of Smash and it hits the screen and you pause it immediately.
No, you gotta
And
pause
it's
it after the final. After the final.
perfect.
hit.
Right
It's
after.
literally, or just
It's like straight up.
pause.
Yeah, it's like straight up. The hit goes and it's just
Pause.
and then it just goes
Yeah, yeah.
straight to
Yep.
Pause
silence.
it.
And
And
when
that
it's-
shit is so
and
funny.
when it's-
Walking out of the room.
When it's just me and Josh, that's when you end the game so he doesn't get the.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I
he
gotta
doesn't
say
get
this.
any
Dude. I'm
coins.
so
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
So I care about these coins so much.
Thank you.
I've talked about this.
He's
so
done
many
a
times.
service.
No, he fucking
It is a
hasn't.
service.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's
Because-
saving you.
Why am I lost?
Because time
Because
is
you have
precious.
enough coins.
No, I don't.
Time is precious.
Listen, guys, listen.
What?
Coins are important, and if
For-
you quit a game for spirits and shit,
gotta
That
pay
you already have.
in the shop.
yeah, in the
That's true.
He has
He's got
all of them 3 times. What do you mean?
4 times.
Just in case
But
he wants
yeah.
to get him a 5th time. you know?
Exactly.
This cookie clicker all over.
so
again.
check
Oh,
this out.
it
Do you
is.
remember Cookie
I
Clicker?
was on the back end of the cookie clicker.
Yeah.
I do remember.
Yeah.
You, it was,
Yeah.
it was
I used
on
to
your
play
computer
on my browser.
nonstop.
Cookie,
Yes,
see,
sir.
listen.
Never left his computer.
Never left the
The
computer. I kept
psychology
it
of
open.
cookie clicker
Yes.
is an Ouroboros. All right.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of this?
What's an Ouroboros?
Well,
Sam?
I'll be real. It's in Xenoblade 3. Actually,
Of course
it
it
is the whole symbolism.
is.
It
What
is
else would it be?
from some ancient mythology. Okay, something.
one of them.
Of the concept though is basically it's eternal recurrence.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
It's a snake eating
Snake
its
eating
tail.
itself. I was, yeah.
Exactly.
You were gonna say that, huh?
I was.
Exactly.
Yes, I was. You got a problem with that? You don't think?
I don't think so.
Listen, I saw the Rick and Morty episode. Okay.
I'm
Wait,
intellectual.
the one with like Jesus at the end, and like
Yeah,
they're,
yeah.
they're like clones and clones.
one
and
where-
clones.
Yeah, the one where they.
Wait, is that the
the
one?
snake is like a astronaut, and they.
Oh no,
that's
kill it
not
on
what
that.
I'm
dude,
talking
that's
about.
so funny.
But I know what episode
it's
you're talking about.
it's yeah. Wait, what happens in that episode?
It's a time travel episode.
Yeah,
That's
'cause
what
they-
it is.
no, they kill a snake.
They
in
kill a
space.
snake astronaut, and they
and
bring
then Terminator
a regular
snakes
snake.
like start. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. Yes, I remember this.
What were we talking about?
Rick and Morty. No, I'm just kidding. We
talking about this right here.
we're talking about
Yeah.
Oris Mortis.
Why did I bring that up?
Or Borealis.
Or Borealis.
Yeah,
What,
Because it was.
Eternal Recurrence. No, we were talking about like
What? Yeah, I brought up. I said whatever we were talking about.
what were we talking about?
I drew. I'm like, I'm gonna draw a symbol for this.
We're talking about.
Yeah,
Nobody
that's-
can remember.
Yeah,
Dude, that's gonna be so frustrating for Johnny when he's listening back. He's like, "What the fuck were you gonna say?"
Well, if you remember, I can just cut it. But he would.
well, you
be
said the
pissed.
aura.
Boros.
Ouroboros.
Yeah, but
is that
I-
clicking for you? Is that
No,
Oh,
it-
Cookie Clicker.
Cook? Oh, it clicked. It clicked. It cookie clicked, bro.
Cookie Clicker.
Cookie
We
click.
got
bro.
it without even trying.
Okay,
dude.
we
That's
got it.
crazy.
We're back.
That's
okay, cookie
insane.
clicker. So the psychology is that idea. Okay, you're doing it, and you're building towards something. You have goals. It's hitting dopamine. It's free. It feels good. You just
No,
keep
yeah.
going.
Perfect.
And people from the outside, or from the outside, you're like, why would I stop doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until you stop and you look back and see that you were just doing this.
You were just clicking a cookie.
I think it's really fun, guys.
You were just clicking pixels.
Here's
with
what I'll
more
say. Here's
pixels.
what I'll say.
Bullshit, buddy, and you know it.
No, you know what I'll say.
Are you still on the?
Let me have my
You
coins.
still on the? Like,
Yeah,
the
let me
cookie
have my
clicker
coins.
train?
No,
or
I
is-
don't play it.
Look,
bro.
it
You're
doesn't
backing
matter.
it up
I'm
like
not
you
here to
do.
shame anybody, okay? We
I
all
You know what?
Fuck
You
with
kind of
Listen,
suck.
I can preach this all I want,
you're
but
kinda
we all got
ass,
our cookies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we do.
We all got our
do.
coins, bro.
We all do. We all do.
At the end of the day, it's what your coins. It's what coins
gonna
that you
say,
want is what matters.
Exactly.
You either click the
exactly.
cookie or the
and I
cookie.
respect
You
if you
either-
want to use your coins on Smash Bros. on
you.
the like shop and all that.
Thank you.
But Matthew, thank you for all you do. So Matthew being
Everything.
in the house though, like Matthew was all like the roommate who genuinely was blameless. That there was not a single piece of drama.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I think it is. All right, I'll say this.
Hey, you're glazing me.
Maybe I should have smoked that.
keep
bowl, bro.
keep hopping on
Keep
it. bro.
glazing.
Oh, I'll
He's
keep
doing
going.
tricks on
I'll
it,
say
too.
this. I'll say that
He's doing tricks on it. He's doing flips on it.
we do a lot of magic on the show.
We do. We do.
I'm gonna say that it's basically you when you give
Mm-hmm.
the thing you truly. I think if you're giving genuinely and not for manipulative reasons, and a lot of people do give for because they are selfish.
Yeah, that's
right?
how people
It's-
like navigate this world.
It's what we're talking about in this lore, bro. It's what even is the truth? Everyone
difference.
is like a facade, right?
Yes.
But when you're a giver, genuinely, which you are, that's like we see you, bro, right? Always have, even if I barely knew you. It's because you want to give back. There's not like a receiving and you're like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna be, dude.
I'm
You
gonna
were
do this so I can get this. No, I just
Right.
do it because.
Right.
and
you're
this
my
is
boys.
coming
care about it.
exactly.
And we
bro.
actually became friends super fast, Sam. Like super
Well,
fast.
bro,
Yeah.
you
Wait, how
surprised?
did you guys meet?
We kind of just
From
were, like,
him
friends. Like,
living here.
Yeah.
Pretty yeah, you came over quite a bit, but when he lived here, it was like, oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and
we were playing.
And
we hung out all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Very. Yeah.
No, dude, it's amazing because genuinely you were in the house for 3 months. And that felt shorter than any other roommate who has lived in
by
that
so fast.
for so many reasons, Josh.
Sam?
For so many reasons. Because drama, I'm not kidding. It's like Matthew is like you're the only one who like set that bar. It's like that's why I think you've made it even easier for me to be critical on how people have taken advantage of us or myself, because it's like, oh,
You have no idea who Matthew is. Listen.
hey, listen, you think it's not possible, okay, buddy? No, because Matthew.
I come in like,
yeah.
What up, fucker?
I come in like I'm the roommate.
So I'm the guy.
So that is the definition of the Matt Tech.
I will
all right?
say though too, because we have Matthew here, and I know we've got to get to the Xenoblade so we can wrap up.
Yeah, but
with
you
the
know,
Xenosaga.
we can always.
But
cut
I
this
want to
and
say,
we
I
can
want to
just
say
gas
this
at
too.
Matthew all we want.
We absolutely can. I'm gonna do tricks and flips on it.
One more glazing.
One more glazing session.
Blaze going on. I'm overflowing.
One more glaze.
Fill my
Don't
cup,
mind if I
baby.
Go for it.
Don't mind
Finish
if I
up
do.
the glaze, Josh. Top it off. Top it off. Top off the glaze, buddy.
Okay, what I was gonna say is that I'm so glad you have that perspective, because the craziest part for me about Matthew, which we've talked about this on the show before, like I lived with you in my room.
Yeah.
It wasn't like we had a separate room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Slept on his couch.
And
That's
yet-
your
and yet-
perspective alone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And yet it was an awesome time.
Oh yeah.
And it's so funny because me and Matt, we were getting to finally hang out when he's from Michigan. I think
No,
we
I'm
said that
from
before.
Arizona. I live in Michigan.
Well, yeah. You live in Michigan.
Yeah.
I mean, you're traveling from Michigan.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Totally butcher that, bro.
I'm fucking bad.
Okay.
Jesus, guys.
Wait,
You know
you've
what?
known Matthew for how long?
Since high school.
Yeah.
So like
Junior
Yeah,
year.
junior year.
You guys literally grew up together.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, yeah,
Basically.
yeah. And
Yeah, we were just talking about that the other day.
Yeah, we were.
We were like, dude,
genuinely
guys.
no surprise, like for all the reasons.
Yeah, well, you
know?
can know. I will say you can know
And-
someone and know that you probably shouldn't live with them in the same room for
Oh,
a
yeah.
while.
Yeah.
You know, like even like I love Blade to pieces. I'd probably like get so pissed at him.
You're
You know what I
absolutely
mean?
Right. That there's a special level
Yeah.
of friendship.
And yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say. But I also think it takes a really good person.
I agree.
It also takes a really good person for me to show up at your door and be like, I need a place to stay, and you to let me sleep in your room
Right.
for
Boy,
3
dude,
months
what am I
straight.
supposed to do?
3
He's
months
my
straight,
boy.
yeah.
3 months straight.
I mean, we were definitely close, but
Yeah.
not as close as we are now.
Yeah, I
obviously,
always
yeah.
I feel like you were definitely one of my my super close homies, but that was like the moment where
That
it's like,
put
was the
Josh in
moment.
like the top of the top.
dude, yeah, you're one of my
Good.
best friends forever, dude. That's like something that
Yeah.
you'll never be
No
able
doubt,
to.
you guys
yeah.
definitely.
Well, I
all of
hope
us.
you know what I was the situation I was in. You know,
Yeah.
I was like, who do I go to?
Right.
And I thought of you. I thought of you guys.
That's such a good fucking.
I thought of you
point,
guys.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro. No,
love
and
you so much,
especially it's one of those memories. I'll be real of.
Yeah.
This is why I'm not even sad about moving out of the house, because truly, it is. If we move out now, we're avoiding like there's always a problem when like good things can't last forever,
Right.
They never do.
Never.
So
You can't jump the shark at the house. You know, you guys know what
Yeah.
this is?
No.
The,
Jump
the
the
saying
shark.
jump the
yes,
shark. Yeah.
yes, no.
I watched Rick and
We've
Morty.
gotten close. We've gotten close a couple of times.
Yeah,
you know? And
yeah.
like there's been some pretty
Yeah.
even starting the house kind of rough. We had to
You say starting?
Yeah,
yes,
we were supposed
we had
to
to
be with
literally
someone
like
else.
not let the fourth roommate.
Yeah, don't
I
say
was
that.
the fourth, so you know.
One of the
Well,
other.
no. I'm also like I honestly forgot we were even recording. So like I'll edit it down, guys. So like just know that like I was gonna ask if we should grab some beers anyway.
Should we?
Yeah, there's a.
You want a beer?
Grab,
Crack it open.
yeah.
Let's get
Well, a tweet,
Yes.
man. Yeah, but no. Real talk. Like it's like you know all the shit.
Any tweets left? I think we only have one.
I did just get that tequila. I can just pop that open.
Oh, I'll save hard.
We could.
And I'm not really like doing hard liquor much anymore.
Okay,
but, I'll
you
do
can-
one for Matt though.
You can have that one then, and then me and Matt will just have something else.
Yeah, have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're down.
I'm not gonna drink any hard at the party.
Tomorrow?
Only beers.
Why?
I just changed, bro. I've definitely had a dramatic,
It's gonna be a hard.
At
day.
not traumatic, but
At our-
dramatic experience with alcohol in this last
Recently?
year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
At our big age, that kind of happens, you know.
Well, yeah, but I also even like later in life, and like there's a lot of psychological reasons for me, but
Yeah.
the biggest now is definitely that I'm older. It's like the consequences of alcohol
Is
way heavier.
picks up. It picks
Yeah,
up.
everything every old person has ever told you
They
about
all
it
say.
is absolutely true.
Yeah.
It's like everything that you like maybe like as a man even, like you get like your leg kind of hurts, you just tough it out. Everything you've ever toughed out comes out at the exact same time when I get super drunk.
Yeah, because
it's not fun.
Well, the thing about being old and being drunk is that when you're sober, your body hates you already.
Right.
And when you're drunk, your body hates you more. When you're young, your body doesn't
Exactly.
hate you until you're already drunk.
Yeah,
Right.
cheers to that, bro.
Cheers to that, buddy.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
By the way, I'm
We'll
so
jump
glad
back into the cast
yeah,
and
cheers
stuff,
to you
but
guys.
yeah.
Seriously, thanks for saying all those sweet things, by the way.
Dude,
man. That's so
absolutely.
sweet, bro.
We gotta get a glaze.
It all goes around.
Glaze circle.
Glaze in the circle.
Glaze circle.
I'm glazing
dude.
all over you guys.
No, bro.
Yeah,
And
all
also, like, if I've learned anything too about us all being who we are and very similar and givers too.
Oh yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
I've been very, very discouraged later in life on being sucked dry by people.
being used. Yeah.
Exactly, dude. It sucks, and it creates that confusion we talked about.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is real?
Right.
Just never lose hope. You know?
Absolutely.
Truly, you can't.
Absolutely. I think that there's
You're a light to yourself first and foremost.
Exactly. There's something so true in just allowing yourself to be the kind person you are.
Yeah.
While also just recognizing, there's also some people out there who aren't going to accept it
Yeah.
or are going to accept too much of it
No.
and ask a lot of, you.
Yes, it's learning that line
Right.
between before you give to the point where you're literally letting them suck you
Right,
dry.
right.
It's such a bad analogy now. like every time.
Fucking
Glaze circle, dude. We
It's a
might as
glaze
well.
circle.
Glaze-
Glizzaboros.
No, I think a miserable person like they're miserable for a reason.
Yeah,
you know?
it's so
Exactly.
They're miserable
So,
for a reason.
and I'll be I'll be real. Don't you sometimes like the miserable person? You're like, hang on, they're having the same complaint when I met them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which like from where we started.
Yeah.
And I've literally seen the help come
and go.
and go because they don't want to be helped.
Yeah.
You
think
can't
people
save
say
somebody
that.
who doesn't want to be saved.
Until they help themselves. Yeah,
Who
absolutely.
said
Yes.
that? Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her.
That would be
Was that
J. Cole?
is that J. Cole?
No. Yeah. Rest
Yeah,
in peace.
J. Cole, yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But,
Yeah.
She
All right.
knows.
Wait, no, that's not she knows.
Yes, it is.
Don't save
She
her.
knows.
She don't want to be saved. Don't save her.
Oh no, that is.
No, that's not. But it might
It's
still be J. Cole.
It is
Yeah,
J.
yeah.
Cole. J. Cole, yeah. But that's besides the point.
Fast.
Right, next verse, you know. Okay.
Let's,
She doesn't know.
Yeah, she doesn't know.
She doesn't know. You know what's crazy? I just
Yes.
realized we've had 3 guests on one episode.
On one episode? No.
This one?
Yeah, 3
Yes.
besides ourselves.
We
Yeah,
had
this
Johnny, then
Johnny,
Reese,
then Reese.
because Johnny left.
Johnny left, and then
And
Reese joined.
Then you and me,
And then
and
we
then
did this.
we've
And
had
Matthew.
We've also had our duality.
Yes. So we've been
Whoa.
solo.
4 segments of this podcast.
Yeah.
Come
Oh, you
on
guys
now,
had
bro.
Solos or?
So we had our solo segment where we were talking about the Xeno Saga stuff.
Yeah, that's what we
had
just
our
came off. Of.
Pre-game, which we did.
Johnny.
solo. Oh, Johnny was pre-game.
Johnny was.
yes,
Johnny
yes. Yeah,
started
pre-game.
pregame with us,
Yes.
and he dropped.
Dude, this is a cool ass episode. Then
this is
It is
crazy.
pretty cool.
And Reese
I
came on.
I feel honored to be
Good.
here. I am honored.
I'm
Yeah,
happy.
maybe. Let's go. It was Reese's first time too, by the way. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a lot of virgins on the show today. So, guys,
Well, does Reese get talked about me?
it's
I'm just kidding.
Well, Reese actually showed up to Sam's door.
oh, then why did you say it, man?
Why'd you say, man?
I think we should. I'm gonna pause and show him that. Dive him back in
Yes.
for our epilogue.
Yes,
Right.
the epilogue.
I had some thoughts with obviously like some of the characters. Some things are coming to my mind. I first want to start with.
Yes.
There's so much that I literally wrote down, so I'm honestly just gonna pick a couple things.
Sure.
Otherwise, I feel like we'd be here for another hour.
Wow.
Genuinely.
Genuinely feels possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at my. I wrote down
let's
a
go,
lot of stuff.
dude.
So,
Pete.
what I first want to start with, though, I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of.
Just the ones you're the most interested in.
Okay. Yeah. So, Nephilim. Nephilim. Okay.
Okay, are we
As
talking
a
about Nephilim?
name,
Yes.
Nephilim.
Her name is Nephilim Verum, by the way.
Nephilim Verum. Okay, and Griamore, right?
Griamore
like,
Verum.
Griamore
Yes.
being like you've seen Griamore in
Yeah.
games and like symbol.
A
There's
Griamore
symbolism
is,
in everything in Xeno Saga, but specifically this.
Isn't it
missing
like
ear.
a magic book?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
like
spell book.
a spell book. Yeah. So in Black Clover, all of them have a. Oh no, it's a grimoire. Is that the same thing?
Griamore. and
Yeah. In grimoire, are they the same thing?
Think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wondered if they were just like the
It's
same.
exactly
world.
the
Okay.
same. Yeah, it's the same thing with Seven Deadly Sins.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a
Have you
grimoire.
seen Scarlet from the MCU?
Yeah.
Doctor Strange 2.
Yes.
Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, Scarlet
Scarlet
Witch.
Witch.
It was
She got that power
what was it?
via
The book.
The
the
yes.
book.
What was it called?
The necro. something. Necromium. I don't know.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was
Yeah.
something. It was like the
Nick-
necromancer.
It was,
But
yeah,
it was
Necromium
from
or something.
WandaVision, right?
The book.
Yeah.
Regardless,
think-
though, the lore though
yeah,
is
'cause,
what the book represents.
yeah,
is
yeah,
the book that book represents like tapping into the demon world, but that's kind of the idea behind Grimoire. To
Right.
what I understand is it's tapping into another realm via enchantment in a book, right? And you see this it's in Minecraft, bro. It's like you open up enchantments. It's literally a grimoire. It's a enchanted book opening in front of you. This is like huge symbolism for a lot of things.
Yeah, it's in Black Clover. Everybody's ability is summoned through this
Right.
book that they use.
Yeah,
for
crazy.
magic.
I actually specifically on a lot of what I wrote down, I think I'm gonna do a lot of homework
Sure.
to kind of like
Yeah.
understand stuff more.
Well, bring
but
it
I do have a
because
couple of questions.
I want to go into Xenosaga 3 soon.
Yes. I first want to start with Gnosis. Okay. So Gnosis, to catch Matthew up for a 2nd Actually, can you explain Gnosis, what it is? real
Absolutely.
quick? Yeah.
So
in this universe?
Gnosis in this world.
Yes.
Okay, so the essential explanation for what a gnosis is, if you imagine our world as a physical domain that exists, you with me?
Okay.
A physical domain exists.
Picture incoming.
Yeah, that'd be perfect if we could write a little something.
So we've got
A physical domain exists within our physical world, right? In the realm of other dimension, there would be one that exists of our own collective subconscious. Does that make sense? Like our minds all share this this idea. Yeah,
Like a metaphysical space.
metaphysical space is the perfect way to say it. They call it in the game the imaginary number domain.
Okay.
That's what they try to call it because it's very very hypothetical.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
yeah, the symbology you touch
idea
is
of-
math, bro.
Yes.
Real numbers, imaginary
This is
numbers.
perfect.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
exactly.
this domain has a degree of separation between what Josh is talking about, and that's like the upper domain. Essentially,
The God domain.
Which would be the God
exactly.
domain. Exactly.
We can't handle any time that humanity has come in contact with any point of connection with the upper domain, whether it be the Zohar, whether it be
The conduit.
whether it be like someone who is like almost a living, breathing catalyst for that domain.
Okay.
We even know that because we don't ultimately know where we're at in the story.
Yeah.
Even with what everything laid out with where we're at with we haven't gotten to Xenosaga 3, but that's the last piece of the entire puzzle.
Is this the last game?
No,
not-
Xenosaga 3 came out 10 years ago.
Yeah, that it was on the PS2.
PS2.
So it was
it
the last
the
game.
remake. The
So-
news when the
It's just a
Yeah.
the original trilogy was Xenosaga. Those games are kind of covering a different aspect of the part of the universe that they're at.
Oh, okay.
And then Xenoblade is the world. Earth was destroyed by Klaus the scientist when
knew
he
that.
activated the Zohar trying to access that upper domain. He split the universes into two, ruining, basically keeping Earth away from the rest of the solar system.
Okay.
So Xenosaga
I
takes place in the rest of the solar system. Xenoblade takes place on Earth,
okay.
the fucked up Earth
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
that Klaus made
That Klaus
by
made.
trying to access that upper domain.
With
Okay.
don't tell me.
Yeah, keep going.
No, I lost it.
The conduit.
Conduit.
You
and
had
what's
it, though.
that's a physical thing in in the real world.
Yes, it's a physical thing in the real world that is the only thing that leads to the upper domain. So it is consistent. There's nothing else on this world that can access that upper domain. So it is essentially, think of it like a doorway as a locked door, and the key is somewhere else. Essentially, the way to
Klaus
access
was
this.
trying to get.
He was trying to bust that thing open,
trying to-
and what he did. Tua.
He spit on
He
that
spit
thing.
on that
He
dang
basically
thing,
spit on that
and
thing.
and ruined the whole world. What do we got down here?
Exactly
So
like
I
Haley Welch.
Just like Haley Welch when she split our country.
I'm going to do a pen drop because I think Josh is going to fully appreciate everything I've just come up with.
Let's
I have a
go. Matthew, pay attention.
complete visual for
Matt
everything in a nutshell. How you kind of gave Xenoblade 1 and 2 a summary
Sim-
in a
simplified,
drunk
yes.
nutshell, right?
Yes.
This is going to be more spelled out for you.
Okay.
So what I have here is I have the beginning of time being the Big Bang.
Yes.
Okay, Big Bang happens. There is, just from what we tap into with a lot of mythologies, you can convey a lot of things. This is taking from like a Gnosticism, right?
Gnosticism.
Gnosis, literally being a word branching from that. This is the idea of Gnosticism being like there is a godlike entity, and it's just God from our perspective, because we have a degree of separation. Because at the beginning of time, before the Big Bang, in creation happening at once, there had to be a split because there existed perfection and there existed what was very necessary for life to exist, the fabric of reality, and that is you need mortality, you need free will, you need imperfection. So for balance, a split is made, and we have the upper domain and the lower domain. Okay. The upper domain cannot and doesn't really care to. Okay. We don't understand it, but they just want reality to go on. It's not like Greek gods where they're talking to us, whatever. So reality is moving, but in this realm, it is kind of outside of time. So for them, this is their reality. That could be like way more than our like years in time. In the lower domain, in the split, time and gravity, all the laws we know, they exist for us. And like this is outside of those laws.
Outside of that bubble.
Are we following?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a lot,
again.
and I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. But I think it makes sense because a lot of this is like, you could think about this as a literal religion. I think that's what makes it so fascinating.
Yeah,
right?
and I mean, I think that there's even a what's the word? A commentary in that aspect of Takahashi kind of recognizing that idea, or even where you could go as a person who follows that ideology, or where you could fall into.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So to now bring
Takahashi's the creator.
Takahashi, if we say him, this is the
I forgot
creative
to
mind
classify
and director behind
All
all
right.
of this. And to be clear, there is 3 Xeno series at play here. There's Xenogears, which was going to be Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, really?
Yes, he was recruited as the writer, and he was actually just a sub-writer on the previous Final Fantasy games. And he presented a grand idea for a story, and they thought it was a little too, too much,
Too out there.
too deep, too abstract. It
I mean,
didn't.
obviously this.
Obviously,
is pretty
right.
crazy.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what do you
Definitely
mean?
not.
This is like normal shit.
Exactly.
See this on
so
PBS.
what they did do,
Podcast episode 6 is normal.
That's how we run it.
completely fine. This is on PS1, by the way. This is back in '98.
Yeah, that's
Xenogears
the one.
came out.
There you go.
Yeah,
Nice,
got it, baby.
nice.
A
Good
year
memory.
before Final Fantasy VII came out in '97. So it came out a year after.
right after.
Okay. So he creates this game with a grand ambition. It was so ambitious. He's always been so ambitious.
One of the most ambitious PS1 games.
Yeah,
ever.
this is the level of storytelling. Why we're even talking about this, Matthew, and why we've been talking about this beyond the podcast is because this is like One Piece level huge. Truly,
It obviously
yeah.
is, yeah.
So how it started was he basically made this entity and wanted Xenogears to be a massive series, maybe 6 games, okay, maybe a trilogy. But after one, he was kind of cut short from Square. He had a lot of limitations, so he bounced and found a partnership, created a studio called Monolith Soft, because it was originally under
Ghost.
Square, with the same company who made Final Fantasy.
Square
So
Enix.
they created Monolith Soft and started over, is how he put it in an interview.
Okay.
So the same ideas, but completely different. That is Xenosaga, which we're talking about right now.
So a lot of this is very similar to the ideas that are in Xenogears, but
But it's
unlike this, it's kind of a reboot in a sense.
yeah, and
It's
it
just a more
references
fleshed
nothing.
out.
Yeah.
There, and it's different. There's different.
it's very-
same but different. The Zohar is the same name, but the Zohar doesn't even look the
conduit,
same.
anyway.
Yeah, the conduit the conduit looks like a cross, right? Like this is actually
What the hell is that
Talk about
thing?
drunk. That's like a really drunk conduit. The Zohar in the Xenogears is a giant tablet that kind of has like red energy and cracks coming through it with a massive eye in the center, and it's really creepy
Very
looking.
cool.
Badass.
Yeah,
kinda
they do the
badass.
same thing though,
Low
but
key.
different.
It's
There's
the same,
differences.
yeah.
So it really felt like a reboot, truly, okay? So he's starting to realize the idea. He comes out with Xenosaga 1, Xenosaga 2, and Xenosaga 3 with what we're talking about right now. There's a game that came out here, which is like a mini game called Pied Piper, and that is the origin story.
Wow.
Then we are
Xenosaga
here.
Pied Piper, yeah.
Yes, we're talking about this right now, which is the in-between of 2 to 3. Okay? This is a missing year, and this is imperative to painting the picture. Basically breaking the matrix is the point of this game.
It's the continuation of the literal story from 2.
Yes.
And the necessary intro that you need to understand
The third one.
the third
Exactly.
one, you know?
Takahashi stated clearly in this project he wanted 6 games. So because of immense limitations, especially on budget, and again, Bandai Namco starting to grow and starting to exhibit more control,
And
he said,
sales were kind of a part of it too.
yeah,
2
it
and
was
3.
bombing.
Yeah,
in
did not.
It came out like a while ago too.
late in the PS2's life.
It was 2000. It was
2007 or 6.
Yeah, it was
They were
2001.
starting to really
2003 and then
suffer
2000.
because all the money now was going into the next hardware of the PS3, and the idea they were already so far along. They're like, "Nah, fuck it, we got to keep going."
Yeah.
And to the point where we haven't experienced 3 yet. You're going through it now, right?
I'm playing through the whole thing. Actually,
So-
that was the butterfly game.
That's the
actually.
one.
I heard it. See if
That's
you
this
feel
one
this
right
way.
here.
That's
This
the
one.
one, but
But I heard that the story it feels rushed at the end because it kind of stops with gameplay.
Yeah.
Because they needed to finish.
Yeah.
And they just pumped out fucking lore.
I really am already experiencing it to a degree where,
Yeah.
but it is exhilarating.
Yeah.
Because
It's good.
It's
It's meat.
really good stuff.
Yeah.
It's literally like, to be honest with you, it's crazy how it's a finale to the all respect to the word. This
Exactly.
idea that it's just going ham and ham and ham, and you're constantly seeing these,
Yes.
finishing these characters' entire arcs on to the next character, finishing that arc, and just continuously expanding on everything.
Exactly.
It's really fast.
So I made some more points here. So then we have, cut to the chase, back to the lore of Takahashi. He's done with it. He gets a offer from a personal friend at Nintendo, and they decide to actually partner to the point where, especially now that Xenoblade as a series has been so successful, he has free reign to do whatever he wants, and it shows because Xenoblade as a series is the best cohesive experience that you can feel that quality.
And that
right?
started the what you said with Nintendo. That started at 1 here.
Yes. Xenoblade Chronicles
1.
for the Wii, which came out in 2009.
For the Wii.
Yeah, it was
Wii.
Just for the Wii.
For the Wii.
The one I showed you was the definitive edition version that
On
was
the
remastered
Switch.
for the Switch.
Right. So when they made this deal, and it's Monolith Soft, like full-fledged, and Nintendo's like all on board. They're a full-ass second-party studio, okay? So they can only work for Nintendo, but Nintendo covers all payments and everything. And even advertising, all that shit. He's fully enabled to once again rehash the project. But he is kind of going through it because he's already had what he's looking at as 2 failures. So he's looking at this as a fresh reboot. He's not even going to call it Xeno anything. He's going to call it Monado Beginning of the World. But his team behind him had a lot of them stuck through the journey, including his wife, who helped him kind of with his ideas to make more sense and storytelling. So she's a huge part of the writing project too.
Yeah.
And the team behind his back renames it Xenoblade.
Behind his back.
Behind his
said-
back.
Because he wanted to separate all these ideas.
And
He
they
wanted
said,
it
no,
to
we've been
be-
They said
working on this
no.
for 10,
Exactly.
15 years.
It's just straight loyalty to
It's
like,
straight
your
loyalty.
It's
point.
them. They're doing him a solid.
Exactly.
You're
At
not-
this
Let's
point,
stick to this idea.
Yeah.
the
Let's-
theory now from the fans, the hardcore fans, is that at this point when the team does this, everything starts getting connected, right? So because what really transpires is Xenoblade 2 came out on the Switch. The sequel that skipped, like, we got Xenoblade Chronicles X, but that wasn't what the team was really working on.
No.
That was a, like, okay, we're going to make something like for,
It was
that's
basically
completely
an online
different.
Wii U game that they wanted to
Right.
work on, which is like, it was very MMO-ish.
Yeah, and I'll wrap this with, like, we got Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3, and with 3 DLC packs that came after each game.
Okay.
That, as with, I've never seen this in a series that's like this in a video game. This seems like filler, every single piece of information in every single game is congruent. I don't know how they did it. This guy's a genius.
It's like
But
massively important.
we are right now, having left off, I circled the wrong one, but we are at this point where this is the last thing we have.
At the end of the DLC.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it sets up everything with the announcement yesterday that Xenoblade Chronicles X is being remastered. Wow. This is not an accident, my guy. Everything is coming together for this grand story, and it is so exciting.
I think it's setting up so you kind of find out at the end of the latest games DLC, everything is connected.
Yes.
And I believe this is setting up for the next trilogy.
Right. And to really paint a picture, what do you mean? How are they congruent?
Yeah.
I'll paint a picture of really what we know factually, which is that in the lower domain, in our reality, time continues on as if like a I don't know. This is just gonna be a graph going forward. This is the flow of time.
Okay.
At some point, the upper domain knows because they're outside of time.
Yeah.
Okay, they can see the future and the past. They know that at this line, humanity will drive itself into extinction, which will break the fabric of reality.
And in turn, does that end
It
the
will.
upper?
Yes.
Okay.
The upper domain needs the
So
lower
that's the
domain.
only reason why they care is because
Right.
okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
But they can't directly, they're so powerful in frequency, we find out. Like frequency is a part of a way to describe this domain, but it's like waves, right? That you can't see, you can't feel. It's like pressure and sound. And so they will crumble. We need each other. They can't directly
Sounds
interact.
terrifying.
It's terrifying, right?
It is. Well, most people who come in contact in any way lose their minds.
Yeah, or
like
completely
Yeah.
globalistic, or just turning to gods, like humanoid gods who can make mistakes. So that's where Xenoblade comes in, all that stuff, because that guy touched the conduit and became Zanza, like a god in his universe, but it eventually ended because we can't reach that perfection. Yeah. So to make it like really wrap, because we could go deep and deep, it's going to end. So what do? They implement, because they can't directly go in and touch and interact with humanity. That will break the fabric. They can't interact like that. They have to use conduits. Hence the conduit, which they plant as a almost stone or cross like stone, a massive tablet of some kind. They plant on the earth as a gateway, okay? For a lot of things. They can see through it, right? They can observe, they can make sure, and they can influence in small ways to make sure that this doesn't happen. Okay. So they implement the most important major character in this story with a W for Wario. No, his name is Wilhelm, okay?
It's Wumbo.
Yeah.
Wilhelm is a major antagonist all throughout, and antagonist is in quotes, all throughout Xeno's saga. We don't see him in Xenoblade yet. Okay,
That's this one.
that's what we're talking about right now. Yeah, the PS2 era.
PS2.
So Wilhelm,
through right now.
where we are at in the story, Wilhelm is behind everything. Wilhelm is behind every war, every major company. Like that for us is Apple, Amazon,
It's
Google.
actually really ironic. I mean, he in this story is responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
He's like literally the one that-
everything, because his one job, he actually isn't really an antagonist, because his job is to prevent the collapse of reality, because humanity themselves is the worst enemy.
Does he know this, or is this all
Well, it's fascinating. Without going too deep, they implement him because what his job is right before the point of extinction, he gets a lot of things he sets up over X number of years. I mean, we're at year 4,000 something. Yeah. So in less than 5,000,
768.
you could theoretically predict that in not too long we're about to collapse. Yeah. Okay. So right before the collapse, he will successfully achieve his goal of resetting reality. But the flow of time continues on. So it's not like a multiple universe thing, but he literally takes all of creation, every soul that ever lived, everything that happened on this timeline is completely reset, and it starts all over, and time continues until that time hits again, and it happens again, and it happens again. and it's eternal
Eternal
recurrence. Okay? So where we are at and how Xenoblade comes in X number of years or cycles later, because Wilhelm resets his own memory. So he doesn't even know how long this has been going on.
Yeah.
Right? So in some distant future, on this timeline, a brink of, how could you say, a pocket dimension is how Josh puts
It's
it.
a pocket
A
dimension.
pocket dimension is created outside
Within
of
the
time
world.
as well, because it's when the what'd you say, scientist, doctor Klaus.
Yeah.
It's when he touches the stone. He creates
Oh.
2 realities and a third reality, like they're trying to come together in the third game. Outside of the pocket of time, it all happens like this.
Okay.
We don't know exactly how that links back in, or at least I don't personally. They might actually show more. There is some link that is shown with the last thing we have that connects it to this timeline. And we now are on, like, Xenosaga is way in the future of this happening, because we know when this happens in the timeline within Xenosaga.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that really is all you need to know.
Awesome.
I think I'm
So
with
now
it.
we can talk about Norris.
Gnosis.
Gnosis.
No, sis.
Yeah,
That's what
so
I
I
thought.
actually think I only want to touch on a couple of things.
Yeah,
because that
I'm
was a
pretty
pretty
satisfied
meaty
with that.
talk.
That was
Fun.
a
I'm with
meaty
that.
summary
I want to say I'm so impressed with how much you're able to retain.
of this.
You are
Oh,
really,
we got
really
a
good.
professional
No,
artist
no,
over
come
here.
on, we do.
Is that a good visual?
That's a great
Did I do
visual.
justice?
Yeah, you killed
Thank
it.
you.
And you even explained even the lore within out of the games with like how these kind of have all flown into each other.
Right.
I will like to add.
That's why it's so we appreciate and love it so much, because
Yes.
it actually makes essential sense, right? As if it was set this way all along.
Yes, I will. I'm 100% with you. So the reason this is disconnected, by the way, is because of Wilhelm's ability. He recognized that this activation that Klaus activated, he would. That would have been the end for the entire universe, but he sealed it off to exclusively the solar system that we know now.
And that's the pocket dimension.
That's the pocket
That's the
dimension
pocket
from
dimension.
Xenoblade 1 and 2, the ones that we both know.
Wow, this
so
is
the reason
insanely lore heavy.
this is some of the
this
craziest
is
lore.
some game-breaking DLC that has.
Come
dropped
on,
today.
baby. And guess what? We're
Well,
getting
that's
into
the
missing
thing,
year,
Matthew,
baby.
is that
Come on now.
every single entry in this, every detail Joshy's told me in this story, in this mini, what we are talking about right now is right before 3, right? This mini game that's not even a game. It's a flash game
Oh, really?
that is like a visual novel, point and click, and you're just clicking through the text.
Oh, cool.
That is not very long.
No.
And the detail in this is
It's essential.
Is essential.
It's essential.
It is literally the story of breaking through the matrix
Yeah.
and seeing the reality of what is actually happening, but not knowing
Starting
where we're
to
at
break
and
it,
what to
yes.
do.
Exactly. Starting to break that eternal, like, even that idea of just like, to get into what we were talking about in
Yes.
here. The truth is, she doesn't know what her father was doing. She doesn't know what
Right.
Sue Uzuki was
Right.
up to. What
It's just
happened
what it
to her
looks
mother.
like.
Just what she knows was that he was involved. And how can you know those things and continuously? It's like what's from the Matrix, the blue pill versus the red pill. Which one does
Yes.
which? It's
The
red pill.
red
is-
pill opens your eyes.
opens your eyes,
Yes,
and
that's
you
the
can't.
truth.
But the blue pill, you forget.
You
right?
forget and
You
wake
forget.
up and never
Nothing's
happened.
different at all.
Yeah.
So
Go
the
back to
truth then
normal life.
with this situation is once you know the detail, like, oh, your father was experimenting on people, is
Yes.
the reason your mother is gone. All these little details. Once you hear that, you can't
are
go back.
You are.
Yeah.
The idea of the pills is you voluntarily open your eyes.
Well, you would have to be
this
delusional.
is
to-
not that. She
Yes.
is literally forced the red pill.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's like a psyche break.
It's so fascinating.
It's
I
insane,
really,
especially with leaving Cosmos.
Yes.
that is the most
Without
shocking
saying
part.
goodbye. Mm-hmm.
Without saying goodbye, and Cosmos, truly being like this very spiritually connected individual that shouldn't be
heavily tied. to
heavily
it,
tied.
but
They have some connection. She
doesn't
knows
make
it.
sense. It's almost
Doesn't
this,
make
this,
sense.
this wild part of the
Maybe
the
she's
universe.
testing it. I don't know.
knows?
But I do want to say
Yes.
on Gnosis.
Yes. Yes. Do you want me to
because,
explain or?
You know what?
Ended up.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I said,
No-
now we can talk
Now
about
we
it.
can
So,
talk
okay,
about
let's go back to this image right
So,
here.
yeah,
okay?
just-
we have the within the lower domain, which I've circled. Okay, there's 2 more domains that have been made. There's a real number domain and an imaginary number domain.
Is that one?
Think of it as like you're
They're both lower domain.
Yes.
Yes.
You, Matthew, me, Sam, and Joshy. We all have our spiritual connection to our physical selves in the real number domain. And a number of things could happen. Like if this connection's severed at all, our souls don't disappear. We're just stuck up here forever.
Wow.
You're like mindless sometimes, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of this idea though, painted of like everyone. This up here is Josh would probably add the collective unconscious.
Very important.
It's very important because that is why the upper domain would collapse, because the collective unconscious is essentially the entire reason there needs to be a split of existence. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So a gnosis is someone who has died physically or something has happened. As an example, because there's actually, I think, multiple ways you can become a gnosis, but essentially the connection has been severed and they're refusing to be, because once your connection's severed, you get absorbed into that collective unconscious.
Okay.
They're refusing to be absorbed. So they kind of become a mindless, non-thinking soul, wandering soul,
Right.
that can manifest itself and phase literally in and out of the real number domain. And if they
With intention or just...
with not really,
Kinda
not
zo-
normally,
kinda
kind of
zombie-esque?
zombies. If they
Yeah.
touch you, you will
Either-
die. You
you
will
either-
evaporate into salt.
You either turn to salt, your body turns to salt.
Biblical
or,
reference.
Yeah. Or you yourself turn into a gnosis.
Okay.
It's almost like it sucks the body
Yeah.
out of you, and you become that being that's without
Yeah,
almost
almost as if it wants it to be back.
Yes.
and thinking by touching it,
Yes.
it will, because it's drawn to your life energy.
almost very like wild animal-esque in the
Yes.
sense of like no really
Instinct.
no
Oh, okay.
instinct, no
Instinct.
rhyme or reason.
Absolutely.
So let me ask. This is
Yes.
all explained in a Flash game?
No,
yeah.
Xenosaga is just only ever explained. Or
I'm saying this
I'm
part,
so
the
sorry.
Gnosis
No,
part.
the
Yes,
Gnosis,
yes.
that's,
I said
that's
it
from the
wrong.
first Xenosaga game.
Yeah,
That's
Okay.
a
Gnosis
yeah.
is displayed as the first real threat in the Xenosaga
kind of like
series.
space zombies is the way
Yeah.
you can think of it, but they can phase throughout reality.
Right.
And the whole idea is, how do you stop a race of beings that don't physically, tangibly exist, but can touch you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you do that?
How do you deal with that? So Cosmos, essentially what I want to get at with Gnosis. Okay, I was like, wait, I've seen, obviously there's Gnosticism, but I've seen the word Gnosis before. So I have some definitions. Okay. Some Greek translation of Gnosis
Yes.
being knowledge. Okay. Or knowledge of spiritual matters, or mystical knowledge. And I wanted to bring that up for discussion and see where that made your headspace
Very
go.
interesting.
Because as
Gnosticism?
we clearly see with
Or-
Takahashi. Yeah, no,
the
like
definition
with
gnosis
just
itself.
everything we've talked about with meaning and symbolism and mythology in this entire Xenoverse,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Gnosis and what it is in the game representing this mythical or untouchable knowledge. So is it that it kind of makes me think, like, because they turned to salt, is that a part of why the upper domain and lower domain can't exist? Like, that's a physical representation of why, because we can't handle it. We either, like, our physical form dissipates to exist.
Or our this form
Our
expands
spiritual
beyond
form?
itself. Yes.
Right.
Because that's the two options: is either you physically die,
Right.
or you are nosified.
Right.
Right.
Nosified. I like
Nosified.
that.
I think they
Nosified.
call it something.
Really?
Like that. Something similar because you
Okay.
see that. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. And Gnosticism, by the way, by definition, a belief system that salvation can be achieved through knowledge rather than faith.
Very interesting.
Gnostic beliefs are similar to dualism, which is the idea that the universe is structured by two opposing forces, good and evil.
Sounds like you're explaining the game right now, kind of.
Yeah,
Just in a
low
little
key.
bit.
Sounds like
It
that's kind
is.
of the point, I think, of Xenosaga.
I think
More than Xenoblade.
I think even to that degree, I mean, there is kind of this idea in Xenoblade though with allowing yourself to not believe in blind faith or denying a god's ability to have control over your existence.
Yes.
I think that's a pretty common thing.
Okay.
Isn't that kind of exactly what's that doctor guy's name?
Yeah, Klaus.
Klaus. Isn't that kind of exactly what he's doing? He's using knowledge as a
Yes.
to get the conduit, but not. He's not using faith. He's,
Right.
He's using knowledge to.
Well, right. He basically
Off that
declares
definition,
himself the
Yeah.
god
Yeah.
using the
He
power
makes
of that.
the way I see
Yeah,
Klaus
absolutely.
is he is a human, much like Adam. Okay, given like he knows he shouldn't touch it because truly he knows from everything, especially from Xenosaga,
Right.
he knows touching this thing is not a good idea. Okay,
Through faith
but
or through
he
knowledge?
just
think that's from
in
knowledge.
general,
Yeah, just
through his knowledge.
Yeah, what
but
he's learned.
but he makes the decision that humanity, because the war is happening like on site, like did you see that cutscene? Right, it's like
showed
they're
him
getting
everything.
blown up and like shit's happening. So he
yes.
makes the decision,
when
the
he
split
like
decision.
activates the button. And
Okay, there's one way to save it, and I think I can do it.
Yeah.
This is humanity's last hope. He makes the decision on behalf of humanity and touches it, and that's what creates. It's like almost like the this duality again,
Yeah.
and this side of thinking that a human could possibly create a better existence than what was already created.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
that's really how I paint Klaus and everything that comes from Xenoblade, because that's different from Xenosaga. Xenosaga is a cycle ongoing because the higher power is making it happen.
Right.
We are seeing actually why what looks like dark strings from the distance.
Right.
It's like that's why I say I don't think he is the antagonist, Wilhelm, because he truly is trying to save the fabric of reality.
Yeah.
That is his.
And
he's
what's the
neutral.
alternative? Absolute destruction.
Exactly. What's
Yeah.
the alternative?
Yeah.
Right? Like he can, and I'm sure he was actually a human once, but he's probably so dehumanized because he's been through this over, and his soul is so old because he's literally being used by the upper domain to accomplish this. Right? But he has to be a human because that's how he exists in the lower domain. So it's crazy. I want to say one thing to wrap. How about
Yes,
that?
I'm ready.
All right?
I'm ready to wrap
Let's wrap
too.
on.
How you feeling, Matthew?
Feel good?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to ask you guys a question.
Oh, let's go.
Wait,
Let's break with the
wait.
question then. How about
It's
that?
it's not a deep question. It's
Oh,
just
okay.
it's a little silly question, honestly.
silly?
What's the guy's name that created his whole
Takahashi.
Takahashi?
Yes.
Yes.
How much would you guys pay for a lunch with Takahashi?
Oh my gosh. Well, first off, I don't speak Japanese. But
If you had a
would you
translator,
pay to be able to sit next to a translator at a Jason's
if,
Deli?
in a perfect world where you guys could have a full
Yeah, a
conversation
full
with him, how much would you
conversation.
pay to have lunch with him to talk about everything that you guys love talking about?
I'd say
on the
like
show?
Well, I'm broke right now.
Yeah. Imagine
This is a
though,
hypothetical
Yeah.
question. Josh.
hypothetically, you are at your normal with money and you know about how much you make. Like, how much did you pay?
I would pay like
How many months would you save up for? I think that's
I would
really
be
the question.
willing to spend like $2,000.
$2,000 for
I think
a
I
lunch
would
with
for
him?
a lunch, like a
I'm not gonna
lunch,
lie.
just a lunch or
Yeah.
like
A whole
a
day.
day.
You get
A day?
You get
A
a
day
whole
I could. That's what I'm saying.
day.
Maybe even just like
The number I had in
6
my
hours
mind
And if you
was
really, if you really hit it off with him, maybe you guys can hang out at his house
yeah.
after.
Maybe I'll get his number.
That's
after,
what happened
dude.
when
we fall in
you know
love.
the guy
bro.
who made Undertale.
Yeah.
Toby Fox.
Toby Fox, right?
He got to
made
hang out
all
with
that. He
Sakurai.
got invited out by Sakurai to Japan, and he
Sakurai's
hung out with
the
him at his
creator of
house,
Smash.
and they ended up playing Smash together.
No
Yeah.
way.
Yes, bro.
That sounds
Became,
like the dream.
yeah.
homies.
He was
I would
just
hit him
so-
with the mad tech.
I would-
hit him with the mad tech. I'm like,
You put this in the game, dude.
let me teach you something.
You
By the
you
way,
know
all
everything,
he was
bro.
really doing for I'm not Takahashi for Sakurai
Sakurai, yeah.
was he was developing a song, a version of a Undertale song
Yeah, yeah.
specifically
Wow.
for Smash.
For
That's
Smash
such a
Bros.
good.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh yeah, super cool.
So I would say like $2,000 because these ideas are so complex and it goes beyond just this idea of I want to ask you about the lore of your
Yeah.
game, which I would love
No.
to do. I would
Let
love
me-
to do.
let
But
me pick your brain.
dude, if you are creating, and I want you to think about this, Matthew, if you are creating a story with these ideas of Gnosticism, of Christianity, of the symbolism of the idea of
Recognizing the flaws of who we are.
these flaws of humans, while also he's got his own spiritual beliefs, right?
Right.
So
That is
what
very true.
you are talking about, one of the most fascinating people
Right.
out there,
Right.
where I would seriously, I would pay $2,000 to sit down and just talk. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm like
Okay.
talking with him for
I'm with you.
hours. He's like, I don't speak English.
But what about you, Sam?
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm not gonna lie. I had a grand in my head when you brought that up
Yeah.
for lunch.
Lunch.
But a whole day, and if Joshy's willing to do 2, I would absolutely do 2 in a heartbeat.
You
I would
could
match
do 2.
that. Yeah. So I think we got an official $4,000 from the.
I
Flash
spent
Podcast.
50 on the.
That's the highest
Japanese
bid.
lesson.
Highest bid. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
with
stick
it.
with that.
No,
I
I
love
think
that.
that's
That was a great
fantastic
question, Matthew. Thank you, bro.
That was so fun.
Absolutely.
How
I
much
just-
would you pay?
$65.
$65. He's like, I
Take
don't
it or
know
leave
much.
it.
Games are costing.
leave it.
I
Take
just
it.
spent 62 at the disco.
I've got a
bro.
$1.50 and a
I'll go a
Starbucks
buck
gift
more. How
I'll
about
buy
that,
your
bro?
lunch. How about
Hey,
that?
I got you, yeah.
I'll buy the
Deli,
lunch.
dude.
Guys, I want to wrap on one thing, which is a shift, okay? Complete shift.
Okay.
Just something that it really reminded me of in lore I've seen before in another form of media, which is another game. It's Kingdom Hearts.
Oh yeah.
How familiar are we with the lore of Kingdom Hearts? Scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, really.
I
really
see a
old
fat
stuff.
0 and
I'd
a,
say
like
a
a
0.5.
half. Perfect. Okay.
0.5.
That's
Mickey Mouse,
perfect.
isn't it, right?
Let me
Oh, I just
then-
laugh like me.
let me go in a small rant.
I need the Joker laugh, baby.
Let's hear it, bro.
No, I'm not doing it. Yeah. That's you, right? That's you?
That's my impression of my life.
Of yourself.
It's my impression of when I nut. Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, you like that?
Are you on like a massage
Yeah.
bed when,
On a, like a table
or you just like to sound like SpongeBob
when I do it.
when you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. I got
Yes, please change the subject.
I got what I need. Yeah, I got you. All right. Zone in for just a sec, okay, on everything we've just talked about. I won't go too deep, especially because we're at a 0 and a 0.5. But I will say, there is a lot, and Reese is one of the few friends that I've ever experienced that really went all in. You okay?
Yes, I don't know why I was doing that. Sorry.
That went all in on the Kingdom Hearts lore. And let me tell you, I will say it's extremely similar to a lot of what we're talking about. Just not as extreme, not as crazy on like a scientific and real world. It's much more fantasy. But the ideals of it are much, much higher. Hear me out. Kingdom Hearts 1 comes out, and it's like definitely a tech demo for some idea of Final Fantasy and the writer and the director of Final Fantasy with his crazy mind. Because Final Fantasy is crazy as well, and the fact that nothing actually connects and everything is an individualized crazy fucking
Like
story.
story and
The
everything.
creator
Absolutely.
of Kingdom Hearts. What's his name?
Well, they're Kingdom Hearts?
Or their names?
No, it's
To they them.
a one. I think it was Nobuo Uematsu. It's definitely Uematsu, okay?
Okay.
He actually is no longer a part of the project after
really?
3 was finished, and 3 ended very badly.
okay.
They put a bad taste.
Bro got
Kingdom
fired.
Hearts wishes it was Xenoblade. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Because it did a very similar thing. It told like all this shit, Matthew. If you want me to like be real and just like, it's like Kingdom Hearts 1. Then we got Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, which we're jumping from the PS2 to the Game Boy Advance. Now we've got Kingdom Hearts 2, the best one in the entire series, I'm telling you. The remake, the remaster, that's on everything except for Switch. No, they have it on Switch if you stream it.
Oh,
Yeah,
stream game.
Yeah, dumb.
Never doing that.
It gets deeper and deeper, and they come out with a DS game called Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2. And from this game onward, all the names get absolutely absurd to the point of
More absurd than
Kingdom
that.
Hearts. Yes,
Let's
Kingdom
hear it.
Hearts 2.8 something. I
Divided
don't
by
even remember.
7.
Divided by 13.
Kingdom Hearts .2. Point 2. That was the game with Aqua, the tech demo.
That's
Wow.
wild.
0.2 is what they called it.
0.2.
Anyways, what I want to say is this is a failure and a mess that is truly just it's trying to do a lot of these same ideas.
Right.
And why I say that is because the main group of antagonists in this are black hooded robed figures. They start appearing in the first one from the main antagonist. His name is Ansem. And then it starts getting really deep on soul separation, which they explain by when you become a heartless, as if you get your heart taken out of your physical body and you become a monster, like a gnosis, right? Your physical heart is gone, but it still exists, okay? It's just
Sounds
been
exactly
absorbed.
like the Gnosis.
Exactly,
very
right?
similar, yeah.
And when this process happens, your soul separates and you actually get a new being that you're probably not aware of called a nobody. It's the shell of yourself without a heart, but it's its own entity. So we start to find out that there is actually a massive group controlling everything behind the scenes, everything that all like the antagonists from every Disney movie, because it's all Disney. So it's like, okay, Barbossa.
You're saying it's actually explaining the backstory behind the.
Yes.
Wow, I never
Like,
knew that.
yes, like the
backstory of the.
It's literally, think of it like the puppet master.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Pulling the strings.
Wow.
Okay? So the puppets
I
are
don't know this either. I
the
never-
Illuminati.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never
Like
played.
Barbossa from Pirates of the Caribbean, which is in Kingdom Hearts 2. His boss. Barbossa?
Pirate guy.
From the Black Pearl.
Yes.
Oh wow.
That you fight Barbossa as the boss.
From the,
what?
I don't know. He
What?
said from Pirates of the Caribbean.
I know, but I meant like the Black Pearl,
Okay.
not from a different movie.
Oh.
The
No.
first Pirates
From the
Oh,
first
yeah.
Pirates.
is called the Black Pearl.
Oh,
Yes.
God. I
And
thought
the
you were
ship is
saying like
called-
this ship specifically.
Oh no!
Like, you're,
From the
like,
Black
yes,
Pearl?
Josh.
Wait,
What
from the
else
Black
would they
Pearl?
ride?
or
No.
the Pink Swan. What, what's
Okay.
Barbossa we talking about?
I know a
two-
couple.
I know
Yeah,
two
I know
or three
a couple.
Barbossas.
There's Barbossa
We
G
live in
and
the
Barbossa
1400s.
D. Yeah.
There's only so many
Okay.
names right now.
I'm gonna reel it back
Sparrow,
in.
Yeah, please.
There's a group pulling the strings. Barbossa's influence is coming from a dark hooded figure called the Organization 13. These members, you come to find out, were actually a byproduct of an experiment from a very, very sick man. It all comes back to this guy named Xehanort, who is you guessed it, scientist.
Nobody. Oh.
Studying,
Ah.
what do you think he was studying?
The Conduit.
Well, you're exactly right.
What?
You're exactly right, Josh. What is the conduit called in Kingdom Hearts?
Zohar.
It's called Kingdom Hearts.
The Kingdom Heart.
The doorway to the other realm
Was he actually a
of
scientist?
God. Yes.
Like in modern day?
yes. That when
me
you
see.
first understand what is happening,
Let me see.
you see a picture of young Xehanort. This is like a recreation, okay? Very distinct hair.
Right.
He looks like the first boss from Kingdom Hearts 1 because that is the Heartless of Xehanort. Okay?
Oh, I see.
Because a Heartless was created. By the way, he is the only human to actually become a Heartless completely voluntarily, because what he's trying to do is use a bunch of very complex rituals like the Lemegeton, like all these things to open Kingdom Hearts.
activate
He
the
is trying to
Zohar.
access the power behind the conduit.
So he was from a modern day society?
We find out this is what he looks like right here.
Yeah.
Is the Xehanort who is in Birth by Sleep,
Right.
which is the
This one.
prequel to Kingdom Hearts 1. That's the yes. That is the PSP game.
But is he
Roxas-
from is
I'm
he
sorry.
from like Earth?
Yes, he's a human.
Like
He's
a
the-
human from Earth.
Okay, he is Grimoire, the first human to study
Right.
the Zohar.
But is it like a fictional human or is it like the real humans?
What are you talking about?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay. A human in a human like Klaus in Xenoblade is from Earth.
Yes.
Our Earth.
Our Earth.
Right.
Yes.
I'm asking, is he a human from what's a good example of a
I'll-
fantasy story that has human from Middle Earth, or is he a human from our Earth?
Oh, I know.
Do you know what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah,
I don't know how to
That's
say
what
it.
I'm saying. This
Yeah.
is a fantasy story.
Right.
So it's the realm within Disney.
Right. So it's like
It's
like
their
Middle Earth
version,
kinda. But it's a
of
human.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's Midgard.
That's what I was
It's
curious
what.
about.
Yeah.
what
It's
I
the
was
representation of yes, absolutely.
You understand what I'm asking?
I do.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know how to
imagine-
ask that any better. I'm like, is
Yeah.
it from
This guy's an
Earth?
idiot.
Look at a comment Josh would make, bro. It's like having two Joshes on the show, bro. I fucking love it. Okay, so
Lizard gang, bro.
guys, bear with me because this is crazy, and I want you to look for these links, Joshy,
Yes.
because check this.
I'm already seeing it. I
out.
can't believe how much there is.
Okay, let's connect further.
Yes.
The Keyblade. What is the Keyblade? The Keyblade
Don't
basically sets the hearts free of the heartless and reunites the heart with the body. Okay.
go.
What
It
happens to the
sends.
what happens to the nobody?
Well, if this happens though, if you
Why
become a
can't-
heartless, you're fucked. Okay, you're not coming back unless you're messing with the realm and you have tapped into this power. Okay. So what happens is you are actually just setting the trapped heart free within the heartless, and it will reunite with the collective unconscious within Kingdom Hearts. That's why it's called Kingdom Hearts. All of the hearts get absorbed into Kingdom Hearts.
I'm with it.
So the goal of Xehanort is to fill the doorway to Kingdom Hearts as full as possible.
Right.
How do you do that? The Monado, which is the Keyblade.
I knew it.
Okay?
I knew it.
It's the
Literally.
It's the same thing.
Okay, let's go further though, because how can this be possible? This thing is just setting the hearts into the doorway. How do we access the doorway, right? Is it the Keyblade? Yes,
So you
in
still
a
have to throw hearts at it, is what he's trying to say?
yeah, but
Just gotta, like,
so that's the idea, right? Is
Right.
how does that make sense?
Right.
So I'm going to tell you that is because the essence of the Keyblade is from the soul of Sora and his nobody
who's Roxas?
split apart, and they're literally called the X-Blade,
Or no.
but it's pronounced Keyblade.
Keyblade.
And yes,
It's
Roxas
Roxas?
is actually a member of Organization 13, and he forgot because of amnesia.
Oh my gosh, of course. It's always amnesia, I swear.
Josh, are you making these? You're not
I'm
even listening
hearing-
on a Xenoblade level.
What do you mean?
On the amnesia, on like he's been a part of this the entire time.
Yes, absolutely.
Roxas is Sora.
Right.
He is nobody.
Right.
He is like unlocking his memories from his past.
Right.
Because how does Sora creates Roxas in modern timeline? Because all this happens before.
Right.
He unlocks this because Kairi, his love in the first game, she gets killed and turns into a heartless by the enemy, Ansem.
That's right.
He
That's in the first
sacrifices.
game.
That's in the first
Yeah.
game. He takes his Keyblade and hits himself and sets his own heart free to set Kairi free, becoming a heartless,
Right.
creating.
This guy
It literally creates.
Roxas.
Sora himself created
himself.
Roxas.
the Monado.
Oh,
So then
He
he
showed.
X-Blade. The X-Blade.
Yes.
So then he created himself. I don't. This is complicated.
That's why it's very messy, is what I'm trying to say.
It seems a little more. It seems a little more messy than Xenoblade. Xenoblade
yeah.
seems like it's.
Can I
It's
tell you-
also had like.
can I tell you how
the
messy it
reboot,
is?
so-
Yeah, well,
So-
I'd say it's pretty tough to say because I mean, if you didn't, you also have like like an idea of Xenoblade.
Yeah.
You probably had like
If we had this conversation,
Yeah.
when Josh had a
before.
3-hour,
Yeah,
7-hour
exactly,
with me,
exactly.
I would
You'd
say-
probably be more confused. So I don't think it's probably more. It's just new information.
I
I'd say.
spit all that at you knowing like I know this is really complex.
Right.
I'm just trying to open up gateways of thought connecting to what do you see what I'm seeing in Xenoblade?
Oh yeah, I see. Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. I also
Yes.
think that it's just also really interesting, complex storytelling. I find that to
It's
be
insane.
You will find a lot of similarities when it comes to these massive stories that have
Yes.
these ideas and overwhelming characters that you learn from other games.
Exactly.
I find it just to be an interesting part of storytelling. You know what I mean? And those
Exactly.
similarities obviously will come because of excuse me, those ideas. I don't know why I burped. Those ideas. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Should
the
I
last thing I want to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Connecting really to Xenoblade.
Yes.
I have an image which I'm gonna wrap with, but I'm gonna paint one more picture. So you asked, how does that make sense? He's going into himself, right?
Yeah.
It's because the original entity from the beginning was 3 masters of the Keyblade.
The Trinity.
3 exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
too. You get that.
I get
Also-
the crystals, bro.
The crystals.
Yes, sir.
It's
Logos
someone
is
who
in my
looks like
Ontos.
Sora's nobody, which his name is not Roxas.
Oh, I know
It's-
it. Don't say it. Oh, okay.
It's
God.
Ventus.
He
Ventus.
said
Ventus.
I knew that.
Okay.
Ventus.
Think of everything we talked about with the Logos,
Right.
Pneuma, Ontos talk, which is basically logic,
Trinity
spirit,
processor.
yeah, and Arbiter being God.
Oh, okay.
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 Ventus, Terra, Aqua. Two males, one female.
Oh, wow.
It is Ontos, Logos, and Pneuma.
Wow, very
Okay.
fascinating.
And who gets abused? Logos, the man representation in Xenoblade.
Interesting.
Terra is manipulated by Xehanort through his future self. He goes to the past, manipulates himself because he understands everything that nobody else does, taps into the power in the future, and sets up to tap truly into the power beyond time and get control of everything.
Right.
And because he loses his soul doing this.
Right.
So he goes back to try to get complete control. And he empowers himself. Okay? What does he do? This now is another representation of Grimoire taking on his best friend Ventus as a vessel. Ventus is Sora. Ventus is the Keyblade.
Right.
He is from the beginning. He was manipulated just like Grimoire, just like
tell you why.
Asmodel.
Right. I'm with it. I also think it's like it's such a
Sorry.
That's not okay, dude. It's such an interesting idea because I also think that there's like AOT stuff there too. You know, what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like that idea of manipulation of the past, or even of yourself from the past, or even like knowing where you have to go and kind of
Yes.
putting the pieces there
Yes.
so that you do get there.
Yeah. And let me.
And once again, just going around with that idea of like just complex and good story, like big complex stories. Just have those ideas. I feel like in common.
Absolutely.
To a degree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I now have a picture to represent the
Yes.
chaos of what is happening. You know of Wilhelm, and that's why Wilhelm. This is this is where my head's at. Wilhelm is not the antagonist. It's Dmitry Yuriev. Okay. He even being the one who is pulling the strings for all these guys for everything that's happening. He was pulling Grimoire strings. Okay. So he is the master of puppets. Right. Xehanort, a physical representation. This is the true Xehanort from the future, knowing he will be
That
disintegrated.
was the man with the nice hairdo.
Yes.
What happened to him?
Because
yeah,
that
bro.
is his past untainted self before he was exposed to the darkness. And you see how twisty it is.
Yeah, he's bald.
So
That's pretty
this,
twisted.
That's twisted as fuck.
this is the heartless version. This is the nobody version.
Oh, but they're all the same guy.
It's all
Oh,
the
they're
same
all
guy.
the same guy.
He
So what about
tricks-
him though?
That's the OG.
It's-
Oh, that's the past.
This is the future.
Oh.
Because what happened, this becomes this. This is a younger version, older version of the exact same guy.
But it's still the future?
Because
He was the future.
do you want to know why? It's because he's the master of puppets. He manipulates Sora, knowing Sora would kill both versions. In the first game, this is the first boss.
Yeah.
His Heartless. In the second game, the boss is his Nobody. He wanted him to do it because he can't exist unless his two halves are reunited.
So this guy's
and he could, the Keyblade needed to defeat
this
him.
guy's basically the Klaus of this series.
No.
No? Oh.
This guy is
would he be?
Dimitri.
Oh, I see.
Yes, the master.
I'm just
of
saying the
puppets.
different pieces of him all being like.
He's
as a-
involved
yeah.
everywhere.
But you're right. Klaus
But
is more.
It's more like it looks like Wilhelm. That's what's so fascinating because Wilhelm is on the entire timeline visual I showed you. Wilhelm is behind the strings of everything.
Alright.
But Wilhelm is not evil. Wilhelm is the entity of Ontos, the Arbiter. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wilhelm's the
yeah,
Arbiter.
I'm with it 100%.
Shion is no doubt Numa, and the like this represents.
No, Cosmos might be.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Because he's
Mary
a
Magdalene.
female. Yeah,
Yes,
Mary
yes.
Magdalene, yes.
Okay. Does this make sense?
I think it's making
This is
sense.
kind of like
Yeah, it's a lot to be
It-
honest.
yeah,
and I don't know this lore as well.
Yeah, thanks
So
for letting me
it's a
spit
lot.
that out.
No, I'm with it.
Yeah.
I'm with it. I think
But-
it's really fascinating because I also plan. I plan to go through the series one day.
Yeah.
And give it the love that I've given to the whole Xeno saga.
I think
Xenoblade
despite
series.
its downfalls, Kingdom Hearts 2 is a fantastic game by itself.
Yeah, I want to
If-
play
if not-
365 days over 2.
You really don't. It's a mission-based game.
Oh no.
On the 3DS. So, guys, let's wrap right here.
It's a wrap, baby.
Guys, yeah, let's wrap up the official Flash Bros podcast, episode 59.
Yeah, buddy.
Over 2 days,
2 days.
3 guests.
6 hours a day.
The Matt
and
Tech episode.
3. Yeah, the Matt Tech episode.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that was beautiful.
This
Thanks for
section is.
This section is.
thanks for cooking with all that,
course, man.
all that lore.
You guys
Dude,
were both
I had
cooking.
to. Yeah, you were
Yeah.
cooking too.
Yeah, dude.
both
Honestly,
buddy.
it's
I feel like Matt was cooking too, bro. Matt,
It was
repeat
churning up
everything
here. It
you've
was-
heard today.
All right,
Dude.
so basically,
spitting truth, bro.
Been another mature.
No, I'm gonna do some homework too, and I'm gonna bring a lot to our Xeno. I think what we're gonna do, I think we have to. I think we have to have a Xeno Saga 3, keep it pertaining to Xeno Saga, and then have a Xenoverse discussion.
like a big one.
A big one.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
and
even
I even
DLC,
think-
to be
I
honest,
even
because
think-
it's gonna be big.
Possibly.
Yeah,
You should play Future Redeem before we do that.
I think I have to.
I think you need to.
I think it would
think you
be
need to.
it would be a literal sin if I didn't. So, guys, let's wrap right there.
Let's wrap it.
It's time to hang. We haven't seen
Yeah.
Matthew in forever.
Yeah, I know. I'm so excited.
Guys, God
So
bless.
excited.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Spread love.
thanks
Enjoy
for having me on,
your
boys.
week.
Yes, of
Yeah,
course,
bro.
buddy.
Thanks for cooking.
Of course.
We
thanks for
cooked
cooking.
tonight. We
Dude,
cooked.
We cooked for sure.
I'm hungry.
Dude, I'm not.
I'm not.